Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see Panamata, the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at him. One day, you get out. Mama, say, I want to go. I got no Jelumba, or where would he get? I got you never did a one. But I don't want to get out. Why I don't want.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Kiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ yà.
Only at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. I was on the low chasing my dream because I know. Orolola di mango melon. Morokoto idisho malon. Everyone should let check home alone. Now they find anybody in the money I want. Not the hell with them people at the top. Want to get I should kill it in love. I'm the waiting I love, waiting you love, oh. You'll be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Kokoro no be vodka, be someone in Shinja. But I know I need to waste time, be someone in Shinja.
Look at the way she's been.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún èyẹ, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ́ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lì ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Oh no, I keep missing my step there. No, I have to land. It has to follow a particular sequence. So let me play you a little bit of chanting music from the east. Chanting music from the east.
Okay now. Okay.
Mama m si na nwa m etogo kwa maka na nwa m jelu mba o wee bute ike ọganiru na-ebute ilo nwanne m and there it is right there. Hickory dickory dock, mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one, the mouse ran down. Hickory dickory dock. So hickory dickory dock, and here we go again. So hickory dickory dock, we do it again. We all apologies for the continuously late start. Half the audience already in bed, the other half fast asleep. But I'm not especially trying to get towards an American audience. It's just the time slots that allows within the life that I live. So apologies for the continuously the real, we actually started 9:45 when we started streaming about 3 years ago, thereabout. We've been going for 3 years now and a bit, so I don't know quite what that means. But we used to start for 9:45, but then as live, the complexities of it, then the time continues to move. There has to be somewhat of a predictability to that time. I know that, so that people can set a schedule to it. So if it's going to be 9:45 for one man, then it's 9:45 for one man. It's not 9:45, then 10, then I move it and I move. So I do acknowledge all that. I'm not being silly, but it's just, the vagaries of life. But there it is, hickory dock and all that. So hickory dickory dock. Good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? So good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? So we do it again, we always do it. So we always do it, so that means this time around we're doing it as well. So we do it. Good day to you. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. This should be something routinous. Just as soon as you're logging on to the stream, you should be automatically in that same motion clicking on the like button. Then you can settle in to whatever the session brings. So click on the like button, do that. And then if you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. These are just the numbers that is the meat and drink for people like myself that do all these silly things that we do.
So click on like, click on subscribe if you want to come and join us on the screen. So I'm not actually pushing so hard. The conversation always nice, but the monologue equals. So whatever the intentions are, if you feel inclined to have the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send that hyperlink now, or I'll even send it later. It's already there anyway. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to super chat towards the stream, that's always welcome. You are not obliged to do that, but and there it is. I didn't even say it. Hickory dickory dog, the sheep hid from his flock. The flock called once, the sheep did run. Hickory dickory dog. So you've been through that phase as well. Are you still at the hickory dickory dog phase? Anybody that knows what that song means, then you're certainly you're guiding young ones through a particular phase. So hickory dickory dog and all that. So hickory dog, I think enough of the hickory dogs. The excitement, they are your super chat right there. So 4 more to follow your super chat, and then we have the fullness of the complement of it. So hickory dog. So now the news cycle has somewhat plateaued into somewhat of a mundaneness. So there are no heavy hitting things to talk about. So we just meander around conversations available. When I stream, sometimes I stream in the expectation that people turn up and we just gist. So ultimately that's where it lands. And then they talk about things that especially catches their attention, and then the conversations wrap around that. But the news cycle is not as generous in its giving as it often wants. But I have a series of clips and I have a few readouts. So why don't we just launch straight into it? So why don't we just launch straight into it? We launch straight into it. What was the phraseology that somebody used when they sent me this? Let me see what they actually called it. Called it a particular thing that was somewhat striking. The headline that I'm about to show you now, the person that sent it in, sent it in with a particular comment that struck me. So let me go look for that comment. It will be on my Instagram, I suspect. Let me just so it's Tinubu, of course, and the excesses now of we see this too often. When people get into power, maybe it's sycophancy, maybe whatever it is, we see this sort of behavior too often. Vainglorious nonsense. That's how the person described it. It's the headline you're looking at on your screen, of course. Vainglorious nonsense. Reps consider bill to establish Bola Tinubu University. So there it is right there. And we're back to where we were, Idi Amin Dada of Uganda. So we thought this guy was a futuristic, progressive, modern sort of presidency. But even Buhari didn't stretch this far. Reps consider bill to establish Bola Tinubu University. I hope this turns out to be fake news. And if it's fake news, then the debunking of it will come as early as tomorrow. But as it is, alarming. Reps consider bill to establish Bola Tinubu University. So let's see how this is justified. Out of all of the things that are immediate and present and urgent within the Nigerian space, that is where a budget is going towards. The House of Representatives have begun a move to establish the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Federal University of Nigeria. Let's do it again. The House of Representatives have begun a move to establish the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Federal University of Nigerian Languages, following the passage of a bill for first reading on Thursday. So this is actually something that is actually going through Parliament as we speak. Of all of the things, it looks as though these people, they are prone to self-harm. They like to slash their wrist with a razor or something. Just why would they even do this in this climate is the thing. The House of Representatives have begun a move to establish the Bola Ahmed Federal University of Nigerian Languages, following the passage of a bill for first reading on Thursday. The bill, which is sponsored by the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, and 8 others, is aimed at establishing a university for the promotion of the learning of Nigerian languages. So it's just unbelievable. I hope this is, and it's not even April the 1st. probably one of the most ludicrous things yet that I've heard come out of this vainglorious nonsense, as the person that sent it in described it, vainglorious nonsense. So from the top again, I'll go through it at speed this time. The House of Representatives have begun a move to establish the Bola Tinubu Federal University of Nigerian Languages following the passage of a bill for first reading on Thursday. The bill, which has been sponsored by the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, and 8 others, is aimed at establishing a university for the promotion of Nigerian languages. According to Section 2, Part 1 of the bill, the university, when established, shall encourage the advancement of learning and to hold out to, according to Section 2, Part 1 of the bill, the university, when established, shall encourage the advancement of learning and to hold out to all persons without distinction of race, creed, sex, and political conviction the opportunity of acquiring a higher education in Nigerian languages and cultures. In Section 14.2, the president is required to, as often as the circumstances may require, not being less than once every 5 years, conduct a visitation of the university or direct that such a visitation be conducted by such person or persons as the visitor may deem fit and in respect of any of the affairs of the university. So this is actually something they are taking seriously. Is this not? It's just it beggars belief. What is the immediate and urgent need for this to come through? And why is this poking through the headlines of all of the things we're discussing as a nation? It's just unbelievable stuff. I think we get the gist of it, or do you want the fullness of it? Let me just give you all of it, since it's not that much of it's not a lengthy one. According to Section 2, Part 1 of the bill, the university, when established, shall encourage the advancement of learning and to hold out to all persons without distinction of race, creed, sex, or political conviction the opportunity of acquiring a higher education in Nigerian languages and cultures. In Section 14.2, the president is required to, as often as the circumstances may require, not being less than once every 5 years, conduct a visitation of the university or direct that such a visitation be conducted by such person or persons as the visitor may deem fit and in respect of any of the affairs of the university. Subsection 3 provides that it shall be the duty of the bodies and persons comprising the university to make available to the visitor and to any other person conducting a visitation in pursuance of this section such facilities and assistance as he or they may reasonably require for a visitation. So it speaks more to the visitation than the academic necessity for a University of Tinubu. So a University of Tinubu, a person that a lot of people argue does not even have a certificate. The secondary school he went to, according to the obedience, was not even built when he came and left. The secondary school that he went to was not built by the time he claimed to have been and left. So that's the argument of the obedience. Yeah. Let's move on from that to another one. So we move on from, so this is actually coming from the international space. This is coming from the Express, which is a British newspaper. So it's just sometimes you want to see how the world is looking at us, and they don't look at us from the prism of the parochialism of our internal fightings around politics, ethnicity, culture, whatever, or all these things that we quibble about all the time. They don't look at us from that prism. They look at us from the prism of the broad strokes of what we're doing. And that broad strokes coming out of the United Kingdom, Africa's incredible new $2.3 billion bridge that will connect an island with a megacity. So this is the fourth mainland bridge. By the time Tinubu has served 8 years, forget Dubai. People will be talking about Lagos. Forget Dubai. This is what we're seeing. Africa's incredible new $2.3 billion bridge that will connect an island with the megacity. When completed, the fourth mainland bridge in Lagos, Nigeria, will become Africa's second longest bridge, spanning 24 miles. And so this will be built, by the way, during Tinubu's tenure. It will be built within the next 8 years, as will the Calabar. And by the way, I have a progress report on the Calabar. We'll be doing progress reports on the Lagos Calabar superhighway, which will be a world monument once completed, a world marvel. So yes, Africa's incredible new $2.3 billion bridge that will connect an island with the megacity. When completed, the fourth mainland bridge in Lagos, Nigeria, will become Africa's second longest bridge, spanning 24 miles. So that's quite a stretch. Actually, I wonder who got it. Is it Julius Berg? Is it Julius? We used to call it Julius Berger, but it's actually Julius Berger, isn't it? This year is set to see the commencement of construction on the fourth mainland bridge project in Lagos, Nigeria, which will connect Lagos Island across the lagoon to Itamaga in Ikorodu. And I have land in Ikorodu, by the way. Maybe I should go and pay a bit more. I bought land there. Well, I have a parcel, not a parcel. I have a parcel, really. It's not acres and acres, but I have a bit of land in Ikorodu. So maybe I should start paying attention to that. All right. Is it a long and winding one? All right. Let me take it from top again. I will speed through it. Lagos, by the way, forget Nigeria. Lagos is the only thing that is happening at the moment. Africa's incredible new $2.3 billion bridge that will connect an island with a megacity. When completed, the fourth mainland bridge in Lagos, Nigeria, will become Africa's second longest bridge, spanning 24 miles. This year is set to see the commencement of construction on the fourth mainland bridge project in Lagos, Nigeria, which will connect Lagos Island across the lagoon to Itamaga in Ikorodu. The new African bridge is planned to span almost 24 miles, costing $2.3 billion, with 8 lanes and 3 toll booths. There will also be designated bus rapid transit lane, allowing buses to navigate heavy traffic. In total, the fourth mainland bridge is anticipated to have 3 toll plazas, 9 interchanges, and an eco-friendly environment. So I hope they do build this, and I hope they build it in record time. $2.3 billion is no spend anymore, as wealthy as that country is. Authorities hope that it will ease the congestion, which has become a big issue on the third mainland bridge, which was built in 1990. Government officials had hoped to have the bridge up and running by 2019, but the project saw a number of delays and work is still yet to begin. So we're in 2024 now. So that falls right bang in between, just midsection of a Tinubu 8-year term. The last update from Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, said that construction will begin in the first quarter of this year by the end of March or April. Well, that's been and gone. In June, Prince Lanre Balogun, a former Lagos State Commissioner for Rural Development, urged the governor to build the bridge and other uncompleted roads before the expiration of his tenure. The fourth mainland bridge, which he promised he would deliver as we speak, they have finished the paperwork / master plan and secured partners. Infrastructural development is for those living. Anything given now is for those alive. I urge people in authority to take note and intervene immediately. It says, when construction does begin, it is thought that some 800 homes will need to be demolished to make way for the bridge. However, this is a significantly lower figure than the original 4,000 estimated proposed by the Nigerian government. It will be built by the Chinese, that's CCECC Consortium, led by the China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, the Chinese group, B6. So that's the continuous transformation of Lagos State, the fourth mainland bridge to complement the Lagos Calabar Superhighway. If you don't have land in Lagos, we'll go and attempt to get some. If you don't have land in Lagos, go and attempt to get some. Final warning: Defense Minister tackles Amechi for asking Nigerians to protest hardship. So this is a language that must stop. Now, virtually every major protagonist in that 2023 election that lost the election have been agitating for anarchy within the state. But Peter Obi, of course, does it routinely. Atiku Abubakar does it endlessly. Showore does this actively. He actually acts it out. He's on the streets as we speak now, asking that the country be burnt down because he lost in an election that he stood no chance of winning anyway. I wonder if Showore is actually arguing that he was rigged out. So outside of Rabiu Kwakwanso, I cannot remember any of the sore losers. Well, not well, it's all losing now. I cannot remember that any of the losers is not agitating for some sort of anarchy. So this must stop, and the authorities must step in. Final warning: Defense Minister tackles Amechi for asking Nigerians to protest. So, well, this. And this guy has been active lately, by the way, Bello Matawale. The Minister of State for Defense, who is the actual Minister for Defense? We don't even know. He's not as active as Bello Matawale. The Minister of State for Defense, Dr. Bello Matawale, has condemned recent statements made by Rotimi Amechi, accusing him of inciting violence and unrest amongst the Nigerian populace. Amechi recently said Nigerians to be protesting against the hardship in the country. Matawale, in a statement released by the Directorate of Information in the Ministry of Defense, Henshaw Ogubike, which was obtained by correspondence on Saturday, issued a stern warning to the former Minister of Transportation, urging him to desist from making inflammatory remarks that threaten the peace and stability of the nation. Matawale expressed deep concerns over the dangers posed by such rhetorics. It is both reckless and irresponsible for a former public servant of Amechi's standing to incite Nigerians against their own government, he said, at a time when President Bola Tinubu is working tirelessly to address the challenges facing the nation through various reforms that are yielding results. It is absurd, preposterous, and shameful for anyone to exploit the genuine situation of our citizens for selfish political gain. So I don't think he should be pointing that final warning solely at. Even Rotimi Amechi is a minor inflection in all of this. If he wants to point that warning, he should pointing it at Showore. Certainly is the number one culprit. Peter Obi, very much a culprit. These are all the people trying to rile up the people to in some mass anarchical state siege. So it shouldn't really be Rotimi Amechi alone. There's a plethora of them. Minister of State for Defense, Dr. Bello Matawale, has condemned recent statements made by Rotimi Amechi, accusing him of inciting violence and unrest amongst the Nigerian populace. Amechi recently said Nigerians should be protesting against the hardship in the country. Matawale, in a statement released by the Directorate of Information in the Ministry of Defense, Henshaw Ogubike, which was obtained by correspondence on Saturday, issued a stern warning to the former Minister of Transportation, urging him to desist from making inflammatory remarks that threaten the peace and stability of the nation. Matawale expressed deep concerns over the danger posed by such rhetorics. It is both reckless and irresponsible for a former servant is the word I'm stumbling over. It is both reckless and irresponsible for a former public servant of Amechi's standing to incite Nigerians against their own government, he said. At a time when President Bola Tinubu is working tirelessly to address the challenges facing the nation through various reforms that are yielding results, it is absurd, preposterous, and shameful for anyone to exploit the genuine situation of our citizens for selfish political gains, Matawale added. The minister reiterated President Bola Tinubu's commitment to safeguarding the peace and security of every Nigerian, warning that any attempts to destabilize the country through incitement will not be tolerated. We will not allow anyone to fuel violence or manipulate the prevailing situation of our people. Let this serve as a final warning to Amechi and his cohorts. You know, if this is a final warning to that space, I want to see him attempt an arrest of Peter Obi. So that should create some, that should at least give us something to talk about. That would give us content, wouldn't it? Imagine Matawale putting Peter Obi in handcuffs because Peter Obi the number one instigator. Showore, of course, are equal number one. So let him go and arrest them. By the way, Showore was arrested, trying to leave Nigeria again. He was detained, not arrested, and then they let him go again. And by the way, did Showore not tell us that there is no end date to his protest that is going to lead now? So he's been there barely a week. He's packed his bag and gone back home. We will not allow anyone to fuel violence or manipulate the prevailing situation of our people. Let this serve as a final warning to Amechi and his cohorts, Matawale stated emphatically. It is expected that Amechi joins hands with the government to move the country forward. Rather, he chose to stay aside with myopic assertions, the minister added. So yes, it's a well-spoken man, isn't it? All these are big grammar. We keep calling these people okay. These people are supremely educated, or the top end ones. They are supremely educated. Let me take you to this one. This one just speaks to some of the This one speaks to, this is just a tweet, by the way. This speaks to the yea and nays of that CNG thing, the compressed natural gas. So how safe is it? Because one of my fears for this CNG thing is that is it prone to explosion? Because we don't really want a gas tank exploding in the car in the middle of the Lagos. So this looks to address those sort of concerns. How safe is CNG? Compressed natural gas CNG has several safety advantages over petrol. Physical properties, non-toxic and non-corrosive. Two, lighter than air, reducing risk of cooling or explosion. Number three, higher ignition temperature versus 600 C versus 440 petrol. That means nothing to me. I don't know what that means. Safety features, cylinders are designed with safety valves and burst discs. Leak detection system. So a lot of safety features around that anyway. So I think, and by the way, you'll be seeing now this thing that we're laughing at in Nigeria, you'll be seeing a mass adaptation of it in all of these African countries very soon. You know, because usually when things start in Nigeria, they cascade around the African space fairly rapidly. And usually when anything of starts in Nigeria, it often starts in Lagos. So what other aggressive thing, what other thing of meaning or impact has ever happened in Nigeria that did not start in Lagos? So if it's not being done in Lagos, it's not worth doing. So that's that. So that's that. Let's just move on from that to another one. Still staying with the CNG thing. Hyundai or Hyundai, however you choose to pronounce it. Hyundai Nigeria unveils local assembly as locally assembled CNG vehicles. So let me get the words in the right order. Hyundai Nigeria unveils locally assembled CNG vehicles. So So I'm not quite sure. I think this story may well have been subsequently debunked, but there it is right there. So there it is right there. Sadly, assembly plans for those sort of vehicles to be sprouting all over Nigeria. Nigeria's reactors, let's move to establish Bola Tinubu University. So we read this already, but let's just see if we can capture some sort of public. So let's just see. Let's see how the people are reacting to it. So this is Kenny something or the other on Twitter. It says I have never seen the most useless House of Representatives in the entire history. So that's just an opinion. You can tell from the accent of the words. You can read and you can hear, you can see an accent even in written words. So you can tell from the accent of these written words that this is just you already know the coloration of its intent. I have never seen is because they tend to somewhat use the same word set. Those sort of that's why people accuse them of templating and propagandizing. They use the same word set and express it with the same faux, 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 which is fake indignation. So righteous indignation without the righteous there. So from partisan indignation. So you can read all of that just into this comment. I have never seen the most useless House of Representatives in the entire history of Nigeria since independence. So you already know that. Hear that. Uh, uh, Imagine those words in an agrarian accent, and that tells you the coloration right there. What does this one have to say? Nobody is talking about fuel and the bad economy, but university. So that's a valid criticism. So that's more of an independent opinion. This one says, Mr. Number 6 citizen again. We are not surprised. Anyway, let them redesign the Naira to have Bola, Remi, Sheyi, and any other Tinubu faces on the bill. Imagine, let's imagine people well get to that they considered it under the Buhari administration when they thought for a moment, they gave consideration for a moment if to put his face on a bill. If to put his face on one of the Naira notes. So this is not true. The way this government is going, it's not even as ludicrous as it sounds. Remember when they went and built this or rather painted this, biggest in the world portrait of Tinubu somewhere in Abuja. So we're getting to those sort of Arab type states when as soon as you get out of the airport is the image of the ruler, the king or the president pasted all over the country. So maybe we're headed in that direction. Mr. Number 6 citizen again, we are not surprised. Anyway, let them redesign the Naira to have Bola Cheyi and any other Tinubu faces on the bill. It will be a good way to get back at Emefiele and also make sure Nigerians are forced to accept their emperor. So they're still laboring hard in that space. A university established for an trade without schools. It didn't even take us long to get there. It's a certificate forger and a drug. I wonder if that will be. I wonder if they will film that all the way through to 2027, and they will try and rinse and repeat that same mantra. It's a certificate forger and a drug dealer. I wonder if that will be the theme for 2027. It's actually seems to be the recurring theme now. They went from calling this guy Agbado, then to calling him Rono, which is somewhat of an ethnophobic sort of undercurrent to that. Because Rono is Yoruba, Rono, not Tinubu. So they've gone from calling him Agbado to Rono. Now they've now transmitted from Rono to T-Pain. So we wonder what the next inflection will be. Now, a university established by an illiterate without a school start, that kind of a creature, you can tell the language. You can tell where this person is coming from just from the words, because the words reveal the accent. It reveals the sense. It's it unveils it. It unveils it. Um, a university established by an illiterate without school card, that kind of a creature. So you see this phrase right here. It's only really unique and peculiar to one section of Nigeria. There's only one section of Nigeria that speaks in this particular manner. This particular manner of speech is very much peculiar to the space. That kind of a creature, you already know uh, among the abundance of types we have in Nigeria, you already have the type that fits in that with that inflection. A university established by an illiterate without school start, that kind of a creature seems to have taken bottom barrel to another level. Here I was thinking hopeless, hot day ma, Taiwan Professor Soludo. Okay, so this one is not even an obedience. This one is a full Ipopian right here. This is a full blood right wing extreme Ipopian. A university established by an illiterate without school start, that kind of a creature seems to have taken bottom barrel to another level. Here I was thinking hopeless, hot Dima, Taiwan Professor Soludo, OUK were the worst of the Eastern Bund. Uh, boom, Kalu, Alu, boom, Kanu, Alu, whatever that means. So I wouldn't say that doesn't really capture the broadness of our public opinion because that inflection only coming from one particular space. So that's somewhat of a partisan view right there. So we leave that and we move on. We leave that and so now this is my next headline I'm about to share with you. The first thought that you will think is that what took him so long to get there? So what took him so long to get there? Dangote begins crude production before Dangote too begin crude production before the end of 2024. So what took him so long? You'd have thought things would have been up and running even before the refinery was ready. Then he will be self-sufficient without having to go begging NNPC and whatnot. The Dangote Group, the owner of West Africa's largest refinery, is set to begin crude oil production at its two Nigerian oil assets in the fourth quarter of 2024, according to a report by S&P Global Community Insights released on October the 10th. The report, citing company sources, noted that Dangote is actively searching for a floating production, storage, and offloading vessel are capable of holding 650,000 barrels of crude. The company's source said production at the company's two Niger Delta upstream projects in oil mining leases 71 and 72 would start at around 20,000 barrels per day before ramping up further in the first quarter of 2024. Dangote Group holds an 85% stake in West African E&P Venture, which has a 45% working interest in the two blocks, whilst the Nigerian National Petroleum Company (NNPC) holds the remaining 55%. Another key stakeholder in West Africa in West African E&P is Nigerian upstream company First E&P, which operates blah 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 blah. So all of these things will make so that Dangote now looking to start extracting its own crude. Now realizing that depending on the Nigerian state is the recipe for food. It's the recipe for them. So now this next clip, this now next one that I'm about to share with you, this now next read that I'm about to share with you. This goes to address and then maybe subsequently debunk a clip that has been going viral. Oh, can you not hear me? Oh, this is Prince telling me that you left and then I don't stay. Look, I've actually got my got and just to address just to address this comment by Prince right here. You know, I've got so many gizmos that I've just not put together. This is just a mic. I don't know how much I bought it for, but it was a lot more than I should have paid for it. So I do have a mic. It's just not plugged in. You can see it right there. It's just in a box, and I bought it for I don't know quite a few days now, maybe even a couple of so it's just one of these days I'll put it all together, and then the production level might go up. But so I do have a mic. And it's not Chinese. It's certainly not Chinese. It's got all the gizmos and everything, but I still have to figure out how it works, and then I'll put it all together. So I have all these trinkets. You know, my original idea was to actually do up my garage into a studio, but then I don't actually think it's worth the lift, you know, or even worth the spend, even, you know, because I make so much noise sometimes. First, I used to do it in my front room, then I moved into my conservatory, but then I probably still need to move further out of the house into the garage. But yeah, just to address Prince's point right there. But let's get back up. Yes. So there was this viral video that everybody was seeing. It was allegedly, I would have played you the video, but there's a bit of violence in it, so I cannot play you it.
Allegedly,
It was allegedly, but there's a bit of violence in it. So it was allegedly, the governor of is it Ondo State or Ekiti State or something? That's the image right there. So a lot of you would have seen this video, of course, of this. This looks a carbon copy of the governor of which state is it again? Ondo State. It looks a carbon copy of the governor of Ondo State, and there was this viral video of this man having some sort of an altercation with a lady in the United Kingdom, and that video went viral. And of course, there were then even about 3-4 people sent it to me. Even in fact, I could even play you it, but I don't want to because violence YouTube will send me later. But there was this video that went viral. A lot of people would have seen it. Claiming allegedly, purportedly, the governor of Ondo State was in the United Kingdom having a physical confrontation with his side chick to the point of slapping her and all that. But it looks as though that may well be fake news. Fake news alert. Man in scuffle with woman in viral video not Ayedatiwa. So there it is. If it's not him, then it must, there's this German town that they call Doppelganger, and there is this theory as well that there is a carbon copy of every human being roaming the planet somewhere. So as unique as I look, there's a theory that if a German speaker wants to come and correct me, they call it Doppelganger or something like that. There's a theory that there is a carbon copy of every human being out in the world somewhere. And I think this narrative goes towards that theory. This is a spitting image right there, almost beyond identical twins of the governor of Ondo State. Man in scuffle with woman in viral video, not Ayedatiwa. A video of a man with an uncanny resemblance to Lucky Ayedatiwa. It may well be him, and they are trying to spin it around, but we'll find out. A video of a man with an uncanny resemblance to Lucky Ayedatiwa Ondo governor has been making the rounds on social media. The man, who has similar facial features to Ayedatiwa, is seen in a heated argument with some women, code switching between Yoruba and English. So, I hate this phraseology, which seems to be one of these now new funky cool Medina phraseology. What does code switching even mean? Is you are either changing the inflection. We change the inflection of our voices depending on the environment that we're speaking in. If you are speaking, you tone, you fluctuate weight your accent or the accentuation of your voice depending on the, you don't want to be highfalutin when you are speaking to negotiate the price of pepper at the market, at Balogun market, and you don't want to be speaking in the way you speak in Balogun market when you are addressing a seminar. So that's not code. That's all this now code switching sort of. Is this woke nonsense that is going on at the moment? Right. A video of a man with an uncanny resemblance to Lucky Ayedatiwa Ondo governor has been making the rounds on social media. A man who has similar facial features to Ayedatiwa is seen in a heated argument with some women, code switching between Yoruba and English. One of the women held on to the man's clothes, accusing him of physically assaulting her. The location and cause of the incident is unclear as at press time. The video has been shared across social media platforms, which claim that the man in the clip is Ayedatiwa Doppelganger. I think that's the German phraseology. Doppelganger. That's what. That's what they. Yes. Check by correspondence showed that some of the man's facial features are different from Ayedatiwa. So this is the Ayedatiwa right here. This is him right here, and that is the guy. This is the guy in the border. So they are telling us that this man here is not the same man as this man here. So that's what they are telling us. So this man here, right here, they are telling us is not the same one as this one here. So separated at birth, that must be the case. A video of a man with an uncanny resemblance to Loke Ayedatiwa Ondo governor has been making the rounds on social media. The man, who has similar facial features to Ayedatiwa, is seen in a heated argument with some women, code switching between Yoruba and English. One of the women held onto the man's clothes, accusing him of physically assaulting her. The location and cause of the incident is unclear as of press time. The video has been shared across social media platforms, which claim that the man in the clip is Ayedatiwa. Checks by correspondence show that some of the man's facial features are different from Ayedatiwa's. His dentition is also not the same as Ayedatiwa's. The man in the clip is gap-toothed. Ayedatiwa is not. The man in the trending video has a different voice from Ayedatiwa's. The Ondo governor is soft-spoken, and in the clip has a husky, almost raspy voice. While beards can be altered now and again, it was also worth noting that the beard of the man in the clip is different from the governor's signature sideburns. The resemblance is admittedly striking. It has to be noted, but that is where it ends. So the Ondo state government has actually responded. Responding to the claims, Alan Chowore, media aides to the governor, said in a statement that the video is a ploy to tarnish Ayedatiwa's image ahead of the November governorship election. So politics is a dirty game, of course, and so I don't believe it was him actually, because the behavior of the man was so crass and rash, as we used to call it back in the day in Nigeria. It was so rash that is unbecoming of a state governor, even a state governor from Nigeria. Responding to the claims, Alan Chowore, media aide to the governor, said in a statement that the video is a ploy to tarnish Ayedatiwa's image ahead of the November governorship election. Chowore highlighted some differences in the facial and vocal features of the man in the clip and those of the governor. For the benefit of the unsuspecting public, who may be swayed by the video at first glance, it is crucial to clarify that the man in the video is not the governor of Ondo State. The statement reads, A closer examination of the video reveals several striking differences. Facial hair. Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa no longer wears that type of beard, unlike the individual in the clip. The governor changed his appearance over a year ago. Number two, there is Tama. The man in the video has a noticeable gap between his upper and lower teeth. Governor Ayedatiwa does not have that feature. Number three, voice. The man in the video speaks loudly, and his voice is distinctly different from the governor's tone. More importantly, Governor Loka Ayedatiwa has never worked in the United Kingdom at any point in his life, as implied in the conversation from the video. Governor Loki Ayedatiwa has an oval face, while the individual in the video. So we're now we're now talking about the facial features of that. I'm not quite sure that you will. It doesn't have an oval face. This is Governor Loki Ayedatiwa. In fact, I'm going to have to put this up. I wasn't even going to spend that much time on it, but they're now trying to make it into a big deal. This is the governor right here. So this is not an oval face. This face right here. I would just say this strikes me as a square face. So this is the governor of Ondo State, and this is the man, and this is the man in contention. Outside of dentation, dentation is what they actually use to identify suspects in the criminal justice system. Voice. The man in the video speaks loudly, and his voice is distinctly different from Governor Ayedatiwa's vocal tone. More importantly, Governor Ayedatiwa. Okay, I think we don't know that. So I think they've gone to great lengths, and if we go to that greater length, somewhere where there is stick, there is mud, or whatever that phrase is. All right, well, there it is. Even if it isn't him, I'm sure he still has a side chick anyway somewhere in the United Kingdom. They all do. Band A customers push Disco's revenue up by 48% in 3 months. So they're squeezing the life out of the rich somewhat there. So long as there's improvement in electricity generation, then people can pay for it. It still works in your favor. This is actually from Reuters. The finance guy on Arise TV. So he's speaking to that space as well. It says, see what happens when you reduce subsidy and price appropriately. Electricity subsidy this year was estimated at 2 trillion naira. Band A has improved revenue for discos. Supply creeping up too. Discos revenue Q1 2024, 291 billion. Q2, this is almost a double your money day. Q2, 431. So, so long as there's a commensurate improvement in electricity supply, then I'm not sure that people can quibble too much. All right. So let's go on to the videos, and then if anybody wants a conversation, I'm not going to push it aggressively, but oh yes, people have started reposting us on Twitter. So we've only started tagging on Twitter, by the way. So yes, repost us on Twitter as expansively as you can. So I just picked that up as I was working through. So yes, let's do the videos. Let's do the videos, and then we'll take it from there. So let's do the videos. Let's do the videos. Yeah, now you sabi that one, no, Niger man. Now you sabi what right? Those are your words, not mine. Yes. All right. I see Prince has actually joined Ayo in the super chat space. So we need 3 more people joining them. We usually expect a complement of 5 super chats. So that's Ayo kicking it off, and that's Prince picking it up. So Prince actually, Prince is according to his own definition, is a supremely wealthy man, but according to his super charts, he may well be your average Joe. Uh, so yes. And by the way, I was only joking, Prince. Even if, but I want that. You see what Prince super chatted there. I'd rather that was the minimum bar. So anybody looking to super chat below that um 5 whatever it is, don't even do it, because it gets so much derisory. So don't deride. If that has to be the baseline, 5 units of whichever currency and then upwards. Otherwise, don't do it. Don't start super chatting. Don't do super chat lower than that figure. That's just what I'm saying. I'm not being silly, but it's silly if you did. So rather not than try to deride. Don't be derisory. So let me send the link if anybody wants to come in. Somebody is asking me to send it. Let's see, where's the link? Yendeba. I'm still looking forward to more Yendeba from Wiki and Kubara, but I'm deliberately staying away from that Wiki. I just tire of it. It's just tedious. Bada, just noise making from the creeks, all charged up on Sapele water, and it never changed. Those people, those are Asari Dokubo types, but yeah, let's go to the clips. Where do I want to start it from? Let me start it from an evergreen. This first clip right here, and it's not even me poking at anyone, but at this clip right here, I think because there is only so much space for however many clips in the studio. So sometimes when I play the clips, I delete a lot of them just to be able to bring in a new set of clips for another session. But this clip that I'm about to play you now, I don't think I'll ever be deleting it, because it's an evergreen. It's an evergreen. It's one of the funniest things that I've yet seen within the Nigerian political space. It's deliciously funny. And the presenter, when I play the clip now, I want you to pay attention to the presenter, because she could barely contain herself. The incredulity of what she was having to listen to. She's the most professional of all of the journalists in Nigeria, by the way. She's the preeminent premier Nigerian journalist. She's the best we have to offer. And even she could not contain herself at the ludicrousness of what she was subjected to. But I'm not poking at this guy. This is just for jokes. I don't think anybody. Anyway, let me just play it.
It's my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people, and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Santos meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't.
So there it is right there. There's there's something of the Forrest Gump. Do you remember that film? Who was it? Is that American guy? What's his name again? Whatever his name is, there's something of the Forrest Gump about Peter Obi. It's just some hapless, clueless guy that just happened onto a space that he doesn't even understand. You and I, we know it. What I think is, I know. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so that one is an evergreen. Anyway, that one is always for comedy. But this clip now that I'm about to play you, there's nothing at all comical about it. these are the dark underpinnings of what is going on within the Nigerian space. And some people will tell you that there's just a veneer that covers people's actual intent regarding what is going on in Nigeria. There's just a thin veneer. It's just an overcoat of matte paint that covers that veneers the real intentions of the Nigerian political space. So this is coming out of America, but it's anyway. You will see what I mean when I play it. But this somewhat there's an undercurrent of darkness to this particular play. Watch this.
Guys, so something happened just now. So I went to an African store to buy meat pie. Usually we buy 2 pieces for $5. Though it's been a while I bought. So when I got there today, with a couple of other things, then he said, oh, the meat pie is now $6. I was like, oh, really? That why? That things it is so expensive now, And it was just like, nobody now vote for Tinubu. And I was like, vote for Tinubu? What's the relationship between voting for Tinubu and the meat pie? Then he went on and on that palm oil, things are so expensive that nobody wants to work for them. That, people are complaining that the roads are bad, that they have a lot of containers that they can't clear. It was just saying a lot of things. That is actually, acceptable. Then he went on and on ranting about how we voted for Tinubu. Then I said, hey, Yoga, because this was actually the second time that I got that type of response in that particular African store. Though I told him that if this should happen the third time, I will put a camera, to his face and actually, talk about this. And at the point, I was not like, share the egg where they buy for here. The meat pie, the butter, the oil, everything, the flour, where we say now here, now they buy them. That what is the relationship with Tinubu? I got angry. I had to switch. Because I was just like, why? Because Nigerians, we have this culture. If you want to explain, oh, madam, oil is expensive. We all know, we all buy from the same place. We know how expensive things are lately. But why, for crying out loud, why will you associate the governance, the Nigerian president, to what is obtainable here?
So there it is right there. There seems to be somewhat there seems to be a culture of bullying somewhat emerging within the Nigerian space. We've even had panelists appear on the screen to tell us that being almost assaulted physically as they go about their business. Nobody will not put them there. Nobody will not put them there. So it must stop. People free will to vote as they feel. And whatever the consequences of those votes are, it is a burden or a gift that is either enjoyed or suffered by everyone. So this culture of bullying, it must stop. Let me just go on to the next one. It is not often that I agree with Nnamdi Kanu on anything. In fact, there's very little about Nnamdi Kanu that I find especially agreeable. But there was one phraseology that Nnamdi Kanu often uses that is very difficult to argue against. Do you understand? I think you know the phrase. There is one phraseology that the first son of Umar here, Nnamdi Kanu, that he often uses that is very difficult to argue against, rather. So very difficult to argue against it. You know it, of course, the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. There is very little argument that counterweights that phrase. Nigeria is a zoo and the people there are animals. Yes, I said it. Nigeria is a zoo and the people who live therein, with the exception of my own personal family, of course, and the people who live therein, they are animals. Yes, Nigeria is a zoo, and I have proof. Watch this.
They say Nigeria no good, Nigeria no good. Now same Nigerians, they buy Nigeria. Now same Nigeria. If you are abroad, you want to come here to invest, think twice, save your money there, don't come here. I just opened Amala place. 50 people working, making money from there. They chop it in 5 months. I spent 105 million to set it up just to create more job. They finish it in 5 months because they know I'm not always around. I have a farm in Ibadan. Before I traveled last month, Fulani henchman brought his cows. They chop all of my cassava. When we carry our reach station, they offer 40,000 for 8 million worth of investment for the same country where we did. So, now think of it. My estate in Abuja, 26 tenants. Out of the 26 tenants, I've been able to remove 4 by removing their roof. 21 is still there. They are hiding in court. They say let court give 2 years rent. They are owing. Wicked nation. I don't think refinery can work. I don't think anything can work in this part of the world because the people that lives there, self-centered, evil people. I believe before December, petrol service should be 1,500 to 2,000. It is good for them.
All right. So there it is right there. I was saying Nigeria is a zoo, and the people who live there, only one set of creatures live in a zoo, don't they? So if Nigeria is a zoo, then by extension, the people therein, with the exception of my family, they are animals. You know, they have to be. The guy invested 150 million naira in a working establishment. You know, if you're not on the ground in Nigeria, then forget any idea that you're doing any sort of business there. They will destroy you. They will destroy you. You know, the guy invested 150 million naira in an establishment, and within five months, they destroyed him. Invest in a farm, the Fulani herdsmen have other ideas, they destroyed him. Invest in properties, the tenants have another idea, they destroy him. Nigeria is a zoo, and the people therein are animals. Nigeria is a zoo, and the people therein are animals. But let me take you to now this next clip that I'm about to play you. It's not a recent clip, and it's not even to contemporary politics. It's a long-standing clip that speaks to a deep malaise. There's an argument being presented by this guy, but after you've gotten over the indignant rage of what he's saying, then apply logic to what he is saying, because there is a method to the madness, and there might well be science behind it. This guy presents an argument to tell you that all of the oil in the Niger Delta space actually belongs to the north. And this argument, quite compelling. Watch this.
At the Northern Leaders Conference, one of the lead speakers, Alhaji Usman Bugaje, raised a controversial issue on the ownership of the nation's crude oil domiciled majorly in the Niger Delta. According to him, it's wrong for any state to claim that it's oil producing because 72% of the total landmass in the country belong to the north, and that by the United Nations law, it's only the north that actually has the right to claim ownership.
How Nigeria's leaders should think.
There is no oil producing state. The only oil producing state is the Nigerian state itself. Because the investment came from the Nigerian state, the territory belongs to the Nigerian state, and whatever mileage you get in the sea, according to the United Nations law of the sea, is a measure of the landmass that you have. That is what gives you the mileage into the sea. If you have a small landmass, you get a small cut of the sea. And the landmass of this country, we know, that gives us that long 200 miles or nautical miles or more into the ocean, is because of that 72% of the landmass of this country, which is the north. So what they claim is the offshore oil is actually the oil of the north. If anybody should own it, it's the north. So we should stop using these terms that have no sense at all. There are no oil producing states. It is only the Nigerian state that produces oil.
So there is the argument, and now here is the logic. It may be warped logic, but it's logic nevertheless. So it starts at the United Nations. So what this guy is saying here is that the complement of however much people a country can take as their territory. Let me start again. It starts from the United Nations, and the argument is that the stipulations of the United Nations is that however much of sea you want to claim as part of your national territory is dependent on the land mass of that territory. So for the purposes of example, let's just use a simple analogy. So let's say, for instance, your country is 10 miles long. So, and the United Nations stipulations then says that you can claim 70% of your total land mass seaward. So if your country is 10 miles long, then you can claim 7 miles into the sea as part of your national territory, and anything outside those 7 miles is international waters. That's very simplistic, but that captures the essence of what the man is saying. So now what is telling us there in that argument is that the offshore oils, and the abundance of Nigeria's oil is offshore, by the way, the offshore oil that Nigeria claims as its own is as a result of the and 70% of Nigeria is in the north, by the way, is as a result of the nautical miles that Nigeria can claim into the sea. And those nautical miles that Nigeria can claim into the sea are as a result of the vastness of the northern space. So by extrapolation and projecting and whatever abracadabraing is landed then on the logic that the Niger Delta oil belongs to the north. What logic, but logic nevertheless? What logic, but logic nevertheless? So what logic, but logic nevertheless? So going from what logic to no logic at all, it's a brain of vast space. You know, it's a brain of vast space. AVERSE, a brain of vast space. We're going into the rather murky waters of Aisha Yesufu and those sort of spaces, the excesses of those. You know, they said never let facts get in the way of a true story, of a good story. Never let facts get in the way of a good story. So if you hold that in your thoughts as an abiding principle, that is the only way you can digest spaces like Aisha Yesufu and a lot of the screechy, squealy, howling places that we have all over social media. Never let facts get in the way of a good story. But this guy now, he could not abide it anymore, and he felt the need to respond to Aisha. Watch this.
I actually have tried to give Aisha Yusuf a credit for her diatribe she spewed on her YouTube channel. She got famous because of the Bring Back Her Girls initiative, and ordinarily one would have thought that for someone like that, who worked closely with Obia's secrecy, she'll be more responsible to having facts before going on her YouTube channel to spew nonsense. First and foremost, I watched what she said about the Senate president. Akpabio made an honest statement. He said clearly that there was brain drain and we had over 22,000 medical professionals in America. Nobody does not understand that inflation is at a very high level in the country and that times are hard. There's unemployment and the petroleum prices are increasing, which they have said they would intervene. And certainly everybody recognizes how difficult things are. But in the midst of it, he just made an honest call that, look, we should place country over finance. That did not call for such defamatory statements from Aisha Yusuf. He's a slave, he's a thug, he should be in prison. His sickness suddenly disappeared once he became the Senate president. His EFCC files has disappeared. He's always approving funds for Tinubu after he has finished spending. He allows anticipatory spending. He bought SUVs for the senators, forgetting that these SUVs were also bought for members of the House of Rep who some of them are also members of the Labour Party, and the clerk of the National Assembly is in charge of the budget. He has built streetlights with 200 million, one streetlight, one borehole with 200 million. He has inserted billions into the budget. How can she reconcile all these defamatory statements? Does she have the facts to prove all this? Certainly, I don't believe Aisha Yusuf has any scintilla of facts to prove all those things she has uttered from her mouth. And some of her gullible followers and some of her fans who really believe in her will take all these stories, hook, line, and sinker. It's a shame, Aisha Yusuf. Shame on you, because I actually thought better of you. But certainly, you maybe hold your peace if you don't retract your statements on exactly you have your day in court. Because you can't continue to just think that you have authority of spewing nonsense from your mouth or causing.
So there it is right there. So it's a completely brainless space. Those sort of spaces, just wild lanes from the you know. Sometimes I don't know. A lot of you would have watched Game of Thrones. They're like those creatures from the deepest depths of the back of beyond. You know, the ones with the bulgy eyes and caked face, all with goo. They're like creatures from the deepest depths of the back of beyond, just screeching and howling. You know who Aisha reminds me of? It reminds me of this woman called H.O. that hops around all of these platforms. No different, just wild, debased, the thought-free sort of. Anyway, let's just leave all that. I don't even mind the argument, but let it cohere in some manner. Let's have some sort of coherence to some of these things that they just howl all manners of anything and everything, and the raw meat eaters that follow all of this type of elements, they gobble it up like ravenous beasts, you know. Anyway, let's leave all those spaces, but let's still stay within the prisms of the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. So a lot of you may have seen the clip of Nnamdi Kanu protesting for the Nigerian state in front of the Nigerian embassy about 10 years ago now. So when they were still fresh-faced and full of hope. So we saw those clips, and then he transmuted into what he is now. But it is not only Nnamdi Kanu that does a 360 to now land in the opposite of where he once was. All of it dollar-driven, of course, is now mini-me, the mini-me of Nnamdi Kanu, who is now trying to replicate as he was, is no different from Nnamdi Kanu. Here is Simon Ekpa back in the day.
For those of you who do not understand the consequences, or who may not know the consequences of this boycotting of the election that you people are preaching everywhere, this means that you want the man who have proscribed your organization, who have proscribed you and tagged you a terrorist group, you want this man to continue for the next 4 years.
So there it is right there. So that's Simon Ekpa, just as early as the Buhari administration urging people to go out and vote. So there it is, and he's now transmitted, of course, now saying there's no such thing as Nigeria now. He's now the prime minister of some internet country that he has now created. So there it is. So that just shows you the level of seriousness or lack thereof that you should be giving to spaces like that. Still staying with the theme of a zoological republic. I'm not even going to prefix this with any narrative. I'll just play you this this clip, but your jaw will drop in consternation.
Yes.
So they've now perfected bribery and corruption in Nigeria to such an extent that they don't even stop the vehicles anymore to do what you carry. I'll at least work for the money. The vehicles don't even stop. The driver leans out, he stretches his hand out. They don't even make eye contact. That's the sophistry. That's how, that's well oiled. The bribery, unbelievable stuff. But then, of course, the Zoological Republic, still staying with the Zoological Republic. This is the last one from the zoo that we'll be playing tonight. This is another creature from the zoo.
This is a road safety officer in my car. I don't know what is in my car. I don't know. You people should ask him to leave my vehicle. Okay, come down. I've stopped. Okay. Sir, come down from my vehicle. Come down from my vehicle. Okay, come down from my vehicle. Okay. Maybe I have to go to the police station. I don't know. He's not coming down. Maybe I have to take it to the station. I don't know. I don't know why it's not coming down from my car.
And there it is right there. The Zoological Republic of Nigeria, according to Nnamdi Kanu. According to Nnamdi Kanu, the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. So the Zoological Republic of Nigeria, I think I have two more clips to play to you. So both of them, the sum total, not more than 5 minutes. So I'll play you this first one, which is about 3 minutes and a bit. And then the last one will be the progress report on the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, Tinubu's marquee project for his 8-year term. But first, before we get to assessing the progress of that, let's have a watch of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, today, petrol is selling across Nigeria for an average of 1,000 naira per litre. Value-added tax is climbing to 10%, according to latest news from the government. Inflation is above 30%. The naira is exchanging at 1,650 naira. But one thing is certain, Nigerians will adjust. The Nigerian ability to adjust to pain is mysterious. And that's all we do. We adjust. It's our blessing and our curse. It's the thing that makes us able to thrive in any part of the world and come out on top in comparison to other people around us. But yet, it is our biggest curse. It's the curse that makes us find excuses to understand why we continue to suffer, no matter how bad it is. That curse will make you adjust and never actually demand an end to your suffering. If the great Fela Kuti was alive today, he would have made another suffering and smiling song, if you remember. A remix will be due in 2024. Now, those elected into office are not bothered because you are Nigerian and you will adjust. Those elected into government will continue to gather so much so they never get to feel your pain. They will stay in government and fund a life of dreams for their families, send their children to school abroad, buy houses abroad, even buy new citizenships for themselves in choice countries around the world. But you, the average Nigerian, who stood in the rain and sun to vote these people into office, you will adjust. Yes, you will. Your earnings will remain the same year after year and tenure after tenure. Your salary and your earnings will remain the same or even lose value to inflation. But the Nigerian in you will adjust. Some will even have time to be tribal bigots while they adjust. You will have time and mental space to know who is Yoruba and who is Igbo and who is Fulani and who is from Abakaliki. But the Nigerian spirit in you will never actually say enough is enough. Instead, you will adjust. There's nothing like being pushed to the wall for the average Nigerian. The average Nigerian will move from eating 3 meals a day to eating twice and to even eating once a day if you're fortunate enough. And the average Nigerian will convince himself that they don't even need to eat that much because you are busy. Yes, you will adjust. And a few months later, you will be pushed again to the wall with new taxes. The wall in Nigerian context is elastic, so you never really fight back because there's always space for you to make adjustments to more suffering. There's space. In the last few weeks, there have been stories of dozens murdered or kidnapped in Sokoto and Zamfara state. Those lives are not less important than the lives in other parts of Nigeria. And we all know that our government is failing in its most important task, the security of lives and property. Businesses are failing. Nigerians can't afford food or transportation. But as our fellow Nigerians mourn their loved ones in Sokoto and Zamfara and some of all those states, and as Nigerians are introduced to new taxes and the most expensive petrol in our history, once again, we will adjust and adjust and adjust. Because that's all we do and is what we are good at. Good morning, Nigerians.
All right. So That clip is not actually that dissimilar to what that guy was referencing regarding Aisha Yesufu. Those are I see those sort of clips, those sort of commentaries by that guy. I see them as no more than raw meat to the carnivores. Raw meat to the carnivores. So the argument that guy is presenting right there, you describe that as a non sequitur. It doesn't follow through. That's essentially what that means. It's a non sequitur. So now he's arguing that Nigerians will adapt no matter how much hardship is vested on them. So Nigerians will adapt no matter how much hardship is vested on them. But Nigerians are not actually adapting, they are adjusting. So what they are adjusting to are the vagaries of the economic realities of contemporaneous times. Not even contemporaneous times. They are actually having to, for the first time, have to adjust to the vagaries of economic realities. So, and that's just what is going on. So they are not, if they don't have the adjustment room, then they would not be able to adjust. So that is to tell you then that for all of the reforms and changes going on within that country, and the people are able to insulate it, that is to tell you then that there was scope for that insulation. And if there was scope for that insulation, then that would have told that would then tell you then that the life that the Nigerian citizenry have been living all the way through was never a life that was realistic nor sustainable. You know, so they are adjusting only because there is room for that adjustment. You know, and nothing more. And these are the economic realities now. There's a global hike in food. Nigeria is not an island; it's not insulated. There's an over subsidization of fuel in the country, which was never sustainable. The naira was a corrupt space in relation to international currencies. That was never sustained. What if you don't even know the true value of your currency, then how do you know the true worth of your economy? That is what is going on. So those are the vagaries of realities, and those are the adaptations. So Nigerians will make the adaptation, they will make the necessary adjustments, and the government will guide them through adapting to a different way of being. But that different way of being is a more sustainable way of being, because it's vested on surer footing than what previously obtained. And that is a more coherent or a more realistic narration of where we are, rather than that raw meat to the carnivore that you hear from elements like that. So raw meat to the carnivores by elements like that. Raw meat to the carnivores, and one of our escape routes, by the way, is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, which is what is going to propel that country to the stratosphere. So let's check the progress report on that.
Hi guys, welcome to my channel. My name is Bola, and today I'll be showing you some other section of the ongoing Lagos-Calabar Road project. Right now I am in a village called Igbogu. This village is towards Odeomi, which is the boundary within Lagos and Ogun State, and the road construction has gotten to this level. So I'll be showing you what is actually happening within this area for the Lagos-Calabar Road project. So guys, follow me and let me give you the update of what is happening right here at Igbogu and Odeomi on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, which means the road is gradually moving towards Ogun State. this should be part of the section 2 of the road project, because the section 1 is actually stopping towards the Lekki Free Trade Zone, and this place have already moved past the Lekki Free Trade Zone. So guys, let me show you the area view and show you what is actually happening on the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway in this area.
So there it is right there. That's the progress report on the Lagos Calabar Expressway, which is fast progressing at a dizzying rate. Fast progressing at a dizzying rate. So I'll play the Kegite music in a moment. I'll send the link to the studio if anybody wants a conversation. But before any of that, let me again bring to your notice. We have a guest joining us later on today. Dr. Kenny Adenugba, which I've been telling you about for the past couple of days now. So today is the day, later on today, 10 p.m. UK time, is going to speak to us about all of these matters that we gather to speak about on a daily basis. So here is the link to that session. Go bookmark it. The Nigerian situation, a conversation with Dr. Kenny Adenugba, strategic analyst, public thinker. So let me give you a little flavor of our guest. In case some of you may not know who he is, maybe you've been living under a rock and you don't know who Dr. Kenny Adenugba is. So this is a Dr. It's a regular panelist on most upscale media platforms, and here he is appearing on one of those upscale media platforms. So the gentleman that is the guest on this particular panel that I'm about to play you now is going to be our guest later on today.
I think we are too quick to judge as a people. And like I've said over and over again, I think we must understand the fact that life is about process. And we don't want to, I think our pain threshold is getting thinner every day. And we must understand the place of pain, process, and progress. Because at the end of the day, that's why we say no pain, no gain. I mean, we're coming from somewhere. People must have that understanding that whatever is going on.
So that's going to be our guest on Thursday, Dr. Kenny Adenugba, that's his name. So I'm excited. So should you be as well. So I'm excited, as you should be as well. I'm equally excited for our other guest coming on Thursday. Nothing at all to do with politics, but it is a space that we've been looking to delve into for quite a while now. But we've been looking then for that person that has some sort of expertise in that space. And I think we found at the very top of the food chain in that space. On Thursday, we're going to be joined by Erelu Tunwashe. She's an Ifa devotee and a globally renowned Ifa proponent. She's a direct blood lineage to Alaafin Shogo. So you don't get more royal than that. She'll be coming to talk to us about Ifa, the Yoruba divination system. So Ifa, a Yoruba divination, a conversation with Erelu Tunwashe. So I'll send a link to that one as well, so you can go bookmark that one as well. So it's going to be quite an epic week on your One Mind Wins to More platform. So where's that one? Where's the link to that one? Yes, I'll send the link momentarily. I had them all lined up. Where is it? All right. Actually, this is the one to Dr. Kenny. I think I sent the wrong link right there. So this is the one to Dr. Kenny, who is appearing later on today. So go bookmark that one. And then this next one is the one for Erelu Tunwashe. So go bookmark that one. So go bookmark that one and get your senses dialed to excited as we bring you these two epic guests. And by the way, if you know anyone that you'd like to appear on the platform, just shoot me details on our Instagram, and we'll make the arrangement. If I have anybody's phone number, often instances I'm able to persuade them to make an appearance. So I'm going to now send the link to the studio for anybody that wants to join. So you can come into the studio. So this now the link to the studio, and then after that we play the Kegite music, and then we see what happens next. So there is the link right there. So let's remove Erelu Tunwashe. So we remove Erelu Tunwashe from the screen, and then we play the Kegite music.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. There's actually a piece of news coming through just as we were in the course of the session. It looks as though they may well be preferring charges against Alan Oyema, CEO Air Peace in the United States. United States government ramp up $20 million fraud charges against Air Peace CEO Alan Oyema. The United States government has piled more charges on the earlier $20 million bank fraud case against Alan Oyema, the CEO of Air Peace, as the Nigerian businessman continues to elude trial in an American court in the last 5 years. Although Mr. Oyema, founder of the major Nigerian airline, has denied wrongdoing, he has been wanted in the United States over the bank fraud charges pending against him and a co-defendant at the District Court for Northern District of Georgia in Atlanta since 2019. On October the 8th, 2024, they were both charged in a superseding indictment alleging an additional count of obstruction of justice and one count of conspiracy to obstruct justice. The U.S. Attorney Office, Northern District of Georgia, said in a statement on Friday. The office said Mr. Oyema is accused of obstruction of justice for submitting false documents to the government in an effort to end an investigation of him that resulted in earlier charges of bank fraud and money laundering. Prosecutors said he submitted false documents to the United States Authority in 2019 in an effort to stop the investigation and unfreeze his bank account regarding the alleged $20 million bank fraud. Ejirogbena Egbeaga, the airline's chief administration and the airline's chief of administration and finance, accused of participating in the alleged obstruction scheme as well as in the earlier bank fraud counts, is Mr. Oyema's co-defendant in the case. After allegedly using his airline company as a cover to commit fraud in the United States banking system, Oyema, alongside his co-defendant, allegedly committed additional crimes of fraud in a failed attempt to derail the government's investigation of his conduct. The statement quoted U.S. Attorney Ryan K. Buchanan. Right. Correspondents reported that Mr. Oyema remained wanted in the United States after an alleged conspirator in the $20 million bank fraud case was sentenced by an American court in September 2022. In the decision, the U.S. District Court sentenced Ebony Mayfield, an American woman, to 3 years probation for her roles in helping to facilitate the alleged fraud. She escaped the prison sentence because she pleaded guilty early before her trial began. Her lawyer also anchored her plea for probated sentence on the grounds that she was remorseful and cooperated with the government during the investigation. They also said she benefited little from the alleged fraud, with Ms. Mayfield confessing that she received only a total of $20,000 for her role in the alleged conspiracy between 2016 and 2018. CEO co-defendant on the run. Whilst Ms. Mayfield was battling with her trial, Masas Oyema and Egega were on the run from the charges and arrest warrants. The United States government named Masas Oyema and Egega in the 36 charges of conspiracy, money laundering, bank fraud, credit application fraud, and identity theft filed against them on the 19th of November 2019. American authorities obtained court warrants for the arrest of the two men in the United States and Canada, where parts of the suspected proceeds of the fraud were said to have been moved. Did Alan Oyema not just secure landing rights in America? So the two don't rhyme together. Earlier, before filing the charges, Russell Vineyard, a magistrate, pardon me. Earlier, before filing the charges, Russell Vineyard, a magistrate at the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia, on the 5th of September 2019, issued a corresponding warrant of arrest for Masas Oyema and Egeka in Canada. In another arrest warrant issued on the 19th of November 2019, Justin Anand, an American magistrate of the same court, ordered the United States Marshal Service to take them into custody. Both men have succeeded in evading arrest by the American and Canadian authorities since then. But U.S. authorities arrested Ms. Mayfield on the 7th of June 2019. In December 2019, they charged her with signing and submitting fake documents to help Mr. Oyema to facilitate the $20 million fraud between May 2016 and February 2018. She subsequently pleaded guilty and was sentenced in September 2022. Superseding indictments. The United States government has now filed a superseding indictment in the nearly 5-year-old case, introducing 2 additional counts, bringing to 38 the total number of counts now pending against Mr. Oyema and his co-defendant. United States authority accused Mr. Oyema of moving suspicious funds from Nigeria to American bank accounts between 2017 and 2018, with the funds allegedly disguised as being meant to be used to purchase an aircraft. Mr. Oyema and his co-defendant, Mr. Egega, allegedly organized the fraud by applying for export letters of credit for the transfer of funds from a Nigerian bank account to the bank account of Mr. Oyema's Atlanta, Georgia-based firm, Springfield Aviation LLC, between 2016 and 2019. The defendant, according to the United States prosecutors, applied for the funds purportedly for the purchase of aircraft by Airpeace from Springfield Aviation. So this is the usual money laundering, money round tripping deals. So you set up a shell company in the abroad, you have somewhat of a shell company in the Nigeria, you invoice your Nigerian company from your abroad company, and then you use that to funnel money. So that seems to be that old scheme that that Oyema stands accused of. Mr. Oyema and his co-defendant, Mr. Agega, allegedly organized the fraud by applying for export letters of credit for the transfer of funds from a Nigerian bank account to the bank account of Mr. Oyema's Atlanta, Georgia-based firm, Springfield Aviation LLC, between 2016, 2017. The defendants, according to the United States prosecutors, applied for the funds purportedly for the purchase of aircraft by Airpeace from Springfield Aviation. So Airpeace, owned by Alain Oyema, Springfield, owned by Alain Oyema. So it's at best a money rounding, round tripping scheme. That's what that sounds like. So he invoices himself to then procure that money out of Nigeria into the United States. So that's what they're alleging. Both Airpeace, a major Nigerian commercial airline, and the United States Springfield Aviation are owned by Mr. Oyema. So exactly what I thought. Prosecutors also said the aircraft referenced in each of the export letters of credit sent to the American banks was never owned or sold by Springfield. So it's essentially just, it's a bit like they do in the oil subsidy thing. They literally just invoice and get paid without even bringing any oil into the Nigerian space. So it's along those shuffling paper round frauds is essentially what Oyema is accused of. Prosecutors also said the aircraft referenced in each of the export letters of credit say, and it doesn't anyway. And somebody has pleaded guilty, by the way. So this is not even some fake, but it's coming out of America. Prosecutors also said the aircraft referenced in each of the export letters of credit sent to the American banks was never owned or sold by Springfield Aviation. They said the defendant made false statements and reports and willfully overvalued property to influence the actions of the American banks. Mr. Egiga was said to have sent the false documents, including fabricated purchase agreements, bills of sale, and valuation documents to Miss Mayfield to sign and submit to the respective banks in support of the letter of credit or letters of credit. Mr. Oyema had engaged Miss Mayfield, who was at various times a bartender, restaurant waitress, and a nightclub dancer in also just a chick that he used to sample when he's in America. He's now gotten into trouble. Mr. Oyema had engaged Miss Mayfield, who was at various times a bartender, restaurant waitress, and nightclub dancer in 2016 to act as a manager of Springfield Aviation and enter into contract on the firm's behalf. Prosecutors said she had no connection to the aviation business outside of her role with Springfield Aviation and had no education, training, or licensing in the review and valuation of aircrafts, including aircraft components. They allege that Mr. Oyema founded and used Springfield Aviation to facilitate large transfers of funds from his Nigerian bank accounts to the United States. Mr. Oyema allegedly moved about $15 million from Springfield Aviation's account with Wells Fargo Bank branch in Atlanta, Georgia, to his personal savings account with the same bank in 27 transactions in 2017. Each of the 27 transactions stands alone as a charge of money laundering. In May 2019, upon discovering that he was under investigation in the Northern District of Georgia for bank fraud, Masas Oyema and Egega allegedly directed the Springfield Aviation manager, Miss Mayfield, to sign a key document contract, but also specifically told her not to date the document. In October 2019, Oyema allegedly caused his attorneys to present the same contract, now falsely dated as being signed on the 5th of May 2016, prior to the bank fraud that began in 2016, to the government in an effort to stop the investigation and unfreeze his bank account. The submission of the alleged false documents forms the basis for the new count of obstruction of justice and one count of conspiracy to obstruct justice in the superseding charges. Allegedly, Oyema and his accomplices fraudulently used the United States banking system in an effort to hide the source of their ill-gotten money, said Assistant Special Agent in charge, Lisa whatever, Inland Revenue Service, Criminal Investigation Atlanta Field Office. Denial. An Airpeace spokesperson in a telephone interview with correspondents on Saturday dismissed the new development in the case as a mere recycling of the same set of allegations. The official said Mr. Oyema's legal team will give a more formal response in due time. Meanwhile, Masas Oyema and Egega had denied the charges in previous press statements, the latest being the one issued through a Nigerian law firm after the court sentenced Ms. Mayfield in September 2022. The statement by A.O. Alagi and Co. law firm was silent on the charges of fraud and money laundering against Mr. Oyema and his co-defendants at the same court where Ms. Mayfield was prosecuted, but they maintained in the press release that the fact that Ms. Mayfield was not given any prison sentence, prison sentence, confinement, or home detention by the court confirmed that there was no fraud in the $20 million deal. They added then that the United States government admitted in court today that no bank suffered any financial loss in this matter. The statement also denied that Mr. Oyema paid Ms. Mayfield $20,000 for her roles in the alleged fraud and insisted that all steps taken in respect of the letter of credit were taken in good faith with legitimate funds. All the aircraft involved were brought into Nigeria and utilized in the operations of Airpeace Limited. There was no victim, there was no loss of funds to any persons, and there was no criminal intent whatsoever. The law firm added that various the law firm added that various law enforcement agencies in Nigeria had reviewed the case and no evidence of criminality was established against them. In the earlier statement he issued, in the wake of unveiling of the charges in November 2019, Mr. Oyema vowed to defend my innocence in the United States court. But despite the vow, Mr. Oyema and his co-defendant have yet to appear before the court to take their plea. So there it is right there. So apparently, allegedly, and if we're to extrapolate and project from this, Oyema probably then a bag man for some big guy. That's essentially what that is saying right there. All right, all right. That's that. Have I played the Kegite music? Did I play the Kegite music? I'm not even sure what I did. But let me just play the Kegite music just to leave just that micro space.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeche. So joining us, Pansat. Let's have a bit of a chin wag with Pansat, and then we'll see what happens next. Even if he's still there, he's been there for a moment. Pansat, you there?
I'm here, even though you went on and on.
Yeah, you know, stylistically, I think this is the style I'm going to. Yeah, I think this is how I'm going to be rolling it now. So yeah, but good to have you here anyway. Always a delight. So that's Pansat, of course. So yeah, good to have you. What are you looking at in the news today? What's caught your attention?
Well, let me first say hello to you and the platform, all the participants. They're gonna come in as far as they see me here now. They'll be all over the place.
That's some brisky. What is that? Your brisky friend again?
Hold on, let me take a minute. 1 second.
All right. So that's Pansat, of course, who's rescued somewhat of a conversation for the session. We'll send the link again. See if anybody wants to if anybody wants to take on Pansat. Not very many people do want to take on Pansat. So don't let me be the only one having to contend with Pansat's psychedelic view of the world. A little bit of Bula Balu and a heavy dose of Bulaba. You know, a little bit of Bula Balu and a heavy dose of Bulaba. If Pansat was
okay, I'm right here. Sorry about that.
If Pansat was a soup, it would be a Alasekwa, but our rational mind is not here. So yeah. Let's kick it off.
Yeah, let's start with your last 10 there. That was a breaking news with Oyema, and you reading that out loud.
No, it's not actually breaking news. It's an addendum to an already ongoing situation. So additional charges are on top of the charges that is already leveled against him in America.
Right. We don't know the facts about all that, so it's going to come to light. The jurisdiction that this is taking place is a trustworthy jurisdiction. If Oyema broke the law, he should pay for it. No sacred cows. But they shouldn't try their case in the media.
I'm surprised you say that. Usually you run to tribe.
To do what? Oh, no. You see,
you run to tribe usually.
Yeah. No, I don't. You're the one who, something like that shouldn't warrant maybe a couple of lines, but you're reading it out of tribe. So because you did that, then I have to say the following, right? See,
in the case, when cases are brought up against people, it really doesn't connote the underlying stigma that you're trying to portray, right? For example, somebody as progressive as far as in the Southwest, for progressive social legislations and everything, like Chief Jeremiah Obafemi Oyeniyi Awolowo. He was convicted, charged for sedition, and jailed for 10 years, right? I hope you know that. So to all of us, especially people from your section of the country, they know it's political. They know it's political. So charging somebody like what Nigeria is doing with United States competing in the airline industry, what we should do as Nigerians, knowing our son, now that includes you, Oyema, one of our sons, it's a decent human being, a good businessman, and he's competing, and they want to take it over, keep having us fly foreign airlines. It just could be American or especially British, I will suspect, even though they use America to do it, trying to thwart and destroy his business. So in perpetuity, we're going to be subject to foreign airlines and foreign stuff. So that's the spirit. Now, what makes a guy like me come in and then try to balance it out is reminding you of Awolowo's seditious act. Which is not a big deal.
It's not even anything to do with Awolowo. It's not and by the way, everybody, as I say, everybody, myself certainly, I'm on board with Oyema,
Right.
especially his battle with the exploitative airline system that's been just bleeding us for years, and his battle with the British space that they've gone to put him in some porter cabin just to frustrate his business. So I'm riding alongside Festus Kiyamo with that, because it's a battle that must be won.
Yes.
It's a similar battle to what Dangote is fighting, actually. The international top end, they want to keep us in perpetuity of that dependency. And
Exactly.
elements like Oyema, Dangote, etc., they're punching through, and we have to hold our fist with them. But this is a story it's been bubbling in the ether for so long. So that's just the latest.
I was just dealing with the stigma. That's it, and we agree on that. Let them charge him the court. He has due process rights. If he's convicted, then we'll go from there. For right now, allegations. You could, like one DA said in America, you can indict a ham sandwich, right? So now let's talk about a more serious issue, which you featured a few minutes ago, about the oil in the South belonging to Northerners because of what they call their land mass, right? So that gentleman, Osman Bogaje, I think that's how you say that name, Bogaje, Honorable Osman Bogaje.
I'm not one to correct anybody on names, but as you know, I'm notoriously bad with names. But
No,
yeah, carry on.
You try. So that guy, obviously, is using robust sophistry in making that argument. Now he's a very smart guy. I've listened to some of his criticism of this current administration, and he justifies it by saying that he also criticized Buhari when he was in office, right? So, but in this case, he's using sophistry to make his case. What is sophistry? Trickery, deviousness, deceit, dishonesty, and you should not give him much credence, because obviously he's just talking nonsense, right? There's nothing like that. Even when what he's saying about the land mass, if you look at north, the way we use it back home is colloquial. Like me, when I was back home, or even now when I discuss with my people, we South Easterners, Biafrans, when we talk about the North, we're talking about Muslims, Northern Muslims, especially those who won't go to school, right? North is not, for example, Kaduna. When we really get down to business, there are elements of Kaduna that are northern, but a bunch of it is either central Nigeria or It's South Christians. So when you're talking about maybe Borno, we'll give them that. It's all the way in the northeast. You know, when you talk about northern Nigeria, it's like Sokoto there, Zamfara them, Katsina them, Kano to a certain degree. When you just talk about indigenous people there are a lot of others in Kano, just like Lagos. So when he's talking nonsense about because of land mass, the 200 nautical miles that's customary. I know that Russia and United States violate that because they're big dogs, right? So when he's talking that nonsense that our oil in the South belongs to the Northerners, it's nothing but nonsense. Nobody should even respond to that because he's lucky we're in a democratic setting, like I said. That's why somebody like that would say something like that and get away with it, right? So you yourself, there's something I notice about you. Once a Northerner says something, right? You are enamored because you have that soft bigotry of low expectations. You know there are not that many of them out there. As in this platform, you don't get to see a lot of them. Maybe there's a couple hiding in the comment section, like a Mini, whatever. I forgot his name now. So when they say something, you just enamored that he's not gonna say something that is at least legible. But you still have to call a spade a spade. This particular issue about
are you saying a woman is a coded bigot?
yeah, what he's just he is a bigot, but not in this classic sense. What he is that he expects so little from them, which you and I don't share. We know that as you know, they have their share. They have people who also went to school there, who are smart there. But to one man, they are so bad.
No, I think it's quite the contrary, actually. You know, the Northerners don't often speak, but when they do speak, they speak with clarity. You may agree or disagree. Yeah, they speak with clarity now. They do.
See? What I'm saying is that that is in your mind. They don't speak. A lot of Northerners who say anything, it's gonna be very seldom would they Northerner say something smart, because they just made in that position they're in. They're in the position where, when at an intersection, they inherited, they're bequeathed with a backward tradition. Their religion has not gone through the transformation that the Christians went through. You know that if there wasn't the reformation of the 1600s in the Christendom, right, it would be a horrible religion. So the Islamic religion has to go through the same thing. It's an anachronistic religion. So those who try to embrace Western tradition culture by going to school, say a doctor or a lawyer or a scientist, right? It doesn't jive with what he inherited and his people. So they're always in a position to try to make the two work, and it cannot work. So when they talk, they're
trying very, very hard to alienate my northern audience, the one or two that I may have.
Okay, can I interject for a quick one?
Yeah, come in, Prince, rescue us.
Yeah, let's. If I heard what you read out, one man, regarding the man that spoke, how he defined the land mass in relationship with the extraction of the crude oil. See, I mean, I can understand truly. I get at one point in time, the crude oil was being extracted from the actual land of the South people, right? Did that ever happen? Because we know about Cancer, we were, and the pollution that occurred in the waters and the land. So I'm guessing.
Prince, it still is happening, but this man's argument is under United Nations rule, a country can claim X amount of nautical miles into the sea, depending on the land mass of the size of that country. So what he's saying is that the offshore oil that Nigeria claims as its own and the South claims as theirs is as a result of the land mass that the North adds to the Nigerian mass which then extends it into where those oils are. And by that extrapolation, he then concludes that the oil is there.
Right. Okay, I heard you right. So yeah, I'm trying to follow that logic, which it makes sense to me. After all, if you're drilling miles away into the sea, okay, um, I mean, I can see how not like they can make a claim to it, right? But as a country, he says Nigerians oil. I think that's what I heard him say. But the notion that I'd like to know what percentage of oil is being drilled on the actual land and offshore, okay, and see how these South states are being compensated the extra derivative funds they get. It sounds quite interesting, actually, something that needs to be looked into. The man, it made a lot of sense. Then it comes again, how do we define? I think you said one man. 70% of the land in Nigeria is the Northerners. Is that right? So that's a large size of land that belongs to the
Okay,
Northerners. If that
I
is
don't think
correct.
you're interjecting. You're making your case, right? So why don't you hold your breath when it comes to you, then you make your case. What the guy says, it's obviously it's controversial. He's saying it's not controversial. That according to our constitution, the grand norm, right, the ownership of natural resources, according to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the ownership of those natural resources is vested in Nigeria state itself, the country. Therefore, to him, the idea that it's an oil-producing state is at variance with that constitution, right? You know our constitution.
I don't think you understand what the man said.
No, let me
He
land
said,
now. You make your case. One man, I don't think I've said anything
you've
different
been
from what the
talking
man.
now. You've been talking
That's
all
the
you want.
case.
Can we
Hold on.
interject you?
I'm saying what the case the man made. He just played it maybe an hour ago, right? He played it here. Okay, so that's what he said here. He's saying that.
Okay, go on. Sorry, go on.
If you want to make your case, don't say you want to interject me by disagreeing with me.
Pastor, can I interject 1 second?
No, hold on. I want one man to rule on that, first of all. One man. I was elucidating what the man said.
Pansat, it can be conversational. There are just about five of us here. Yeah.
It can be conversational, but I am reciting what the man said. I don't think they paid attention to the case the man made, right? What's his name? Prince says we should look at what he said. So I'm saying what he said. He's saying that according to our constitution, ownership of natural resources by, let's say, our oil, cannot be said that a state, one of the states of the union, is an oil producing state. He's saying that oil itself is owned by Nigeria, the state. You read it? Did you even pay attention to what you were reading? Because that's what I understand his argument is. He's saying that
I didn't read it. It was actually a clip. It was a clip.
That's the reason why I'm trying to interject you.
Okay, well, go ahead, because I heard what he said very clearly. Maybe you should play it again. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Well, from what he said is that if we're to share what accrued to Nigeria, the whole of totality, that you're right, the constitution says the oil is vested in the federal government. But if we have to look at the sharing formula, going by the land mass, they should be having 70% of what accrued to Nigeria.
Well, no, the land is 72%.
No, hold on. We understand the land.
Yeah,
it's not the sharing.
Please,
you're not reading between
you're
the
not
lines.
disagreeing with me. That's what he's saying.
Hold on. I beg you, Mansa. You're not reading between the lines. I know you talk about the land mass. We know that. But what he's saying is that if they're to look at it, the thing that accruing to the whole of Nigeria generally, 70% of it from that oil should be to them.
All of it. No, he's saying. Hold on. Okay.
No. That's not what he said.
Let me then make my case, please. I don't know why rational mind don't want me to.
Yes, Pansat, let me just play it again. It's just about 1 minute 40 seconds, so it's not really anything longer than that.
At the Northern Leaders Conference, one of the lead speakers, Alhaji Usman Bugaje, raised a controversial issue on the ownership of the nation's crude oil domiciled majorly in the Niger Delta. According to him, it's wrong for any state to claim that it's oil producing because 72% of the total land mass in the country belong to the North, and that by the United Nations law, it's only the North that actually has the right to claim ownership.
How Nigeria's leaders should think.
There is no oil producing state. The only oil producing state is the Nigerian state itself. Because the investment came from the Nigerian state, the territory belongs to the Nigerian state, and whatever mileage you get in the sea, according to the United Nations law of the sea, is a measure of the landmass that you have. That is what gives you the mileage into the sea. If you have a small landmass, you get a small cut of the sea. And the landmass of this country, we know, that gives us that long 200 miles or nautical miles or more into the ocean, is because of that 72% of the landmass of this country, which is the north. So what they claim is the offshore oil is actually the oil of the north. If anybody should own it, it's the north. So we should stop using these terms that have no sense at all. There are no oil producing states. It is only the Nigerian state that produces oil.
Okay, is it clear now? I was trying to make the case you made.
This is the reason why the Northerners always.
Please,
hold on.
Let's have order.
Hold on a second. Because of the arrogance.
Hold on. Let's have order.
Because of the arrogance that the Northerners.
Let him speak. Pansat, let him speak now. You still have the floor. Let him.
Never gonna let
he just wants to insert a little thought. Let him insert that
make it the last time, Prince.
Yeah, because that's why the Northerners always dominate you guys, especially from the Southeast, because they're so calm and collected and calculating. You're so arrogant. Your favorite word, hubris. What the guy says is quite logical, actually. You always discount these people, and that's why they always rule over you.
So
there's nothing wrong with what he said.
Make the case.
There's no logic in what he said.
What I'm saying, you're preempting me to say something about the issue. It's going to be your turn. You make your case. Okay, so let me go back to what I was saying. I'm almost done here. I have something to do. Now, the case he's making it contravenes even our own Supreme Court rulings. That these things have gone to the Supreme Court. For example, in ELF, Nigeria Limited versus Silo, it's a 1994 case for NWLR, part 350, right? Was argued by Dr. Madiago Oje SAN, who's left us now, but the case persists. That's what you have to go and read all these things. The guy's talking nonsense. The case has been ruled. There's something called riparian rights. That's RIPARIAN. Those people in that riverine areas where you find this oil, they have the rights, including fishing rights and all kinds of rights that belong to them. The disrespect in discussing this thing, and you saw how Prince jumping to Southeast, talking to us anyhow over something that is a Nigerian issue, and then these local people. It has nothing to do with Southeast.
And I think he was speaking to your attitude rather than to the narrative.
No, he says, you listen to what he said. He says, this is why they're dominating us, that we're arrogant and that it's okay. It's not like I don't talk like that. I talk like that too. So I could take it. It's no problem. But what I'm saying is, by law, by our Supreme Court rulings, it is very clear that those oil and all those things belong to those people there. However, they're part of the union. The Nigerian state has a formula where they share it. All this has been challenged, it's gone to courts, right? And it's in our constitution, section 162(2) of the 1999 Constitution as amended. It's evidence of co-ownership of the oil by the people of the Niger Delta and Nigeria. It's in the Constitution itself. Aside from the rulings that I cited now, I'm using citation here. So pay attention to when Prince Daddy talks. He's going to be talking, pulling it out of his ass. He's not going to cite any laws.
Yeah, but you're a lawyer. He doesn't purpose to be one.
I'm not here. I haven't laid this foundation as if I'm a lawyer or not. You should ascertain that from when I talk. Do you understand? So to make it very, very clear that there's been commissions as well. who's ruled on this stuff? The sequestration, ownership rights, those kind of things for the people of the Niger Delta. They're not as smart over there, obviously. Niger Deltans, they sit there. Nigeria came and took their oil. Albeit that they have a sharing formula, but to have the chutzpah, the temerity, to go on television and make the kind of provocative statements that this man is making, right? It has to be stopped. Even internationally, when you look at the EEZ Act, what is that? What does that mean, Prince Daddy? What is the EEZ Act? What's the EEZ Act? He doesn't know. That's Exclusive Economic Zone Act.
That's an acronym now. Why would they know some random acronym?
Well, in order to talk, you have to be vast in what you're going to talk about. It's not about trying to insult Southeasterners. We claim and we show that we are superior to the other Nigerians because of how smart we are. We can demonstrate it. And we have valor, we have courage, and that's no doubt about that. I know that this Prince adopted Nigeria, and I like that. I like Prince. He and I don't disagree much when it comes to international politics, but in order to get along here, he tries to say things that just doesn't make any sense. And he has no experience in what we're talking about here. This is Nigeria we're talking about. It's a cobbled together stuff. It used to be zonal, where you have the eastern zone, you have the western zone, and stuff like that. So eventually they came together.
Can you bring it on?
Please, just 1 minute. Let me go.
You want me to, one man? Do you want me to end my speech on this here?
No. But bring it back to the conversation rather than on our Prince. Yeah.
Okay. So,
Pastor, please just give me 1 minute. Let me go, please.
You have a question or something, or you want to?
Just a question. Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, for example, if North was another country and the South was another country, would the Northerner come from their country and come to another country and say the oil belongs to them?
Abio, and it is another country. It is another country.
No, that's a non-question. That's a non-question. It doesn't even make any sense to ask that question. It's one country.
There's an answer to that question, Prince. If the North was another country, then the oil will be in international waters because the landmass of the South will not be enough to claim that oil.
It's not true. That is not true. Because
so before they discovered the oil in 1956, when it was a regional government, so assuming it was a country then, and they didn't come back, it was a country. So they would not come after many years that it belonged to them, the oil there belongs to them or what. So people should know what we are saying and what we accept.
Okay, so
Prince, that is gonna be your turn very soon.
You keep going around in circle, mention my name, using acronyms that doesn't make any sense just to prove your point. Can somebody just talk and just be more reasonable in the submission? I don't know what you're talking about. You're quoting law. You're quoting law you have no clue about. I know that, and for the fact that I'm not sure how a state in Nigeria can make claims to international water that has natural resources. I mean, I don't get it. So
that's not the claim they're making.
They can. Please, they can.
They also have onshore, not just offshore, right?
Exactly. That's why I was okay. Hold on, Pastor. If you can answer this question, I was trying to get a clarity in terms of what percentage of Nigerian oil comes from offshore and onshore. I'm not disputing if the oil is on their land, because I know in the past when Ken Saro-Wiwa and the rest were protesting against the pollution and the devastation that occurred on their land. I understand that, but we're talking about oil offshore, miles away. I'm not sure how one part of the country would lay claim to it. That's my point, and I thought that's what I was getting from that guy's submission.
Okay. First of all, it's irrelevant, right? The point is that it's much harder to get oil from offshore. So most of Nigerians have been enjoying the onshore, right? That's what we've been enjoying. Now, the other ones, these oil companies, it's all the Northerners can't even rest this stuff from Shell and British companies. They're just insulting Southerners who's been kind to share. It's de jure, it's by law, it's in our constitution, the sharing formula, based on all these settled issues. So if somebody uses sophistry, right, to argue, deviousness, cunning, it's artfulness in making this argument, it's not even worth responding to. It's not worth responding to. It's a fallacious argument, right? Casuistry. And it's done to provoke these Niger Delta areas. Because you have to understand that when they say nobody's going to drill there, they've done it in the past. They could stop you from doing it. That's another thing. It's not just like they're talking and they're at your mercy. They could stop Nigerians from taking their oil. These Mr. Whatever his name is here, he doesn't want me to define him though, because I can. This Osman Bogaji, and I don't know where he wandered from into Nigeria and talking nonsense, insulting a region of our country that's been very patriotic in letting people come and take some of that. We have a sharing formula. It works with international law.
Okay,
But let me go ahead and go to the other issues.
Well, before you move on, you see, I know you like to throw out numbers and stats you have no clue about, and neither did I. I just Googled it right now. It shows in 2004, 2.7% of Nigeria's oil comes from offshore rigs. 2014, hold on, 22.7% in 2004. In 2014, 40% comes from offshore rigs. In 2015, 55% of Nigeria's oil production came from offshore rigs.
That's what I said. I said we've been living off of the oil from onshore. Now, those offshore that you're quoting are already captured by Shell and other multinational corporations. So what is our share from that? Go and see. Look further into those numbers. A lot of those things are not easy to recover. So by the time they get it, we barely get anything out of it. So we're still living off of those things, right? But it's neither here or there. The basis of his argument is flawed. He's saying because northern Nigeria has a certain landmass, so if anybody should lay claim to that oil, that is them in the north. And I brought in my map, and I'm trying to tell you, you see, when we're not playing Monopoly, like right now, I say Biafran, I'm like playing Monopoly, right? So normally when you play Monopoly, you could buy, Nigerians could buy utility. They own rail stations. But then when you don't play Monopoly, then you fold it back and put it back in the box, right? You notice that you don't have a utility. That's what's happening when push comes to shove. At some point, you're gonna find out that we're not landlocked. We own a lot of land and waters over there in the southeast. Because right now we play Monopoly. Okay, you're buying. What are some cities over there you have in the UK that has that in the Monopoly? Marlborough or that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But when you're done playing Monopoly, then we're gonna go back to reality. Then these Northerners are gonna know that they own nothing but that desert and some camel that they're gonna take a shower with the camel dung and fucking their cows. That's all they have. Their cows and their
all right.
Let's go to the next thing so I could conclude.
What next are you going to? Come on.
No, but it's true now. It's true.
It's okay.
Let's go to the next one.
I need to bounce very soon. I'll need to go very soon.
All right. Let me take you to one more. And as you see, Rational Mind doesn't have that much time. So just a short commentary on this one, and then we'll go on to Rational Mind. The House of Rep proposing, even already undergoing its first reading, Bola Tinubu University. So of all of the things that are stands as priority, where does that stand on the priority list?
Yeah, what can I say, right? These people, they're kissing ass, right? The most dangerous ones is like having Tinubu go and buy this Aendo oil company. Nobody's checking those things. naming things for Tinubu and all this kind of stuff. You know, it's a shame. I'm very happy they're doing things like that so that average Nigerian can see. So I'll let Rational Mind handle those kind of simpler topics like that. I'm sure he's not knocking out the park. I just want to stay back so I can.
I have to say that topic, right? You guys don't put on yourself.
Okay, I yield back. Thank you very much. I will
all right,
leave my avatar here. I'll go do a few things. I'll be back for later.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Pastor. So Pastor kicks it off. Rational Mind picks it up. So I don't know where you want to come in, Rational Mind. This Ayedatewa story is turning into a non-story. So already coming out to debunk it. The reps proposing a bill to establish Bola Tinubu University. All of the criticisms that they are getting, they serve up another reason for it. Defense Minister tackles Amechi for asking Nigerians to protest. So yes, Nigerians should protest, but that call should not be coming from someone like Amechi. Surely it's one of the people we're protesting against. So all of that, or whatever else you want to talk about, Rational Mind.
It baffles me. First of all, let me just say hello to our listeners across the world and those of us who have been a long time listeners here on One Man's platform. I want to thank you all and beg some of you to who are yet to subscribe and like the button. Click on that like button and also share. Yeah. So having said that, for me, you see, woman. Let me start with that Ayedatewa matter. When I saw it, I looked at it. The guy speaks like, it looks like him. He kind of talks like him. So I wonder why people are saying that that's not Ayedatewa. But it's still within the realm of people speculating that that is him. Because I've looked at some of the mannerism of that man and mannerism of Ayedatewa. It kind of looks similar. Well, we shall see. People who uploaded that video, because I can see that very day, I mean, the very time when the thing happened, a lot of people brought out their phones. They were just recording. So those people who recorded him, if they know about that incident, they should come online and tell us who that guy is. Is that really Ayedatewa? I mean, they should know him. Those ladies should know him, or that girlfriend, that chick, the side chick that was grabbing on him and yelling and saying that maybe women sometimes with their dramas. So they didn't come out and talk. And so maybe he has bought everybody, he has silenced everybody with money not to talk. I don't know, but we'll see how that pans out. Because that guy, I don't think that guy needs to be Ondo State governor. He has not shown himself to be capable of running a state. He's from my area, but I don't see anything that guy has done. But on those days, that is worse in the history of that country. Ondo State has never been as low like this guy has brought Ondo State. Nothing, no project, nothing. He's just preparing for election. That's all he does. All the money he has been getting, federal allocation. Where has that money gone to? It's all for election, preparing, buying people that are buying, unleashing talks, replicating the kind of what we see in Lagos, going on in Lagos, where they use talks. That's what they're doing now in the Ondo State now. All our kids now, my own nephew, kids and my kids' age and all of that, they're all talks now for these politicians, going and then scattering other political parties and gathering and all of that. That's what they do now. APC, that demonic party. I cursed the day that party was formed by Tinubu and his demons like himself. They've totally turned the whole of Nigeria into some kind of Agbero, Turkish kind of state where the Turks they run the state now, and that's what Ayedatewa is doing now in the Ondo State. Oh God! I mean, when I say this Tinubu of a guy, I loathe that guy. When I mean I loathe him, I hate him. It's just because of all this crap. How we began all this crap and how the whole thing has just spread across, not only to the southwest states. Even we have seen it playing out in other states. Look at what is going on in Imo State too. Look at what is going on in other northern states that APC runs. They've torn everything because they know that these are their foot soldiers. that will rig election for them. So you see, I just wish that thing is true. Well, what will it do? Even though it's true, that's another thing to think about. What will it do? I mean, will it change Nigerian mind? I mean, look at what happened in those states. Despite all the calamity that this demonic party called APC brought on Nigerians, Nigerians still went. I mean, Edo people still went to go and vote that demon party. I don't know what people are thinking. So would I be surprised that I think that will not win this election? Well, I don't know, but we shall see. Because I know my people, or those people, they're very rebellious among the southwestern states. They're the most rebellious people. When you talk about
who is it up against? Who's the big name?
there's this PDP guy, Ajayi, what's his name? I think he's like a Muslim kind of guy like that.
There is no opposition in Ondo State, National Night, please. There is no opposition.
But I'm saying, he asked me a question. Who is he running? Is that what you're asking me? Who is he up against, right? Is that what you're asking me? Oh, man.
No. You were speculating if you could win that election or not, and like Niger Man said, I'm not aware of a name that can unseat
I
him.
said I wish he would not win that election. That's what I meant. Yeah, I wish he would not win that election, because for me, you see, APC
it's next month, isn't it?
Yeah, I think next month. Yeah, it's a curse. That party is a curse. It has turned Nigerians to beggars. Turned Nigerians to. I mean, I saw in the Guardian, the Nigerian that I saw that the Nigerians are going through depression. The depression Nigerians are going through, the level of despondency in that country, it has never been seen in the history of that country. And this whole thing started with this demonic party called APC from 2015 when they got in there. So for me, I just wish that guy will not win that. But like I said, they will vote for him when they see, because people, they've turned Nigerians to beggars, to people who are in misery. What they call it, what French people call it, miserable. The most miserable people of the society, that if you just throw crumbs at them, they will shout your praise. They will sing your praise. They will do anything for you because they just want to feed. That's what they turn our people to. When I say I hate this guy, not this guy called Tinubu. These are all this kind of politics. I've never seen this kind of politics in my life. The way Tinubu started this whole politics of Agbero politics in Lagos, and it just brought the Yoruba state with it. All the old people are now replicating the same. And people come here, some of you will come here and then you'll be singing this guy praise like, I don't even know where some of you are from. And some of you live here abroad. And you don't see that kind of politics play here, where you will be going on the street, you want to drive your car. Agbero boy will be telling you to pay money for you to park your car, or to even say you want to drive on the street. Although they're even making the time, my street just got hard. So a few just early this morning. Nobody was asking for anybody to come and pay money, to come and so we're tying your street. Oh my goodness, you see, it's just. And then some people come here and you say you want that guy to continue as a president, or even once when we're talking about it at the beginning when the guy was contesting, said this guy should not, you people should not let this guy get there. I know this guy very well. You are giving the whole state to a criminal, and how he's going to make more criminals, and you're going to bring that country to become a lawless state, a failed state, and that is what Nigeria has become. Guardian was reporting today. It's that. A large headline on Guardian newspaper. Maybe yesterday or today. Depression. What other word was it? Nigerians are going through. I don't know. Some of us see. I can see, woman, that the level of the traffic on your channel has dropped, and I know why. I kind of understand why. Because actually, how many of you are going to be busy now for the past few days now? Past a few weeks now. How many of you are listening on this channel? They don't even know what to say anymore. Sometimes they don't even know what to say. What are they going to do? When we're telling them, you hate Tinubu, you don't like him, your papa don't get money right like I can. See those kind of things. Where are they now? But then they come and defend Tinubu now. The people like Kulata and Baba and all of them, where are they? And that one that is in Finland. Let him come and defend his Tinubu today. They will not. And they are rather these people, they live abroad, waiting works, but they want something different from our people back home. So for me, I hear that. I just wish that guy would not. But I doubt it, because if the same rigging strategy, that's what they're already employing already in Ondo State. Because oh my goodness, the Ajayi, that guy to himself is trying to play on religion too. I had this using religion because I think it's a Muslim guy. I think it was the deputy to what's his name, former Ondo State governor. What's his name? Mimiko. I think it was his deputy. something like Ajayi was his name. Alaji Ajayi, something like that. Ajayi, something like that. That's his name. I mean, if not because of this, I mean, himself, look at where he's going now. He's going more religious, going Muslim now with the whole thing. I had to. It's from, I think it's a PDP running candidate for PDP. So what am I saying is that I just wish this guy would lose the election. I wish this is true. People will see it, and people will wonder, ask questions. Is it the kind of person we're going to give our states to? Somebody that could not, who philanders, who cannot even stay with a woman who is not faithful. I mean, like, well, I know those are personal choices, but being a traditional society that we are, people should. I mean, you see, there's no morals anymore because this is what APC and the Nigerian state has done to our people and their morals. People no longer.
When was it any different that men don't philander in Nigeria?
I know. I'm one of them. I won't say I'm not. I don't. But that's why I won't run for this. If I run, they will open my idea.
You're party chairman. You're party chairman in that space.
I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if you go. I was you will see me there. I won't be surprised if you see me there. Somebody linked by something that I won't be surprised. So I'll never run for anything that will bring me into limelight. I won't just think as a private person because I know I will never do that. Give me contract. Let me do my contract. I will do well for Nigerians. I can give you ideas how to run. That's what. So let me just. That's for me. It's just. But I know my people. But I know that those are my people back there. On those state people, they're very rebellious. Look at what happened with Mimiko. When Mimiko, they had to vote Mimiko. They voted him in, despite all the crap that PDP did that time. They voted Mimiko. I know my people, but those are my people of yesteryears, not the people of today, because they impoverish these people. They don't even have the strength to want to come out and protest for their rights anymore. If anybody protest, they've what's that English word I'm looking for? They've so impoverished our people that our people even lack that nutrients, that diet, that balanced diet that will give them that strength to go and say, yeah, we want that right. You cannot do that anymore. So that's why I say I loathe this party called APC and Tinubu and all of them. I wish he'd lose that election. I wish, but like I said, it's wish. Wishes are not just what you wish. Let me go to that idiot from the north that spoke. You see, for me, what I deduced from what he said was that for the fact that the north has the largest landmass, well, that's according to him, which I'm still yet to really confirm if they really have that 60%. Because even if you look at that map, if you have to cut out the southern part of Nigeria, I think there should be like around 60, if not 65. But that's something that is claiming. I don't even know where that is coming from. But let's just say that is what it is. But then, if you have to now look at it now, because of that landmass now, with the south, then you have to, from the Nigerian territory there, from the coast there of Nigeria, you have to count almost the same amount of miles, nautical miles, into the sea, to the Atlantic Ocean. So that is the amount that we can get from that seashore from Nigeria to the Atlantic Ocean would determine our territory that belongs to Nigerians. That Nigerians could mine anything from there, could go all exploration within that nautical miles from there. So my point is this: now, if you look at it, let's say if you now count out 100% for that coastal part of Nigeria through the sea to the Atlantic Ocean, then you have to look at it that they will have to have 70%. That's what I think I'm reading from what they say. They will have, if Nigeria is making, say, $1 billion from whatever thing they are royalty or whatever they get from their tax and everything from there, 70% of that $1 billion will go to them because they have the longest land. That was why they were able to. Nigeria was able to get more of that mileage into the Atlantic Ocean. That's what I think it's saying, and therefore they should even control more of that. I mean, people should be more in control of that, either as MD or as people working. The people should be. That's what it's saying. But you asked the question, like somebody was asking a while ago, where were these idiots when the Nigerian Delta oil, before they started drilling, when the local beauty, what's the name of that? The first place that oil was first discovered in Nigeria, in I think the present day Bayelsa State. It's not in the local body. When Nigeria were drilling oil,
Olobiri.
or whatever. So my point is this: where was these idiots when during Gowon, Nigeria were drilling oil from there, and they were using that oil to build so many infrastructures in Nigeria, and they too were even given to the northern part. Why did some people not say it's our oil? And you people should not give it to other people. Why these idiots? Why are they not rejecting the taxes from alcohol that was being sold from the south? You see, you ask this question. You see, that was why I say, yeah, I made that submission here. I say, let us cut these guys loose. If we cut them loose, they cannot. Well, invariably, we too will not be able to talk about that amount of miles to the sea. Maybe we'll be only limited to the amount of landmass that we have from the south to the sea. And so that whoever wants to run the other one, let them run it. If it's international water, let it be. Let's cut these guys loose, because all their fixation is not to create wealth, it's to take. They don't have innovation. They don't have this innovative mindset to want to innovate. All they think about is just to use the resources that they can lay there, because they're so uneducated. Their people, even the so-called that are educated among themselves, because of the system they run, it kind of handicap their mental ability to think things through and see how they can generate money or funds through some other means besides that oil and whatever things under the ground. I'm sure some of their people, some of their kids, if they are well trained, they could become Jeff Bezos of the next generation. They could become this guy. What's his name? This guy that owns Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg of the next coming generation. They could become. I mean, they could invent things, but they will not educate their. They will just put them in that perpetual illiteracy. Their own kids, they will send their own kids abroad. And then these young kids now come back and come and become heads over this uneducated population that they have in the north. And thereby they repeat the same spiral, the same circle. And here they come here and talk about resources. That's all they do. Talk about resources. They talk about how they can harness the sun that they have in their own area, or even the landmass, turn it into some kind of agricultural field. No, they will not think about that. Their fixation on that oil. You see, for me, one man, I said, let's cut these guys loose. Cut these guys, let them go. We don't need them. We don't need them. I mean, we don't need them. From the south, we don't need them. If the south is going to remain as one, we don't need those people. Because these people are not, this is what they do. They think about just the resources. Look at it, go to the civil service. They almost feel the whole civil service because nothing else they can do from there. They don't have any opportunity there. And there are leaders that are not creating opportunities for them. Because all the money that was supposed to go to them, for them to bring about some kind of human development for their people, rather they'll take that money, they'll take it to Saudi, to Qatar, or take it to Dubai to go and invest, thereby growing that economy of those countries. But your own local economy, you will not grow it. Some of those idiots some of them, they build big homes. They have strong rooms. Some of those are northern elites. Why should I even call them elites? Those northern rogues. They have strong rooms in their underground basement in their homes. The money there is even more than the money in some banks. They will never bring that money out. They will never bring it out because they could not really launder the money the way they want to launder it. They will just hide it there, convert it to dollars, put it there. I know of that. I know of some of them. Some of them say they tell me. I know because I live in the north and I've been friends with some of them. So what I'm trying to say here is this one, is that they will never bring this money out. Create school, create industry in your area. I mean, educate your people so that they can think, they can be more of this STEM kind of people, science, technology, or whatever they call it, so that they can also become innovative. They could maybe think of how to make sprinklers that could sprinkle some hectares of land within some microseconds. And they will never do that, but rather just to carry the money and go and develop other economies and impoverish their people. And then thereby they'll now be talking about oil. So for me, one man, let me just send it. I know some people are waiting to talk. So for me, let's cut these people loose. Cut them loose, let them go. But no, they will never. They know that. That's why you see they will never allow the southern people go. They will never allow the southern people go because they know that if we go, then there's nothing for them because there's nothing they can claim because they are not they are not they don't have proximity to the Atlantic Ocean. It's the southern people that have proximity. But as long as Nigeria remains one, then they can claim that that crap that the idiot was claiming that they have. Because if we dissolve as a country, they have no access to the sea. So thereby they cannot even claim anything to the sea. Going by that United Nations Charter or whatever it is, and see what we say, these people are idiots.
But the South will lose its claim as well, though.
Well, we'll lose certain percentage. That's what we lose.
We'll lose most of it if the nautical miles is dependent on the land mass in the north. If we lose we lose an equi measure.
It depends on the landmass, but we don't need them. If that's their own fix, because remaining one with these idiots, with this criminals from the, I mean, when I mean the idiots or the criminals from the north, I'm not talking about the generality of the people of the north. I'm talking about the so-called rogues who are elite, who are their leaders there. That's what I'm talking about. So the people I'm talking about, my northern brothers and sisters, I love you all. I'm not talking about you, the ordinary northerners, who are just scrapping just to make your head, to make your life, and to raise your family. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about those who are your leaders, who are supposed to know better how to develop people to become people that could really become innovative and not even depend on some kind of resources on the ground. I mean, those are not people I'm talking about. I'm talking about your elite. So what I'm trying to say is this: yes, we'll lose it, but to benefits. Who's benefiting from it? They are the one benefiting from the elite. And they carry that money, as if they use that money and start some kind of business in Nigeria. They'll move it out offshore or hide it in their basement. So my point is this: one man, it doesn't benefit anybody. So let's not make this case for this one Nigeria that some idiots come here and champion every time. There's nothing one Nigeria here. If this kind of idiots can be making this kind of statement, there's nothing one Nigeria. That's why the full civil service. That's what they do. Full civil service, police, army. Some few days ago, we were hearing the what's it called? You mean Chief of Defense Staff, Labaja? Yeah, I mean Chief of Army Staff, Labaja was saying that the southern people I mean, it was this maybe southern people or eastern people, south and southeast. They don't enroll in there. They don't enlist in the army. Why would they enlist? Why would they enlist? For the bulk of the people that are enlisted are the northerners. So my point is this: you see, there is need for us either we renegotiate that union, or is it even a union? I don't know if it's a union. We either renegotiate that country called Nigeria, or we just cut ourselves loose. Let everybody go on their own. That's it. Mama, let me hand it there so that other people can talk.
All right, Brennan, I was going to go to Niger Man, but I think he dropped. But we go on then to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. So we were talking about you know what we're talking about. Tinubu wanting to, not even him wanting, but it looks as though a university is about to be built to be named after him. And then Alan Oyema facing charges in the United States. More charges added onto that. We were also talking about the North, telling us that in terms of nautical miles into the sea, they give us the compliment to be able to own those oil fields. So a lot of it should belong to them. I think there's logic to it, but I think rational mind disagrees. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, one minute. If I can, my phone is not fully charged, but anyways, building a school for Tinubu. Okay, what's the problem? What's the big deal? I mean, um, why is it a problem? Are they using Nigerians' funds or what?
Is it not self-serving and self-indulgent? You don't think it's especially in the climate we're in, is it not? All right, carry on.
Are they building the school right now? Okay, number one, who's building the school? Where's the funds coming from? Are they building the school right now? I didn't get all those information.
They are passing a bill through Parliament to build a language school to be named after him, university.
A language school. Okay. Well, maybe we should just keep that topic. It doesn't. I mean, if they have that in the pipeline to build a school as such, and they're going to name it after Tinubu, then what's the big deal? Now, if they're trying to be wasteful to build a school just for Tinubu as a president, then maybe that's another problem. But yeah, I don't have much to say about that one, man. What is the other topic?
We were also talking about the northerners claiming the oil fields in the south, and then Ayedatiwa, the governor of Ondo State, are caught on camera beating up his side chick in the United Kingdom, and then we were also talking about Dangote, who has begun his own production. So now, well, yes. Let me actually bring up Dangote to begin crude production before the end of 2024. So fed up with all the shenanigans of NNPC, he decided to go solo.
Okay. Is it an ex-governor or a current governor of Ondo State?
It's actually the current one. You remember that what's it called? Rotimi Akeredolu.
Akeredolu.
Yeah, he
Right.
passed away, and that's the guy
Right.
that succeeded him.
Okay. Okay. Well, it happens to be that they have laws in those country, in the country that it did it. So let the law deal with it. Um, as it, have they charged him to court, or what is the status of the situation of the case?
It's a bit of a nothing really. It was a bit of a skirmish, a kerfuffle between him and what purports to be a side chick. So it's a viral video. I'm not sure why it's not yet been inboxed to everybody. It was just going around like a virus. So it was caught on camera. Everybody recording it. So they put it out. And then they've now come out to say that it's not actually the governor,
But
but just
maybe you should play to him. I sent you that. I sent you one.
yes. Even Niger man sent it to me. Everybody sent it to me. I was just wondering if it's still violent, but let me see. Carry on. I'll pick it up as you're speaking. Carry on, please.
Okay. Yeah. Such topics don't really interest me that much, anyways. It happens in the UK, so they have law for such domestic violence. If that's what happened. I guess back to the northern man talking about the offshore drilling and who has the right. Um, I believe the man was talking in the context of Nigeria as a country, and not necessarily that one part of the country has a claim to it. But I think the guy then later on expatiated that look, if any part of the country um, uh, has more claim to it, then it would be the Northerners because of the landmass, and which logically makes sense. And yeah, logically makes sense. So, and as a country, um, you know, drilling offshore, that revenue, of course, belongs to the country, and no uh, particular region should be able to have a special claim or a special income from it, except if it's been drilled on the land. If it's onshore, then that makes sense. So as much as some people would like to discount or dispute what the guy is saying, logically it makes sense. Now, as it is right now, I don't know how what the formula is or how they share or determine the revenue that comes from this offshore drilling. And I know Pansab was trying to say that look, even uh, all this offshore drilling is being monopolized by these big multinational oil companies. Maybe so, and it is what it is. That's just the deal. I mean, if we have the technology and the know-how, then we can do it ourselves. But we don't. Okay, so whatever deal we get is it's what it is. Um,
All right, still staying within that oil space. Do you have any thoughts on Dangote actually starting to drill himself and not wanting to be reliant on NNPC anymore?
That drilling himself. When was that?
It came out. It came out today. You know he owns two oil fields anyway, Leith 71 and 72, and it looks
Are they
as though
offshore or offshore?
it doesn't actually say, but they said that it does own two leases and is going to start drilling now. I just don't shackle himself a little bit from an NPC.
Yeah, I think you may have mentioned this before, one man, and I've said it before on the show. Um, well, I mean, I guess building a refinery, I guess you can't do everything concurrently. So building a refinery and then doing his own drilling to vertically integrate everything, it's fine. But I'm
It's
a,
in partnership with NNPC. He owns only 45% of those wells,
is
and
that
they are
right?
not
Okay.
matured field yet. NNPC owned the other one, so it's a JVC, joint venture. So he still has NNPC in his life, and NNPC has him in their own life.
In their
So they
pocket.
they 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 Siamese twins, they joined forever. Huh? Is that what you're saying, Baba?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, carry on,
Okay.
Prince Daddy, please.
Well, okay. Well, this, yeah. What can we say? Well, okay. If it really has 40%, I mean, so I guess it has more say if the drilling begins. And when Baba says it's not matured yet, what does that mean? They can't drill on it yet.
No, it's 20,000 liters a day, but they will upgrade it as time goes on. Maybe within a year, they will get
Oh,
up to
okay.
50 or 80. So apparently, just in a month, they will just get maybe about 600,000 barrels, which is not even enough to feed this refinery for one 24-hour cycle.
Okay, I see. Yeah. So
What's the I mean, how certain are we, or how are we sure that this guy has 600,000 barrels that people always talk about?
Ration, mind. Please, RM, please. Don't ask that kind of
How are
question.
we sure?
It's an international business now. Everybody has acknowledged it. Reuters, AP, Bloomberg, name it. No, I beg.
Okay, all right.
This,
Because what
please.
I mean, come on. You see, okay, let me. I'll be done my point because this is what we get every time with Nigeria. Then later we'll find out that it's not so. Even when the international media they've reported something, there's some of them will be backtracking what they've even said because apparently they do not even let them even do their investigation like they should do. They only go by what Dangote said or the spokesperson said.
It has some level of both local and
Oh, yeah,
international
go ahead,
certification, and you know some of those people will not compromise.
So
It's
what are the
established, I
people?
beg.
What are the people certifying it? I did not like talking certifying it.
No, don't talk like that, RM, please. You are more than that, and the platform is above that kind of talk.
anyways, Dangote say, okay, drilling, that's fine. So at the end of the day, I don't think the common person is really interested in this, you know, complex structure of how they get the crude oil and how it's refined. It, at the end of the day, the concern is how much is the price of petrol at the pump, right? Now, so all the excitement about Dangote owning its own refinery, we refining oil in Nigeria and having the oil there, um, you know, the benefit. Um, I'm not sure if anyone actually articulated the benefit. We just made a lot of assumption that Dangote, um, refining oil will make the price cheaper for the people. But obviously, that's not the case. Okay, that's not the case. It appears that it makes no difference if they purchase this oil from overseas or if it's done locally. And the question is, why is that? I mean, why did we have such an expectation or expectation about the price of oil at the pump, petrol at the pump being cheaper? I mean, what is Nigerians, or what are we gaining as a country from Dangote's refinery? I mean, it was Baba the other day was trying to propose that we give Dangote the crude oil, give us the PMS, right? Whatever the residual or the other derivatives from the crude oil, you keep it. It sounds like a good deal. you know. But you know, as a country, they have to find a way. I'm not big in this phony, crooked subsidy that they do. Okay, but if there's a way to streamline it and pass the subsidy through one channel, which is Dangote in this case, I think it's be much better. We can do it that way because we can't continue to compare the price of a liter of fuel at the pump with the rest of the world, like Saudi Arabia and these other countries. They have a much higher purchasing power. It's ridiculous. It's not doable. That's why I say, every time we have all these smart people with PhDs always using the textbook to approach the Nigerian issue, but our scenario is, it's more, not necessarily complicated. It is complicated in our context, but there's so many variables, unknown variables, and unique variables to Nigeria that needs to be accounted for. And these economists, all the so-called smart people, they don't know that when they're applying all this principle in the Nigerian space. It's very shameful, and that's why they don't progress. That's why nothing works. You listen to the IMF or this World Bank or this world economist to tell you what to do in your own country. It's so ridiculous. We can never make progress. And that's why I said it before, one man. If Tinubu fails, Nigeria is not going to fail because Nigeria as a country, the people don't really, a large percentage of Nigerians don't really depend on Nigeria as the country to survive. Of course, the policies that they make do affect the people's life. But imagine if a really large percentage of Nigerians depend on the country, on the government. The country will crumble overnight if Tinubu fails. Tinubu will come and go, really. It will come and go. And the country will still remain because of the resilience of the people.
I'm not sure that I agree with you that Nigerians are not dependent on the state, especially seeing what we're seeing now. There seems to be an over-reliance of Nigerians on the state. Subsidized oil, subsidized education, subsidized food, everything subsidized.
Well, it is, okay, that's what you're saying, but okay, what percentage of Nigerians that benefit from this subsidized education and this fuel itself? No, the problem is really the bad planning and bad economic policies. See, if the government does the right things and leave the people alone, which is majority of the people, Nigerians, I think that they will fend for themselves and do well. The subsidies that go on, at the end of the day, leave the Nigerian people alone to be able to make enough income, enough revenue in their businesses, and just live and do their own things. Even in the Western world, they talk about the bureaucracy that occurs in the government. The government, American government is extremely wasteful, one man. I hope you know that. I don't know about UK, and I think they do too. American government is extremely wasteful in everything that they do. So much waste and leakages in the system. So imagine more so the Nigerian state, okay? That they have to beg for money everywhere. Yes, it appears they subsidize education and whatnot. It's because of the poor economy. We never really had, a really nice economy that is, that caters to the people. It's all circumvented and usurped one way or another. We all know that from the central bank, and that's what we have there. But if the people are able to make their own income, decent income, they will gladly pay for their own, their own expenses. They don't need the government to intervene. I don't think they do. I mean, you may disagree, but I don't think they do. And what percentage of Nigerians really benefit from this free stuff we're talking about? And if they have like public transportation, okay, that's kind of subsidized.
I would say all Nigerians actually benefit in some form. Do you know that a lot of those farmers, the bigger ones, they are giving virtually free, even as far back as when Akinwumi Adesina was the Minister of Agriculture. Was that Goodluck Jonathan? They were giving them free fertilizers, free seedlings. They were even giving them free phones in order to be able to say all of those things. That reflects in the price of food in the market, which is a subsidy. You know, so everything is subsidized in Nigeria. Nigerians don't know how good they have it.
It's okay. The big farmers, like what? How many are they, and what percentage of their produce contribute to the overall produce in the country? See, I still don't believe. Well, I hear what you're saying, but again, it's all convoluted and it's all corruption. If you ask me, you know, the people, the real target, the small scale farmers that they really have to spend time on. They don't really do that. I mean, you see, Tinubu's having all these problems because the real target, the real thing he should be going after is agriculture, food production. Now, if they want to spend a lot of money and time and resources to subsidize and help those farmers, then that is great. But we're not doing that. I mean, we're not doing that to the level of aggressiveness that somebody was talking about the other day. Was it Larry? We're not aggressive enough. He's talking about aggressiveness in other sectors like minerals, lithium, and other stuff. They should go aggressive on agriculture, extremely aggressive on it. Okay, that'll be better. And Nigerian government is subsidizing, the agriculture stuff, fertilizer and whatnot. It's not unique, anyways. They do so many subsidies for the American farmers. Okay, most countries are subsidized in so many respects, so many of them, and it's not unique to Nigerian space. But the corruption that goes on in Nigeria, really, I think it outweighs all the subsidies and the help they try to give to the people. The real help never gets to the people. You talked the other day, the Tinubu gave the governors, I don't know, 50, 20,000 bags of rice. But the people are not getting it. They spend all this money on this, palliatives and all this rescue programs, but it never gets down to the people. It never
They
does.
give to senators, ministers, and House of Rep members too. I think I can't. Don't let me just make up any figure, but substantial figures were given to senators and House
I
of Rep.
hear you, but is it getting to the people? Is it getting to the people? Is the
It's
question.
not getting to the people. Look, you've had rice, right? It has become a play word. If by calculation, just pluck the figure from the air, we must have distributed millions of bags of rice. Where are the rice?
That's what
Somewhere
I'm
in
saying.
warehouses all over the states, locked up.
Exactly. Where are the rights? That's my point. Just like the rights and these other subsidy programs, it's. I think there's more waste, theft, and corruption in these subsidy programs than than um than the benefits that woman is talking about. I've heard also about this, um, just like the first trading, this round tripping they do at the central bank. So too, I've heard about the farmers. These big people, connected people. They don't have farms, but they submit whatever um manifest for receiving this subsidies of fertilizer and seedling and all this stuff. Majority of them they get it without having no single farm. Okay, this is what we get. It's let the people live. Let the people be free to have their own things going. Really, see, the fuel subsidy, the arbitrage in the currency that's removed. It is painful for a lot of people right now. But at the end of the day, I think is great. I mean, people like Emeka is like overboard, in terms of his disappointment with Tinubu. But at the end of the day, it is good to have a system of accountability, which I've said it before. I think my battery is about to die. I said it before. Until you're able to get somebody that's able to consolidate the different power nodes in that country, nothing's going to work. It's going to be It's not going to work. Tinubu is trying his best. He's trying his best, and um, no matter how many smart economies that he brings about, if he can't, button
Could I
down.
interject you, Prince Daddy?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, before I go to that interjection, I want one man to know that Madam AI was on last night, and we're talking about this Dangote issue extensively. And she made a statement that was, just passed through that panel, right? So I want one man to question her on that, so she could say if she misspoke. She says that Dangote should buy an MPC. Aside from that, she also said that Dangote should own what do you call those petrol stations, which is not really my issue. My issue is that she says, quote, Dangote should be allowed to buy an MPC. That's very important to me. I want you to know NMPC is a $150 billion state corporation.
Not
Now,
even present evaluation. If you add gas reserves to it, it's more than 150 billion.
It could be, yes. I'm just trying to be conservative, but in this case, I really want to know what she meant by that. I think she misspoke, but it could be, because I have other things to say about that. But Prince, let me right now. You conclude. You just defracted that you went to Emeka's impassioned plea yesterday. What I want to ask you, when you say that Tinubu is trying his best, right? Could you tell us in plain terms, because it might be some oversight on my part, somebody trying when there's work, somebody does work, that's displacement. Do you understand? You're doing if you do something that's no displacement whatsoever, you waste zero work. That's the definition of work. You could Google it right now. In order to have worked, there'll be displacement. Even try, you don't have to actually achieve your goals. You could come in and you say, hey, look, this country, what I inherited is bad. I'm going to do my best to do this. You go out there. If your people are not doing what your ministers are not doing something, you fire them, you change direction, you do this. Emeka is saying that he's upset because he's not even reversing when he gets something wrong. That was his main argument yesterday. You get something wrong and you see that it's harmful, then you retrace your steps. So in your own definition of Tinubu trying, could you just tell me plainly what do you mean? How is he trying? What am I missing?
I guess, was that a question to me, Pansat?
Yes, sir.
Well, what is Tinubu trying? Okay, what I mean is that, look, the fact that he removed the subsidy, right, and tried to converge the currency, it's what I meant. At least he has the cojones to do that. And the other leaders in the past, all they've done is kick the can down the road. Tinubu's not doing. If you ask me, well, that's something great that he's doing actually, because the other ones they didn't have the the cojones to do it. But at the end of the day, people like yourself, you are not disappointed, unlike Emeka, right? I know, because you never supported them. You want him to fail anyways. But like someone like Emeka, I like, look, I'm not sure what you guys were expecting from Tinubu to do, like magic. I mean, there's nothing going on right now in the Nigerian space that's surprising to me. If a tough policy is implemented, you should expect the people to to go through certain pain. It is the reality. In the West, they have so many what you call it, programs, be it welfare program or cushioning for their people. But we don't have that in Nigeria. We just talked about it earlier with Baba. In just having the senators or the governors, and pass down rights to the people is not getting to the people. So the basic of things, the people cannot be helped with it. So I'm saying Tinubu is trying because on paper is doing the right things, right? Is doing what a leader should be doing. Because if he didn't do it, it would be like kicking the can down the road, and that's what I mean. And Tinubu is not an economist, right? He's supposed to get the right people to surround him. And I just said earlier, even with the right people in the corrupt system, it's not going to work. garbage in, garbage out, just like it goes in the sciences. It's not going to work. Okay, the whole system is corrupted one way or another. We have powerful people in that country. Until we begin to acknowledge that, um, it's the system is not going to work. And Tinubu does not have that power, to command. He's not a military guy. He doesn't have the power to command people to do certain things. He doesn't have it. See, until we get to that point whereby, the people that have a strong hold on Nigeria as a country are actually dealt with. But it doesn't have that power. It doesn't have it. What can it do? And it's like pouring water in the basket, in the basket, and the water just go down the drain. That's
Prince Daddy,
Sorry, Baba. Oh, just 1 second. Mike is here, so I better hand over to Mike. Acknowledge your super chatters. That's Ayo right there, and Prince as well. So it was Ayo and Prince today. So that's still Prince, and that's Prince. So thank you to the both of them. So thank you to the both of them. So Mike will just keep an eye on it.
One man.
Yeah.
I would advise that I don't know. I come here now once in a while. I would advise that before you quit, once you started this program, I would advise that try and run through everybody at least that for 5 minutes before you quit. I think it will be very, very okay for the program. Rather than you don't run it through everyone, not all panelists have their bite on issues, and then you hand over. I'm not sure it's tidy that way.
All right. All right. Let's go with that then. Okay, let's go with that. We do a 5 minutes monologue each, and then I'll bail out. For the smoother sailing of it as when it just recommended. So all right. So still back to you, Prince. Bring it home, and then from Prince, we kick it off with Ogweni, Zita, Baba, and then Abel.
Okay, I think I've actually exceeded my 5 minutes. So next person can go on. Thanks, one man.
All right, brilliant. So Ogweni, you're up next. We were talking about this. This is a recurring decimal. This Alan Oyema narrative, the Americans after him. But we are not even bringing it up to regurgitate an old storyline. They've added additional charges to him. So he's facing a near 40-count charge of fraud in the United States. So that's him, the hero of Nigeria, a villain in the United States. And then we're looking at this one as well. Africa's incredible new 2.3 billion pound bridge that will connect an island with a mega city. So they're not even talking about the Lagos Calabar Super Highway. This is coming from the Express, by the way, the British Express, not anyone else. So they're not even talking about the Lagos Calabar Super Highway. They're talking about the 4th mainland bridge. And then this story only really came forward because, as much as we're squabbling amongst each other along ethnic, religious lines and all of these things, the rest of the world, they look at the broad strokes of what they are doing, and that's what they comment on. And that is what the British are saying, that it'll be the second largest, longest bridge in Africa once completed. The Minister of State for Defense issuing a final warning to Rotimi Amechi, who, for reasons of not winning the APC ticket, is now asking people to take to the streets and burn down the country. House of Reps proposed a bill to establish a Bola Tinubu University, as though he didn't have enough to contend with. So that comes into the mix as well. And then fed up with this back and forth with NNPC, Dangote to begin crude production before the end of the year. So that, and then we were also talking about an old clip that just resurfaced. A northerner claiming that because a lot of the Nigerian oil assets are offshore, and they're only able to access it because of the landmass of the north, that the oil then in the south areas actually belong to the north. So yes, so pick from there.
Thank you, one man. Good morning, everyone. I greet all the panelists and our viewers, and also everybody making comments. Thank you, woman. So let me start with Alex Oyema. I don't know. I've listened to, I think, Pansat when I joined was Pantas. I was talking about the man. I think he was talking about how it's like Project Nigeria now, and everybody should support. Alex Oyema. Yeah, it's fine. If we're going to support Alex Oyema business, there's no problem. It is our money after all. So yes, we need to support Alex Oyema's business. It's Nigerian signature that that business is carrying its Nigerian face. But that doesn't mean we should support Alex Oyema alleged criminality. And that is one of the things that is making our country failing. And we keep crying every day and be lamenting about it. My thief, your thief syndrome. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. Major problem that we're experiencing in Nigeria. Alex Oyema's case is not today. It didn't start today now. It started since when? I think sometimes 2014 or in fact 2011, yeah. After all, the Bible said Genesis 4 said if you do well, you not lifted your countenance. In Yoruba, they said, so what's the point? In 2011, nobody knew Alex Oyema or what was his business before 2011. Nobody can account for his business before 2011. Fine.
Ogbeni, do you think if it was Dangote that was charged, Pansa would have said the same thing?
I don't think so. Pansa, everybody know that Pansa is an ethnic supremacist, so it doesn't shine.
But he's innocent until proven guilty, right?
Yes,
in your book, right?
Yes, yes. In the law book, he's innocent.
He's as innocent as you and I right now.
Yes,
right?
He's innocent as any free man. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right.
So, and I believe United States of America is not saying he's guilty already. They're saying you are innocent. Come and face your charge. And that's why I quoted Genesis 4:7. If you don't commit any sin and you know you are okay, be bold enough. Go there. Go and face your charge.
He promised us that in 2011 that he will go immediately to go and defend his name.
Yes. So in 2011, let me trace his history.
Like Tinubu went to go and defend his own charge in 1993, right?
Who
like Tinubu went to go and defend his own charge, right?
Who was in the US when they charged, when he finished all his
No, let's not. I don't know this is what about with you, but I just want to keep that in there.
Yeah, Tinubu was in the US when he cleared his
he was not. He was not. It was by correspondence. He was never here when the case was going on. He was not.
Oh, he wasn't?
He was not.
When did you think, what year did you think they finished that case?
Oh, come on.
You don't know. That's why I'm telling you.
I don't know for this conversation.
What
the
year?
point is from the reading. Go and read that. You see, I don't want to let go.
I read everything. What year?
What about with you? He was
I
not.
said what year? I know you don't know.
Not in the US when
I said what year?
What year?
So if it wasn't in the US, why did he forfeit the account? I mean,
no, leave him now. How did they save him?
It wasn't on
you see? Yeah, let me just land on my 5 minutes.
Go on. See what?
I believe you think that that case started in 1999 when he became the governor. That's not true.
So you must think that I'm stupid, right?
It was in the States. They traced all those monies. They served him. He got a lawyer. He defended himself, and they reached that agreement.
So my lawyer, was he on ground? He said Oyema should come here and face this.
Okay, here I posted it. Let one man read it now. It's posted in the private chat. Read the case. It's right there.
Oh yeah.
So I have it posted for you, one man, to read like you read Oyema's case.
So the Oyema
I'm not going to read the case. We're doing 5 minutes no monologue and I'm paying. Yeah.
So let me just quickly continue because they will distract you because it's their tiny God you're talking against it, so they must talk. So the point
is, it's not my God. It's not my God.
I didn't say God. It's not capital G. People have tiny gods. So the point I'm making is this: one man, it didn't start from today, and so I'm just scattering what Panza said. What happened prior to 2011? For everybody within the Nigerian political space who understand that space very well, or business space, Oyema was nobody. We can't point to a product that is producing in Nigeria. It's not one of the major industrialists or even any industrialist in Nigeria. In 2011, his friend Goodluck Ebele became a president in Nigeria, and all of a sudden, we started seeing him in the scene, right? And after that, they made him SC on Niger Delta. After that, they made him director of Amnesty so program. After that, the militants started complaining that he has embezzled their 60 billion naira. Okay, it became a serious issue with Kingsley Kuku and all those guys. The ex-minister till today, they are still accusing him that he stole their money. And all of a sudden, 2014, 2015, you started buying new jets. These are the allegations. I'm not saying they are, and I agree with Pansat, they are not the gospel truth, but they're allegations, and these are events that people can trace. So, okay, after that, you started buying new planes. It became a serious issue. And what is the United States of America talking about now? They said the document you presented in funding all those your airplanes and everything that you bought, they were not the truth of your finances or what you're bringing to, do all those purchases and everything in their space. So they're alleging you of fraud and all these things. They're allegations. Then go and face your allegations. Or for somebody to now say, oh, we should start depending him from Nigeria. What have they said he has done? When Ush Popi EU came out, some Nigerians also came out and said, no, why are they frustrating Ush Popi? Today now, everybody is citing Ush Popi as a bad example in society. So let him go and face his thing. Back then, he had two NGOs. One Foundation for Ethnic Harmony, and one, I wrote one little thing about them back then. They were funding. All those NGOs became the conduit, allegedly, conduit through which they were, mopping money from Amnesty International, and Jonathan kept giving them money. So if the ex-militants, the beneficiaries of the monies they put in your custody, are complaining that you embezzled their money and we are killing it in Nigeria, and then let them go and expose us in the US now, since we won't do what is right in our country because we have a way to go through the system and manipulate the system. So that's for me on Alex Oyema. Omar,
before you move on, though, I just want to say that what you just offered is actually a placebo, right? Analysis. You and I hold the same position on that. I was urging one man to correct the record because I said that I trust the U.S. jurisdiction, right?
Yeah,
it's a credible jurisdiction. If they are alleging that he did something, then he has to defend himself, right?
Okay.
But with due process, and of course, he's given that as well. We do also know the political, which is another angle I went to, is that there's a political angle to these charges against some of our international business people, is to perpetuate, in perpetuity, the colonization of our space. So I'm not tribal at all. I'm very, very misunderstood. Nobody here, if I make a challenge, I'll give $500 to anybody who brings me talking on these platforms and I'm being tribal, right? It's not tribalism. It's not if I say that Obi is good, then I'm tribal. No, Obi is good.
No. Pansat, let's agree on one fact. You're a tribal supremacist.
I said you're offering a placebo, a sugar pill,
is the best in the world. They are better than anybody in the world.
No, that's a sugar pill. It's a placebo. Yeah. Anytime anybody disagrees with me, I have to be honest with you on this. It's not you, it's not particularly, but once somebody disagrees with me, then they're wrong. It's the way it works. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine, Panza. But anyway, you said the US system is a very credible system, and I hope you will extend that also to Bola Tinubu case, because when it comes to his case now, you maintain another position about US courts that determine his case and the US system. But now that it's Alex Oyema, US government is US system is a credible system. No problem. That's good. I'll move there one man to this issue of Hausa Fulani and all these things. You see, if there is any tribe that we like vilifying most in Nigeria, I think it's the Fulanis. There's this generalization thing we like doing about it, and I wonder, I don't know if there's anybody that even protect them or argue for them, because it's either their people who are not even on social media or they don't even come out to talk and all these things. In Nigeria, our democracy now survived how many years? Started in 1999, Fourth Republic. Our democracy has enjoyed 20-something years now, if we are counting. Out of 20-something years, one man, Southerners were the one ruling in the majority of that space. We ruled Obasanjo 8 years. Yar'Adua time is 6 years plus. Tinubu has ruled 2 years now, plus. We only had Yar'Adua to fill that gap and Buhari. Yet, we'll blame Nigerian problem on them. We'll blame the reason why we are not progressing on them. We'll blame everything in this life on them. But we had leaders within our own system, within our own space too, who led in that place. You see, one of the things I highly agree with is all these bandwagon argument where we just pick things, we just flog it, and then draw conclusion from it. They are straw man arguments. I don't agree with them. And I keep saying it on this platform. When our leaders are coming together to embezzle, to deal with us, to do all these, pro-elite policies, they know it knows no ethnic, it knows no religion, it knows no race. They do it together. Muslim, in fact, Muslim, Christian, all of them, Igbo, Yorubas, all of them. You find them in all governments that we've ever had in Nigeria. So all those narrative of outside saying, oh, it's the coastal region, Mama, let's forget all those arguments. I don't believe in it. Our elites are united more than we are. That's the point. Now, on Bola Tinubu University, I'm just hearing that. I want to believe is one over ambitious, Shekarimi hypocrites in the House of Assembly that is sponsoring that bill. Why will you be sponsoring such a bill? If you are telling me that is the naming, it's not the.
It's been sponsored by the deputy leader, Ben Kalu.
No wonder. It's one all these Shekarimi people. Because the point is this: if you name it Federal University of Language Studies or Federal University of Indigenous Language Studies, what will it take from you? People will support it. But you know the optic that is there now, the perception. Tinubu's reforms, economic reforms, hitting people so badly now that people are complaining. He hasn't started heeding the result that the man is envisaging, and the man keeps saying it. Okay, this thing will yield result. Don't worry, just have some patience with me. So, and while that one is pending, they need to keep the perception. They need to keep all these things, moderate and ensure that people, don't read. Particularly that we have a very toxic opposition presently in Nigeria. Very toxic, both opposition and all their disciples and apostles. They are also toxic. They must use everything against us. They don't even think about Nigeria. What matters to them is they think about the politicking and the politicians there. So I don't think it's the best time for them to be pushing things like this. I've said it here before. Jonathan created 8 federal universities, no noise. Because he called them simply Federal University, or Federal University Takun, Federal University Lokoja, Federal University Simple, and he was bidding his own thing. So calling at the start, you are calling something Bola. Why don't you finish it and say the day of inauguration you are naming it XYZ? People will see the infrastructure and the edifice and say, okay, good, you can name it, but not this. All these things are not too good for perception. But like Prince Daddy said, so what has that changed? We are adding to Nigerian infrastructure in terms of educational and institutional. So what exactly has it changed? It's neither there or there, as far as I'm concerned. Lastly, I'll talk on the Dangote. You read something on Dangote that talks about Dangote wants to be getting his own crude oil. Anyway, if we have understanding of what JVA is about, Dangote is going nowhere. Like Baba said, one leg pony. It's like the cement twins. It's not going anywhere. If it's a production sharing contract they even have, I can even still say, okay, but it's joint ventures. And what is joint venture? Now, in production sharing contract, what happened is all the costs for exploitation and everything, the oil and gas company will bear it. Okay, you bear all your surveillance, seismic study, all those things you bear. Then, if you strike on your first oil and you start producing, then there's a share of it you must have. But as you are producing it out, it becomes that of the federal government first. Okay, so they pump everything in their well. Then you have your own part when they remove all their royalty and everything from it, petroleum profit tax and all. But what is it in JVA? JVA is joint venture. So NNPC, right from day one that you have been giving that oil prospective lease and oil mining lease, right from that day one, NNPC also has been contributing to the cost. That's the meaning of JVA. Cost of your exploitation, cost of everything, and in most cases they have the larger share. So when you finish and you struck your first oil and you are producing oil, everybody takes their shares from it. So it's not only Dangote. So if Dangote share is 30%, you take your taxes there, and you even still pay your royalty and all those things on the 30% before you lift it and take it out. So I think Dangote is just doing a good PR for his company, and I don't know what exactly he really wants to even gain from there. He's fighting NNPC, they are fighting each other. It's big men fighting big men. It's not Nigerians' problem. I don't think it's because Dangote likes Nigeria. That's why. No. It's none of them. It's just their own economic reason. So that's okay, one man, because I would like to let you go too, since you still
No,
want.
all right, Braden. So up next, Zeta. So it's just a myriad of topics. Just come into the conversation wherever you'd like, Zeta. Zeta, you don't sleep again. Zita is our own Mama HO on this platform, except she has
what
a
did I
brain.
do?
Eh?
Hey,
He has reached your turn. No? See how quickly he's organizing now, organizing us. So it's a more structured format.
so what were you people discussing?
We just the no, not nothing. Actually, Pansat was standing you accused of something. So do you want to stand her accused again so she can address it, Pansat?
What did he say?
It's there, Pansat. It was saying that you made an audacious statement yesterday that that the NNPC should be sold to Dangote, and it was so audacious that it was of the sense that you misspoke. So he was inviting you to clarify that did you indeed misspeak to make that such an outlandish comment?
Okay, if I say something, I have the right to say whether I misspoke or not. Nobody should do that for me. So let me say this. I'm not clarifying anything, but I must say this. And I have been saying it. Nigerian government has no business doing business. They should hands off. And when I mean that, it includes NNPC that have never been functioning since the day it was inaugurated or whatever. So as part of my campaign for Nigerian government to stop doing business, I said Dangote should buy NNPC. I am sure you heard he has bought some part of the refinery before during the time of Obasanjo. And this man called Yaradua came back and took it from them. I insist that should happen again. And I want it to be sold outrightly, just like they did the
Are you talking about the refinery arm of NNPC?
You see the way they sold.
Do you want to get us as the net, including the assets? Do you want to guess at the worth of NN? What do you think is worth?
Let me explain. I want to give you a picture of what I'm talking about when I mean total outright sell. Just like they sell the communication section of the government. They might have maybe a petroleum commission, something somewhere, just like they have ACC or something that might probably be yabbing here and there about what is going on. But I do not want Nigerian government to do any form of this business. When I mean
point of order,
business,
one man.
I want to
address you for a minute on that. One man, point of order.
In totality,
could you
hold
on 1 minute, please? Let me address one man. One man, let me talk to you on the issue, because we'll get clarity if she's talking about privatization, or is she talking about selling it to Dangote? Because I don't think ideologically many people would disagree that government are quite inefficient, right, in running stuff. So if she's talking about privatization, she should make it clear. But if she's saying that we should sell it to Dangote, right, forget about the fact that he can't afford it. You have to understand, Dangote, to me, is not even a billionaire. And let's just say he cannot afford 100 and let's say Baba said it's probably more than that $150 billion. That's a lot of
I
money.
don't really do care how much it costs.
Okay, so are you talking about privatization?
If
which then
Dangote
means...
can afford it, let him buy it like now.
Okay,
That's
go
what
ahead.
I'm saying. How else do you want me to explain it to you? Dangote is not a government official. He's a private citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And he has the right as a citizen of Nigeria to buy anything that is being privatized. That saying Dangote can get anybody angry, that's fine. But not only Dangote, any Nigerian that can buy any arm of this useless business Nigerian government is doing for us for years should go ahead, including Dangote. Thank you, one man.
Yeah, one man, I know you have to leave. Let me disagree vehemently with the spirit of Ms. AI's input here. Yesterday, I was...
You can disagree, but let the disagree be civil. And
yeah.
Baba is waiting to speak as well. I'm sure it'll be a robust and an engaging conversation if it's a civil disagreement. Exactly. What Ogweni said, we will start the implementation of it tomorrow, but I really do have to leave for reasons of commitment later on. But
okay, that's understandable. One man, I also wanted to ask you on that house cleaning business that you cut down the reading of this.
No, I saw it in the comment section.
Okay,
I will not be doing that one, but I'm afraid. But
okay, just because I suggested.
No, because you suggested it. Because that's the crucial part of the thing for me.
Okay,
but,
no problem.
Let
me take less than 60 seconds to say that I disagree with Miss AI. She was here on this platform when we were doing a campaign 2023, and she's by fiat says, I don't care how I say it, I don't, whatever. But the point is that for a civil discourse, we cannot yield to gender or that kind of stuff. It's good. Those of our women who are educated and they come on this platform, that should be encouraged, but they should not use their gender as a wedge, right? So if you are arguing privatization, like I hinted earlier, that's sound, that's cogent stuff. But that should be it. It's not one man, one particular individual being the refinery, being the gas stations, like you said yesterday, and also owning the entire regulatory body that's in charge of natural gas or everything that we own. That's 75% of revenue for our country. So privatize, yes, with government oversight and regulations to make sure there's no monopoly. Thank you very much. Baba, you can go on now. I think you're next.
Okay, AI, you finished? Okay, let me carry on. I think where do I start? I think let me pick it up from where AI stopped actually. The model actually she suggested. I mean, I don't know how to comprehend that or process it because I was gobsmacked actually to hear that we should sell a whole country to an individual. That's something because Petronas in Malaysia and Petrobras, for instance, in Brazil, they are public listed company. The government has their own share. An individual, of course, citizens of those countries, they have their share. But also it's not being sold to, it's spread all over the country so that people cannot corner the shares en masse. So for Nigeria now to do another model entirely and sell the whole country, these oil assets belong to some people. This oil is being taken from their ancestral land, and for a government to sell it on their behalf or at their behest or even on their blind side to somebody, I mean, that will cause upheaval in the country. Even the model we are operating right now is not something we are all in agreement with. There are grievances grudges. So, I mean, PLC, yes, it can be, it's already by PIA 107 or 209. I think NNPCL is supposed to be listed by now. So even the government is contravening its own law passed by the National Assembly, so that they cannot be the sole holders of that NNPCL as NNPCL as we know it today. So it's a Nigerian company owned by the people, entrusted in the hands of the NNPC management. That's how far they can go. No individual can own an NPC. Our national assets, oil, both undiscovered and discovered, proven asset or not, cannot be handed over to one man. That's my own take on that. And for the university one,
and if that happens,
it's not going to happen. We don't. Nobody's thinking it.
You are not thinking it. Okay,
I'm not thinking it.
Okay,
it's not going to happen.
So if it happens, what's going to happen?
Even the 71 and 72 OPL he has only 45%, which is the general model.
You know, it's
and then,
like when you people hear Dangote,
So,
you people have shocker. What I'm saying is a Nigerian. If you hear Dangote and you get so offended because I said Dangote.
Oh, he's a Nigerian. No, I understand it from that context that he's a Nigerian. But to hand over to an individual Nigerian is what I'm against.
Okay? So now let me go back to what I asked. What you don't have control over, you don't say never.
No, as a Nigerian, I mean, as a Nigerian,
will be sold. Mark my word, and nothing will happen.
AI, as a Nigerian, even as old as I am, the day that happens or an attempt is made towards that direction, I will fly home and be on the street with the people. That much I can tell you. And I don't think...
Listen to me, Baba. Listen to me clearly.
Yeah.
You see, there have come a time in Nigeria when our government will face front. You see, NNPC, it must go. I'm making it categorically clear. For people who have not been following the trend in Nigeria, let me tell you now, NNPC must go so that Nigerians can breathe. Other sectors should work. Nigerian government has concentrated so much on petroleum that we no longer talk of agriculture. We no longer talk about even something as small as electricity. We don't have, let alone talk of security in our nation. You see that your NNPC, Baba, let me tell you today, mark today is 13th. It must go and nothing will happen.
Okay. I lost my train of... Look, in the terms of agriculture you just mentioned, I think we're just too focused on NNPC, Dangote, Aso Rock, and things like that. We're exporting cash crop. We're exporting cash crop. Nigeria is the third largest African exporter of cocoa. And most of our cocoa beans, they go to Netherlands. That's why we have trade surplus with Netherlands. I saw on Arise the other day, a woman leading exporter of cassava. Time was, she said, they even call people to come and take this cassava to feed their pig farms, piggery and stuff like that, because no off-takers. But today, our business is worth millions of dollars. So a lot of exports going on. What we are not growing, which we left to the north, is the food, what we eat generally. So maybe those cocoa farmers in the southwest, the cassava farmers in the southwest, if they are properly encouraged, coupled with the south and stuff like that, they could start growing. Yes, sir.
Baba,
yes, sir.
Can you at least agree? Can you at least agree that if NNPC was privately run, it will be better run than the government? Do you at least agree?
Yeah, you put it better when privately run, but not owned. Oh, the word is ownership, owned by an individual Nigerian.
And I said it's
Owned it.
gonna happen. I said if it happen, what are you
Yeah,
gonna do?
maybe I
There
won't
is going
necessarily
to
agree
be
with that.
something
Agree with
like,
that
hold on,
individual.
what can I come in?
Yeah.
Because I
Mhm.
started this. There is just like they have NCC. Here, that's what they have. NCC now that scream and whine about what MTN, Globalcom, and whatever others are doing, and Go TV and blah, blah, blah. They scream and whine about it. So are they going to have a body like that? But you see that your NNPC, Baba, it must go. It must
It's
go.
not good. You know why
But
it
Baba,
it
how
won't
about this?
happen?
How about they put it out there as an S corp, like corporation, where they just be board
That's what the
uh,
PIA says. That's what the dictates of the PIA is saying. Look, we are in a peculiar situation. These oil assets, they span several states, several indigenous group of people, the Ogonis, the Ijaws, the Igbos, up to the people of Kogi State and all the rest. So it spans. It's not, and knowing full well the kind of people we are, for an individual citizen, to buy what is inside, underground, flowing in my ancestral land, and have control of it. To whom is he going to pay that money if he has maybe $300 billion to spare? To whom is going to
Baba,
pay that money?
you
How are
know
we
what
going
you
to
know what
divide it?
you know what I can agree. I can agree
Yeah.
that an indigene that wants to own it can buy. You have to be an indigene. The rule would be that if you're an indigene of that territory, or let's just say the kingdom of that land should own it, should run it privately. Like the kingdom, let's say the one in Ogoni land, let's say whatever is in the ground in Ogoni land, the Ogoni kingdom should be the private owner. And then or maybe they share, the government will own like certain percentage, or however they want to do it. But at the end of the day, let it be privately run,
Then
But
we have to run a different model
you,
of
you can just make
governance.
it. You can just make it in a way where non-indigent cannot just come there and buy and own it. You understand? Because that is where the conflict will come from. Like, why would someone from the north come and own something that's in the soil in Ogoni land or Ijola or Yoruba land, that kind of thing? But I still agree with Madam Zita that if anything run by government, man, God, Lord, man,
But
it's just the corruption will be too much because
Mike,
you have to exchange leadership. Your politicians come and go,
Mike, can I say something?
So, yeah,
You said, how can somebody, you see, when we say things like this, sometimes I wonder, you say, how can somebody from the north come and own something, the resources is coming from the south, right? That's just the statement you
in
made.
the soil, yeah,
Really?
in the soil,
Really? And you are living in the
yeah, it's not
United
right, man.
States.
Come on.
And you are living in
What
the
do you mean with the
United
United
States.
States? In what sense? Yeah, the state owns the resources in the soil in the United States. The state, you can't come from another state and come and
Oh,
take
really?
over the
You see,
mine in
before
the
we
state of
start
Texas, in the
saying
state of
things like this, before we come to a global platform and make comments like somebody who is a citizen of Nigeria, when we come to a global platform to raise an eyebrow, that why would he come from one side of Nigeria and come and own something that pertains to another side of Nigeria? I begin to wonder, who are we?
Manazita,
What do we really think?
do you agree that we recognize indigenous? Do you agree that in Nigeria we recognize indigenous? What's the word? Indigenous.
Listen. Let me tell you.
Indigenous.
Let me tell you
Do
something.
we agree that in Nigeria we recognize that kingdoms exist? Do you at least agree?
Excuse me.
Because we haven't got to that point where we just
and then you are saying in a global platform this morning that that's the word you used. That was why I came in.
No, I didn't say that's
But
not the
let
word
me
I
tell you
used. That's not
something.
necessary. I'm saying
Let me
somebody
tell
from
you
another
something.
kingdom to come and own what's in his soul in another kingdom. It just doesn't sink well.
This is
I mean, you and I can say, okay,
this guy is
we have.
really,
You and I can say, hold on now, hold on. Madam Sita, hold on. You and I can say, because you and I have evolved to that level where we can overlook it. But you can't say and tell me that every other Nigerians have evolved to that level where they can say they can just overlook it. You can't say that. You can't say just because you have evolved to that extent where you can easily accept something like that. Meaning it's okay to just have. We know millions of Nigerians won't accept it. That's just the reality.
Mike, there's something I wanted to say about the generalization that a state cannot function, cannot run something. It's a rule of thumb. It doesn't mean it's a panacea that you have to go with the private sector in order to achieve anything, right? I believe that with one example, for example, Saudi Aramco is a state-owned oil group, and they're doing quite well right now.
But you are dealing with a country where they have a kingdom.
Right. No,
Saudi is not a country.
It's
not a democracy where you constantly switch government every 4 years. You
right.
understand?
I agree with the other argument you're making.
APC might have a contract going on with one, maybe one foreign company entity or something like that, and PDP will take over. They wanted, Nigeria now. There's no continuity in what
absolutely.
they do. So
that I agree.
Yeah,
but I'm saying that
exactly. Yeah.
On the main thing which I'm gonna say should be one of the last things I'm gonna say, because it's just shocking. It's stunning when Madam Rita made that statement yesterday. I thought she misspoke, because she was running through a lot of things that Dangote should buy, including all the gas stations, or most of it, or some of it, and also be the refiner, be the importer. Right now, Dangote is breaking all these boundaries. He has an importation license. He has a refinery. Today, he announced that he's going to be actually producing the crude itself.
For your information, he's not using anybody's brain to do that.
He's using our money. He's
not using, I repeat, I'm not talking about the money. I said he is not using anybody's brain to do that. He's using
unfortunately, because I believe he'll do much better if you use other people's brain.
He's using his brain to take your money. You too, go use your brain and take the money back from him.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to talk to my fellow countrymen. I've been doing it for 2 years. I'm saying that he's not a good actor. He's monopolistic. And you could see it now. He wants to produce the crude itself now. But what you're saying takes the cake. I believe that when you say he should buy an NNPC, that's unacceptable as far as most people. Anybody who's heard you say that, they're surprised and disappointed that you didn't. I gave you a way to chicken out of it by saying I misspoke. But having said that, I rest my case. I don't believe that an NNPC, who is 75% of our revenue. If we're a diversified country where we're manufacturing cars, we're manufacturing airplanes, supercomputers, we have value-added stuff, the country is working very well. Yes, if you here like in the United States, you don't have a United States oil company, because we're diversified. But there are still rules. They still have to be regulated, and of course the states. Now, when you hear a state says Texas or California, they're bigger than West Africa, for example, as far as GDP. But anyway, I rest my case on that. Thank you very much.
Well, if I may take over.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we are not looking at our political economy, which is the most important thing in cases like this. And when we talk about maybe the distribution of wealth is skewed to the advantage of a certain part of the country, we're talking about real issues here, because the wealth has to be distributed evenly among the ethnic nationalities, more so particularly where the resources.
That's why I said it should be sold.
Just let me finish my train of thought. Let me finish, not to collapse my thought. Yeah, where these things are buried. Look, it's disproportionate, as it were. And those who have the advantage today had it because of the military regime which they headed that period, were it to be the dispensation we run, democratic dispensation, it wouldn't have skewed to them. Yes, we are active. There is Oranto, there is ATO, there is Chrome, and a host of other Southerners involved. But equally also, it's just about 60% or 50% or 40%. The rest belong to a certain level of people. And of course, when we talk about this thing, they too have their own. They have their oil. So for which they've used NMPC since 1980s, they've been doing exploration in the north. It's the reality of our country, of how our country was formatted. NMPC resources were used to discover those gas in Adamawa or so, the oil well in about 3 places up to the Shad Basin. They have there. Those are already.
You made a statement. You said you think the wealth should be distributed equally across ethnic among ethnic nationalities. So are you against the 13% derivatives? I mean,
no, I'm not against it. It's quite necessary. Even those organizations, NNDP or something, which they've done one for the East right now and one for the North, and those are developmental issues which they are addressing. Whether we like it or not, yes, we will share assets as far as we agree to live together under one roof called Nigeria.
yeah,
That
but don't you
cannot
think
be.
it's really not fair? It's not fair that maybe one area will produce so much and then their wealth will just be shared among everybody. Like, I mean, that stuff kind of bothers me, man. To be
Well,
honest,
that's the political system we are running at the moment. So it's something we have to live with. If we have to change the format, then we have to exchange those things involved in the constitution to be able to remove those things from a certain schedule in the constitution and make it regional ownership. So we have to change it. But the thing is, NMPC is not functioning, not because it cannot, but it's the human element of people running it. It's a human element, what we may end up calling Nigerian factor. We all can see it through the rules. They are given, they've been audited for years until they brought out a fake, or what do I call it, last year, and in which they claimed a lot of line items that are not true. That has been debunked.
It's a new phenomenon, Baba, because we could date it from, say, 2015 when Buhari came in and he's the petroleum minister, and he used to have a similar job under Obasanjo, I think it was. So it's a new phenomenon. It's not like it's always been that way. So it's something that we have to break their backs on. The way I see it is that Dangote and Buhari, they actually wanted to take that whole oil. If they have a way to dig it out of the ground and take it, they will do so. So the best they can do is what they've done in the last 10 years or so, 15 years, since 2000.
Are you saying Buhari own oil? Buhari own oil? Is that what you're telling us?
No, what he, not necessarily in his case owning it himself under his name, but they've been coveting the oil. Most of the people who own those oil fields are like Saduana of Sokoto. He has about 10. A lot of Northerners own those oil fields. Yes.
Do you have evidence of this?
Yeah, well, you could Google it.
Saduana of Sokoto.
Yeah.
I don't even think people always point out Sokoto Caliphate as this powerful entity in Nigeria. There's never been a time where the Sokoto Caliphate has been powerful in Nigeria. There's never been, and people always say they run Nigeria. There's nothing that suggests that Sokoto Caliphate run Nigeria. I think the last time Sokoto Caliphate. No, hold on. Let's go. Let's look at the timeline. We understand Ahmadu Bello. Yeah, he was the Sultan. We get that. But since the guy has been assassinated, people that have been running Nigeria don't have any kind of affiliation with the Sokoto Caliphate. Gowon is nowhere. Is not from anywhere in Sokoto, anywhere near Sokoto. Neither is Babangida or Abacha or Obasanjo or anyone that's ever ruled Nigeria since. So this idea of the Sokoto Caliphate run Nigeria, or they are so powerful, they dictate to everybody, they run stuff. I don't know where that is coming from.
Okay, let me take a stab at that.
The
That's not what
military
I'm.
era, most of the soldiers that really rule Nigeria during the military era, they're more of the middle belt soldiers, middle belt.
Right, because they do
This
so.
guy from Benue and that human.
Right,
Yeah, go ahead.
they did that by proxy, right? If you look at those who's been president from the South, some of them, most of them have been accidental. Somebody like Jonathan, for example, right? They didn't expect that.
Same as, but the same as other people now. It's been accidental now. Name anybody that was imposed on us. The only person I can say they ever imposed, probably Obasanjo. That's it. Everybody else has been accidental. Either they came in through a military coup, and somebody
Right, but
else
what
came
I'm
and
saying,
overthrew them.
when I say the Sadoana owns oil, those kind of people, they own those oil fields. You just have to go through the list of those who own oil fields. In his case,
do you have the list?
I don't have it in front of me, but I've looked at it before.
There's a list. Which list?
I'm sorry for it. I didn't see it.
No, they have a list. I don't have it in front of me. Is what I'm saying, but I can find it if you want.
What we can agree is that a lot of ex-military officers, when the military were ruling, they were shared, they were looking out for each other, but it's got nothing to do with the caliphate or region or anything.
Yeah,
the soldiers,
I'm avoiding
the officers back then.
Yeah, the conspiracy theory part of it. Yeah, obviously you could use your.
It's got nothing to do with the region or people targeting people,
Oh, it does, though. It does. You just don't come out and
people like Mederibe, Dantata, and a host of others. They are not.
There are some southeasterners. There are some southeasterners and southwesterners. They also got their own hookup too. They were everyone that was connected to whoever was in power at that time.
That's what I say. It's disproportionate. That's the word I use. Disproportionate.
But because they knew each other, it was ex-soldiers, right? Ex-officers, ex-generals, right? Because they knew each other, but it wasn't because they are from one area or something. It's just they didn't give any oil well to the traditional rulers of the north.
No.
Or is there any traditional ruler in the north that own anything?
Yeah, you have to balance.
I think one of them.
You have to balance what you're saying, right, Mike?
Anyone that owns is probably ex-general.
Right now, Dangote is one of those who selects who's going to be president in the country, right? You have to know that he has business interests, and that's nothing wrong with that. That's human nature as a capitalist. Yes, it's not your little boy there, right? They have ways.
Can you explain Dangote run INEC?
It's a big discussion, right?
Select,
let me tell you.
So are you saying Dangote? Hold on. Are you saying Dangote selected Tinubu, and Tinubu was giving him a dick?
He was part of it. No, he just Dangote has a way of fooling the ordinary guy, right? For example, when Emefiele was dealing with him, he was benefiting a lot, but he's moved on from that, and then Emefiele is in trouble right now. His main target is NNPC because the president is too big actually for him to go after. He was trying to go after Tinubu because the arrangements he made with Buhari is to convert that oil, and he tried everything. Remember, they opened that oil in 2021. We invested a lot of money into that oil company, over $4 billion. That's a lot of money. Now, if you look at Buhari's activities, he built a rail line going to Niger Republic, right? What do you think that's for? There's a reason for that. So one of the things that they're interested in is that oil, those oil from the South, right? You saw we did an episode where a man here was arguing that oil belongs to the North. Their intelligentsia actually believe that. They don't want to provoke us, but what they truly believe is that oil, we only have it because the landmass gives us the onshore, offshore, and things like that. That kind of argument. But look at the activity of Buhari. He's been president before, head of state under the military when he committed a coup d'etat. But after that, then he became the petroleum minister, right? He has no geological training, but he was a petroleum minister. And then as president, he made himself the oil minister. Now, during the time he was petroleum minister, he was accused of all kinds of fraud, right? All kinds of fraud. But if you look at what he did then was to try to create a situation where Dangote builds his refinery, and he gave him all kinds of perks to do that. Now, Tinubu comes in. Buhari wanted another Northerner, the former Senate president, to be president, but that 5 Northern governors that was going too far. So now what they're trying to do is to be amenable, try to adjust it. There's a conflict because Tinubu is in oil as well. So they're sharing it. He has Aendo that was purchased by an NPC before. But it's neither here nor there. But don't go thinking people just come up and become president in Nigeria. There are people who select that. Who's going to be president?
Who select? Who does it select?
Well, I cannot tell you that I know. I'm not privy to who does it, but I could use.
So you
I
don't
don't
know.
know. Okay, I don't know is the answer, but I have an idea
why,
though.
If you don't know, then why
I have an
telling us
educated guess, right? I cannot prove it to you.
Okay, what is the guess?
The guess is this Northern Cabal. They're not.
Who's the Northern Cabal?
I named one of them, which is Mr. Saad Abubakar, right? He's one of them for sure. So
how does he do it?
He does it in clandestine form. They have an intelligentsia. You have Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi as part of that intelligentsia. Now, it's not a constant, it's a variable. There are people who come in and people who go, but there are people who are constant. People like Erufai had a position in that. Sanusi Lamido, these are the younger ones. But the core one is Dangote, Mr. Saad Abubakar, right? And so many others. Buhari is one of them.
But Barca, which power are they using? Are they using juju or what? What is it? What power?
They're
which
using
power?
both.
Okay, these people you mentioned, they are hold on. Yeah. They are a bunch of politicians, just like we also have a bunch of politicians in the South.
Yes.
So whatever they are doing, what's stopping the Southern politicians from doing the same thing?
Because we are Democrats by nature, right? In essence, we're not ideological. We're not doctrinal when it comes to religion, right? Southerners are not. Every Southerner, most Southerners want a progressive country that contains the North, the South, the East, and the West. That's what most people, they're not regional in that sense. Now, we may have a lot of competition.
What I'm trying to understand is the way people describe these Northern politicians. I see they have this one special power that the rest of us don't have. And I'm trying to understand what that special power is. That they will say, oh, they control. I see they're just smarter than all of us. They are these genius-minded people. They just use their brain to have special power over us. And I don't get that. I really don't get it.
It's not that they have a special power. It's the same thing. Let's say, use another country, say Israel. If you go to Israel, you have the Palestinians, right? So the Israelis don't want to have a democracy there where the Palestinians can vote, and in the future,
but that case, we all can see that the Israeli. Yeah, I see. We all can obviously see that the Israelis have special power. They have the guns and they obviously, showing it, and they make the rules, and they are the one ruling. And the Palestinians, they make the apartheid rule where they restrict them. So that one is obvious. You understand?
Right.
But in the case of Nigeria, it's nothing like that. We're all under the same constitution. Constitution that govern Northern politicians, what are governing Southern politicians. You don't have two separate constitutions now.
But the point, Mike, you're leaping over it. They have an agenda. We don't in the South have an agenda, a single agenda for the South. We don't want to dominate the North. The North wants to dominate.
So whose fault is that then?
No, it's nobody's fault. The point I'm making is that we just want to establish, when you agree, then tell me you agree. If Jonathan is president, the North is uncomfortable with that arrangement. They wanted to come to an end as
but
possible,
sometimes
right?
when a Northerner is president, a lot of us in the South are uncomfortable.
No, only if they're bad, and if they're doing something bad, we'll be uncomfortable when I'm gone, right?
When have we ever been comfortable with a Northerner?
Okay, what did you say? What did you say there?
When have we ever been comfortable? When have we ever been comfortable with somebody from the different region?
No,
man, we were.
I'm not saying it's 100%, but if a Northerner who is a patriotic Nigerian who is not ideologically bent to a religion, we hold our noses and we put up with it, right? It's politics. It's president for
But the
everybody.
Northerners were comfortable. But the Northerners were comfortable with Obasanjo though, because they saw him as someone that's not against them. You know, he
Right.
looked
Yeah,
out for
because
them.
they put him
Yeah.
there. They
So
put him there. They appointed him there.
Baba, go
Or
ahead.
they
And he's part
forced
of it too. He used to be part of
other
that.
parts of the country to accept him, or they felt guilt for the death of MKO, and they felt they have to compensate the South somehow. I think it's just out
So
of
you saying
sympathy or the correct thing to
Exactly on
do.
that. Yeah.
so Baba, you saying the Southerners didn't vote for? Are you saying Obasanjo lost the election? The Northerners just you know? I mean,
Obas
is it the Northerners, or was it his political party that put him there, or was he some Northern elite that forced him to be? That, I mean, and also did he decide himself?
He
You
was
know what I'm
sprung
saying?
out of
Because
yeah. We there was need for democracy. The country will have gone to pieces. This man was sprung out of prison, an ex-general, ex-head of state, ex-military. We are just in a military government that we all want out. So who do you think the military will trust then? Trust power to, so that they can retire comfortably to their villages or to their towns. And they look around,
okay,
okay, these are the, no, let me finish their point. These are
okay,
the
go ahead. I'm
people
listening.
that are hurt by this democratic imbroglio that went on during that period through the death of MKO. So let's look for a Yoruba man of the Southwest stock and make him a president. But who can we pick? Okay, there is this one who is part of ours, older than us, superior officer, ex-head of state. So let's make him one. So they put in the
Okay,
Southwest, never voted for him. The Southwest did not vote
okay,
for him.
okay. Let's look at the process how Obasanjo emerged, right? They had constitution, and then you have to have a political party, right? So Obasanjo ran under PDP, right? So that PDP, who was the chairman of that party and who created that party, and when they did the primary, who were the people that voted for him to be the flag bearer of that party? Okay, is there a way you can
Dr.
answer that?
The former vice president, what's it, Ekweme was going to win
Alex
that
Ekweme.
election. Alex Ekweme
Was
was
it
going to
who was
win
it?
the
Who
primary.
was the chairman? Who was the chairman of the party?
The chairman of the
I think
party,
it was Alex Ekweme. Abi?
no, it was not, but it was one of the people who really wrote the constitution of PDP as a party. Who was the
Okay.
yeah, who was the chairman now? I can't, it just escaped my mind. But he had to contest that election with Olufalaye. Olufalaye was a Ferry's candidate, the Southwest candidate. Facts, Action
Yeah,
for
but what I'm saying is
Democracy.
within the PDP party, who were the people that decided that was Obasanjo that would run under the PDP, uh, you know, flag?
I think the
He was
military,
the member
both the ones that have
in
ruled
the
before and the power brokers in the PDP, they
the
did
military
that to
created PDP.
appease the South.
The military created PDP.
Yeah, they created PDP. They
Really?
created PDP, and they were going to take over power from him. Atiku was going to be their boy, their main focus. That was how Atiku only wanted Obasanjo. When the country became calm, that okay, we intended only one term for you. You have to go. And Obasanjo said, no, I'm not going. I need my second term. Why do you need second term when your people did not even vote for you? Well, no. Then the Yorubas rose up and said, no, despite the fact we don't vote for him, he is there.
Okay.
He's entitled to a second term. So you allow him to do his second
Okay.
term in
So
peace.
let me see. Okay, let me see if we agree. Okay, let's assume that the PDP, the military play a lot of role in making sure
Yeah,
that
Aneni from Edo State was
became the,
PDP chairman. Somebody just corrected, said that no. Aneni, the
okay. So it's
ex-policeman.
Southern.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, South.
yeah, when I look into that PDP back then, a lot of the parties were a lot of Southerners and mixture of everybody, and they all kind of saw someone can there has this stronger chance of winning, and also they see that okay, he's more of an experienced guy. Yeah. But let's assume or let's just say we agree that okay, maybe the military wanted and they helped him to become the president the first time. So it was also the military that made him the president the second time, and also was he the military that they will continue to be involved in whoever has become president?
No. If you remember, he has handled power. He has handled power. He has tasted power. The Babangidas of PDP, the Abdul Salam of PDP, they are all PDP. You remember, even Theophilus Danjuma served under Obasanjo as defense minister. That era was filled with military men. PDP was filled with, because they all had presidential ambition to come back and govern us again. And then the second time, what gave it to Obasanjo was when the Southwest said, no, he must do his second term. And of course, they voted for him. Whether that's voting from the Southwest or by rigging or not, that's another topic entirely. But he got almost all the states in Southwest except Lagos. So he did.
Okay, so in the second term, so what I'm understanding is that the second term, it was the electors. I mean, sorry, the people that the voters that made him president the second time, not the military.
Not the military.
Okay, so the people now made him the president the second time. Okay, so since
whether
then,
by rigging or by any device, that's another question. That's another discussion entirely. But he won that election. He won Southwest, and he won respect for himself by winning Southwest.
Okay, so it wasn't. So the military out of the picture then, and then the election after that, the Yaradua and the Jonathan. I know Jonathan won the 2011 election. Was he the Nigerian people that voted him, or was he the military or the Northerners or something? You know, I'm trying to understand who's picking presidents, or whether it's the voters or is he some kind of cabal somewhere. You know,
that we always forget say. Jonathan was deputy governor in Bayelsa, and when
I get that, but
so
I'm saying we're becoming president. That's what I'm saying. Because he ran an election in 2011.
Yeah, when Yaradua was affirmed dead, there was a stalemate. There was a lacuna because Jonathan as vice president did not want Jonathan to be president. Their argument was that no, that Yaradua term is ours, so we need to have to bring in somebody to be president. So Jonathan must remain vice president.
The northern politicians, right?
They believe that
not the military,
not the
not
military,
the northern military.
So
the military out of the picture. Now it's politicians that are.
But the South rose up and said, no, this must not hold. By constitution, when the president died, the spare tire, the vice president, automatically should be. There was an argument. But
so the constitution won the day, not anybody. The constitution won the day, right?
No, not the constitution, because it became a debate. Really? But David Mark, who was president of the Senate then, was somebody who is a temperate and very logical man. So they brought up what they call the doctrine of necessity. Based on the doctrine of necessity, whatever that means, that look, let Jonathan run and complete the term.
So it wasn't because of the constitution said so?
No, it was because it was a joint ticket. So it was doctrine of necessity.
So hold on now. Nigerian constitution said when something happened to the Nigerian constitution said when something happened to the president, the vice president takes over. Clearly, right?
Yeah.
So anybody could have.
It was a joint ticket.
So you're saying somebody could have said, because I'm from the north, and we did not. We say you cannot be president. Against the constitution, they would have done that.
They were pushing for it. The country will have burned because people were going from south in buses and going to protest in Abuja. You remember? All of them were going there. One association or the other, churches, pastors, Toyinka and all, they were all in Abuja.
Yeah, I get it, but I think those ones just wasted their time because whether they did it or not, if Jonathan, or at the end of the day, they would have ended up in courts, and the court would have said, hey, clearly, it's clear in the constitution that if something happens to the president, the vice president takes over, and nothing anyone in the north or anywhere in the world would have done about it. Jonathan was going to be president when Yar'Adua
But
died.
Nigeria doesn't
So we
work
can
that
put,
way.
no,
Nigeria
that's the way it
doesn't work.
works. I don't know.
Well,
So
if
Nigeria doesn't. We don't use constitution. Since when? I mean, I don't get it.
no, what I mean by when it comes to power sharing, Nigeria doesn't work that way. Even when Atiku ran the last election, what was the logic of the Northerners? They said, look, in this dispensation, we've never, only 2 years. Then we are having, I think, that was the third. In 12 years, we've only been there for 2 years. So rightfully, we must have our own turn complete. That's how
But
power
it's not
runs.
guaranteed. It doesn't mean they must have it. The thing is this: we are mistaking the desire of politicians with we're mistaking it to be some kind of power. If the Northerners have decided, they just play their politics. It doesn't mean they have some kind of power that it must be what they want or what they say. No, it doesn't. At the end of the day, it's the constitution that will dictate. So I don't know why we look at it as, oh, the North wants this, so they will have it, or they must, I don't get it. It's just the Northern politician will always tell you what they want and play politics. Everybody will play their politics and tell you that, oh, look, we should be rotated or things like that. But it doesn't mean that's the way.
But
Your
when that
desire doesn't
disruptive,
override.
but when that
There's
disruptive
nobody's
politics
desire.
persists, wait, in the meantime, when that destructive politics is being played, who suffers? The country. And the country could
No, I don't think so. Okay, how will the country suffer?
It will suffer in the
How will the
sense that
country suffer?
there will be vacuum in power. Nothing works. And
In what sense? How?
No president. Who signs the check? Who signs the bill from National Assembly? Nothing. Stalemate.
The what? The not what?
Stalemate. They have the numbers. As far as we know, whether proven
I don't think
or
so.
not,
I don't think
they
so.
have. Wait, out of 36 states, they have 19, and we have 17.
19.
They don't stop.
Okay,
They don't stop talking about that, and they don't stop talking about even land mass.
Okay. You said they have 19. We have how many?
We have 17 in the south.
17. So that 19 you are talking about. Are you talking about Kogi, Kwara?
It's not central. It is, when we say not central, it's part of them.
Benue, the one line with
Niger.
Caliphate.
Of course. If you ask Saraki will tell you he's a Fulani man.
At the end of the day, I've never seen a time where the entire North have aligned or the entire South have aligned. I just think this North-South thing is just a fallacy. And when we're talking about Northern Caliphate, we're more focusing, what we're referring to is more like the core North. The core North. There's never been a time where the whole North...
Where you say core North, what do you mean by that?
We're talking about the Sokoto, the Kanu, the Kaduna, other North, maybe we can include Northeast like Maduguri, other stuff. But when we're talking about North being these people that want to that assert this power, things like that, I don't think that North we are including all these middle belts. I'm sorry. Because a lot of those middle belts, they really align more with the South.
You want to remap Nigeria now? You can't remap Nigeria. That's what the map says at the moment.
That North, I know, but that North agenda thing, I don't think include Benue and Kogi, Kwara. I don't think so. I don't think those guys, they are. You can't tell me that.
It's not what you think, Mike.
It's
what is happening. It's what is the reality of our time. It's not what we think. On paper, yes, 19 states in the north, 17 in the south. They claim they have more landmass than the south.
Okay. So the North of the past that we always say control military and have this power holding Nigeria and controlling everything. So that not include Kwara people, Kogi people, Benue people, all these TV Doman, all these people.
It has always been like that. Even Dr. Olushola Saraki, not the father of the present one, Bukola, have never, even during military regime, accepted that they is not of the northern stock. They are Fulanis. That's what they claim. He was the leader
What
of
about
Kwara
Benue?
people.
What about
Benue
Benue?
has always been there because they are middle belt something party led by Mr. Taka. Taka runs that place. You understand? But at a point, they were voting action group. But when the military came in, they switched allegiance to the north. So Benue Plateau and Niger too. Niger and
Kogi, what about
Kogi.
Kogi?
Yeah, they've always aligned with that, the north. Even if you look into the history of the Superman, so-called Superman, Tunde Idiagbon was a Fulani man. Forget that he bears Idiagbon.
But these are individuals now we're talking about. I
Yeah,
mean, we are talking about the society.
Look, our history, if we have to face it, some things we don't look into, it's a part of this, the pettiness or littleness of things like this are things that are shaping the destiny of our country to the detriment of progress for our country. Obasanjo and Abiola, the grudge between them. Babangida, Idiagbon, the grudge between them. And on and on and on like that. If I told you the pettiness of little things, fracas, what I'll call today's fracas, that has happened between these people that has swollen their ego, shaping the destiny of the country today to the detriment of the entire citizenry. So it's has always been there, except we want to deny it, or the young one wants to be.
Yeah, to me, Baba, the way I see it is I just see Nigerian situation as individuals that make bad decisions and things like that. I don't see it necessarily as some kind of regional agenda or because
No,
that
it
northern
is.
thing is to
It
me it's
is.
like
Look,
a
Mike. Okay, let me tell you
boogeyman
another
not,
aspect.
to be honest.
Do you know in this north they don't use the normal code of jurisprudence. They use the penal code in the north. Penal code,
The penal
which is
code.
something Islamic. In their part of their
I thought
punishment today, they can still flog you publicly. It's only beheading
yeah, but
or
that's more of a
decapitating
culture
they
now.
cannot
That's
do.
more I get that,
No,
but
I'm
they don't
only
impose
telling
that
you
on the
that
rest of the
to
country.
emphasize the difference, the
Okay.
demarcation they have created. That even the
Okay.
laws
So
are not unique, are not
I get that.
in
So
one.
okay, so are you saying that Sharia, do they do it in Benue or Kogi or I don't know, Kwara or even other part
Yeah,
of
they
the
do it in
north?
Kwara. They do it in Kwara, but I don't know whether they do
Really?
it. They do
Sharia in
it in
Kwara?
Niger. They do it in Niger. They do it in Kwara,
What
but I
about
don't know
Benue?
other states. I don't know.
What about Benue?
Plateau, I
They
don't
don't
know.
no, they
I
don't do
don't
it in
know.
Benue.
I
They don't
don't
do it
know.
in Benue for sure. And
I
they don't
don't
do it
know.
in Kogi.
I
Yeah,
don't
and
know.
I'm pretty sure there are some other states in the north that they don't do it. And even some, like if you say Southern Kaduna, for example, I don't think Sharia applies there. So to me, I think that their culture, their religion, yeah, I get that. They are committed to it, yeah, and they're not changing that. So, but the fact that they don't impose that, they don't come to the south to say we must practice Sharia or we must do things their way. I don't see them as my problem in that regard. Whatever they want to do within their environment, that's their culture. We can't change it because
Don't
we can't
be too
impose.
sure. On the Sharia, people like late Alhaji Arishi Kola, the Arab Muslimi of Yoruba land, when he was alive, he was ready to embrace Sharia for the whole of Southwest. And there are people like Saburi Biobaku, professor. They are all welcoming of it. But it's the Christians actually that is telling them it's not
Well,
going to work.
but I
It
was
was
going to
an
be
issue in
pushing
the Southwest.
Sharia in the southwest. That is not
It
that is
was
not
an
even
issue.
possible.
It's only the advocates were all dead no sooner than it was later. They died. If they were alive today, it would still be an issue.
You and I know that wasn't something even possible at all. Sharia in the middle of Lagos or in the middle of Ibadan. I don't know how that was going to happen.
If you're a Muslim, it's an option. It's optional. If you're a Muslim and you have a case, okay,
with
I'll
the
go for
level of
Sharia. I'll go to the.
education and sophistication, it's just Islam is just not something that can Islamic ways. It's not something that can possibly in the next 100 years dominate the Yoruba land. Most Yoruba Muslims I know they're not even real Muslims. I just went to Nigeria. I found out all this afar. I went to their house. So Yoruba land is
And I
not
think that is just for convenience sake. We
maybe
embrace Islam for convenience because it's not too different from traditional religion, which permits the use of amulet and a consultation of marabu and marrying more than one wife. So I think that's what attracted even the typical Southwesterner to embrace that religion, because it's not on that score. They are not too dissimilar.
Well, I just don't think the North, those so-called caliphate, they are as powerful as the way we like just described them. I will give them so much power, man. We give them too much power.
Look,
What I can say is
took
maybe they are
that
more
power.
organized. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe they are
Which
more
power?
organized than us because their belief actually is
Yeah,
that
they
look,
are more.
there are
Yeah.
two political class, economic and the politics of it, political power of it. They said, look, the southern states, they hold economic power in banking, in oil, in this, in that. That if they also join that with political power, then what do they have? That is one of the arguments. People like Maitama Sule and the rest of them, like late Professor, living Ango Abdullahi and all the rest, Galadima, all of them. That is their belief that political power should
But
reside in
Baba,
the north.
when Obasanjo decided he was going to do the 13% derivative for the South and create NDC and give them more than everybody else, no Northerner could stop him now.
They could not stop him because they fear the southern agitation. That was the work of people like Sarowiwa, for which he paid with his blood. And of course, when the people of the South started talking about resource control and things like that, and there was going to be a kind of revolt from the South because of the ecological damage in that region. So to quieten that space, they gave them that the broader formula of 13% derivation, which they were sharing. And of today, I think they've risen to about 10 states beyond, because Imo has come in, Lagos, Kogi has been an addition.
But what I'm saying is, when Babangida was there, Abacha was there, they didn't do that. I mean, they ignored them, So
Yeah,
can
they
say
ignored them
maybe
because
northern
that's
guys
power of
didn't
the
give.
gun.
Yeah,
Power of the gun.
but then when Santana became president, he used power to give them, what the Northerners refused to give them. So the Northerners couldn't stop him from doing that. So what I'm saying is, I don't think anything the Southerners want to do for themselves, Northerners can stop them. The same way, whatever the Northerners want to do for themselves, I don't think we Southerners can stop them.
Yeah, that's my belief. But when they start pushing, they push forcefully, and the South become fretful, thinking that they can
But when you
actualize
say
whatever they
force,
are pushing
what kind
for.
of force? What kind of force?
Oh,
What kind of force? What force are they using?
Okay. Let's take, for instance, during Buhari's administration for 8 years, did we hear any noise from them? Nothing. But in the last 16 months or thereabout, we've been hearing all kind of cacophonous noises coming from them, from their little ones to the older ones, from their educated elites to the uneducated ones. They are all making disparate noises at the moment. What are they saying? Hunger, 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 hunger. And unfortunately, the South also is buying
But
into that
noise.
agenda. No, let me finish. All the statistics that make our
But
nation
Baba,
look
okay, yeah.
very bad today, like out of school children, 70% or more than are from the North. So it's not the
Okay, I get
fault
that,
of the
Baba.
South, but they'll be
Okay. You make the argument like, okay, since Tinubu came in and they've been doing their noise and agitation, whatever, complaint. To me, I don't see that as power, a force. But they can also create the argument that when Buhari was in power, oh man, there was a lot of noise from the south too. The guy they didn't allow him to rest too. Is it the Yoruba Nation people or the Ipobians? They won't say Buhari was dead. I mean, we made a lot of noise too. So they don't look at that and say, oh, the south is so powerful and they're using force to get them to do things. I mean, they push Buhari to do a lot of things with all this noise. So we do it to ourselves. We didn't South do it as well. So we
but you,
equally trouble ourselves.
well, you have a point there anyway, but they've had their way for 8 years. So why not be quiet and let the South do their own thing? Because when Buhari was there for 8 years, what did he do for the Southeasterner? He named them a mere dot in a circle. That's how he branded them, and he did nothing there apart from the Niger Bridge. And he was not the initiator of the Niger
He
Bridge.
fixed a lot
He
of
only
he
completed it.
fixed a lot of their road. He fixed a lot of federal road in the Southeast. Southeasterners actually can attest to that. And well, we complain. We didn't keep quiet when they were ruling. So I'm not going to complain if they don't keep quiet when it's our turn to rule. So I think it's a time we have to come to a time where we bury the hatchet of North versus South, which really I don't think exists among the elites, to be honest. It's something that just exists among the regular people
Can I
coming
say
from a
something?
bunch of
And the regular people
superstitions that
own
we
the
feed
country.
ourselves.
The regular people own the country.
Um,
So these
I
people we are
Okay, so
talking
now,
about, I don't
you're not.
think they are up to
So Baba,
5,000.
So you and I now will come to the agreement that the people that actually own Nigeria are voters, not any cabal. It's
But they are
voters.
helpless. They are helpless voters. We saw what happened in Edo State, didn't we?
What happened? The voters didn't win. It's
The
the voters
voters.
now.
Wait, how did the voters come out to vote? They were
They came
they
out.
were induced to vote. That's what we had. 10,000 each person, and it is by simple
That's not
arithmetic.
no.
That is easy for 500,000
So
voters and 10,000. That's we're talking about the realm of 5 billion naira. That's a good
so
investment for anybody.
but you are blaming somebody else for people not thinking for themselves. So if I give you money to go and vote for me, and you choose to vote for me, that's not my fault. That's your fault. I mean, we can't. So it's the people that are
Because they've
they don't know how to vote.
impoverished the people.
They,
So it's
it's
intentional.
the fact.
If they are so poor, they are hungry. Whatever I put on their the smell from my table, they will fall for
Okay,
it.
so what's stopping from you take
Mike,
money
let
and go
in
vote for?
Ezon. I think he's in the. There are some people who want to come in.
No, I don't see anybody in the back. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see anyone in the back.
But Mike, the argument you're making is academic, right? We cannot sit here and you're trying to do a moral equivalence between the North and the South. The Southerners embrace every Nigerian. That's just true.
But sir, do you embrace every Nigerian?
Yeah, let me land now, so you could hear my opinion.
Come on now.
No, I do embrace every Nigerian if they do the right thing.
Really?
The difference
Okay,
between
there's a condition. There's a condition.
Yeah. Let me explain it to you very well, because you misunderstand me, right? I'm not into the little stuff. I'm a Pan-Africanist. But unfortunately, which means you have to be good at home first. So that's the only reason why I'm talking about the truth as dichotomy, truth and false.
Good is subjective, and the truth is subjective. So
I said truth. That's right. Good is subjective, and all that. Wrong and right is subjective. But true and false is not subjective.
It is.
So,
Your truth is different from my truth.
Pansa, you're a Biafran. How do you embrace Nigeria?
I say that I'm a Biafran.
Okay.
Look, okay, wait a minute. Are you a West African? Are you a West African? Prince, are you a West African?
What does that mean?
That means if you could be a Nigerian and a West African. You could be a Biafran and a Nigerian. It just semantics. It doesn't mean anything.
Really?
I am a black man, right? I'm a black man first, and then I'm an African, and then I'm a West African, then I'm a Nigerian, and then I'm a Biafran. So now,
Biafra has the connotation of agitation. So I'm not sure.
It does. I said earlier that Awolowo was jailed for 10 years for sedition. What is sedition? Right? Sedition activities like somebody who is protesting, a troublemaker. That's what it is. Now, one man.
Really? What was the trouble? What was the trouble that he was making?
I can have Baba explain. He's usually good at that kind of history. But what I'm saying, you're all over the map. Let me say what I'm trying to say. What you're doing. There's a moral equivalence that you always point to, and it's not pleasant to talk about the differences between the South and the North because they're truths, right? It's not only in Nigeria; it's all over the place. These Northern Muslims do not believe in one Nigeria. They believe that they're lording over us. They've already come in and conquered the Hausas, who are our people, the Fulanis. They then Islamize them by force. And they've taken them over, they cut their knots, right? But they cannot do it. They didn't even do it entire north. There are some resistance they face in the north. They have northern Christians.
But Pansa, a lot of Igbos don't believe in one Nigeria, though.
No, but a lot of 90-something% of Igbos don't believe in one Nigeria. Right?
Exactly. So what's the difference between you and them? That's what I don't understand.
The
we
difference
at each other, but we do the same thing.
Very good question, but that's what I'm saying. It's not a moral equivalence. Those Nigerians, those Igbos who don't believe in one Nigeria, they're saying, hey, look, we cannot progress. We're a secular country. The Northerners don't want to make it so. Therefore, we just want to let them do their thing. We progress out at our own pace. We don't believe in Islam. If the Northerners go and make Nigeria join Organization of Islamic States, well, we're not. We're a secular country. We're not an Islamic country. So, and then if you run an election, they'll shut off the beavers, right? They don't want to.
The Northerners.
Let me land now. You asked me a good question. I'm trying to tell you what the difference is. Yeah. So those people they agitating. They've been doing it for a long time. Okay, in '67 we went to war because they were killing a lot of our civilians. What's known today as terrorism. The army boys could disagree and commit a coup and do whatever they do. And the army has nothing to do with the regular trader in Kano, for example, or Kaduna, or Lagos, or Jos. These are people who have nothing to do with the government. But if the army commits a coup, which the Northerners have done many times since then, you don't go start killing the civilians. That's terrorism. That's what they did.
Pansa.
Yeah.
I can show you the video. I can show you a video of 2017 when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, where a lot of Southeastern youth were killing Northerners in the East. They were pulling them out of their vehicle.
That's not true. That's not true. But I'm going
to pull over.
Okay, if you ever see anything like that, you show it. Bring it and show it. Now, don't forget, the government in center can do a lot of things, which they do, which is to go killing people for propaganda. They did it to the Shia. If you remember, in Zaria, in 2015, after Buhari came into office, they said that the army chief of staff was traveling on the road and they blocked the road. Therefore, they went there, massacred over 1,000 Shias. Now, these are
they massacred Northerners.
Yeah, listen, but that doesn't. It's not done by like that. The Muslim Shia are nemesis to the Muslim Sunnis, even into international level. They hate them just as much as they hate the Christians. Both sides don't get it. It's not Muslims, okay? It's not under that umbrella. It's an ideological divide. So that's their nemesis. But they came in there, they massacred them and killed them and buried them in mass graves in front of us. We saw that. You could go on.
Did they massacre them because they were Muslims, or they were Shia Muslims, or because they want to mess with the military?
They massacred them because they're Shia Muslims. Now, you go to Benue, the governor of Benue State. Now, remember, this, I'm trying to give you the narrative. It's not just IPOB. Now, I'm trying to tell you that you have to, at some point, bring them all together, right? And say, okay, they're doing it here, they're doing it here. If you come out and somebody over here is accusing you of theft, somebody unrelated to them accusing you of theft, so there's something there that's a commonality. In Benue, now remember Gowon, who was the protagonist of the war for Nigerian side.
Hold on, before you go further, sorry. Before you go further, you go further. Sorry, I just want to inject something. So, all this, you give instances of Nigerian army going to massacre people, and you are giving your reason. Your reason is because of their differences in religion and things like that. Now, let me ask you this: in 2010 or 11, I can't remember, when they went to Northeast to massacre. There's a guy named Mohammed Yusuf, the founder of Boko Haram. Before Boko Haram became a terrorist organization, they were just people in that area. The Nigerian army went there to massacre them. They even their leader, Mohammed Yusuf, massacred him, and the picture was on the internet, everything. So those Muslims there, are they Shiite or they are Sunni?
Okay, let me answer you this way. The Nigerian army did not massacre them. The Nigerian army captured him.
They massacred them. We saw.
Hold on, let me answer now. They didn't. That's not what happened. The Nigerian army captured Yusuf, right, and then handed him over to the Nigerian police. Now, remember, there's not like a blanket. You still have Northerners who are Christians. A lot of them, but you don't hear about that. For example, if you go to Kaduna, there's
no. Bansa, no, don't do strong man, don't shift it, man. Don't do strong man.
No, I'm trying to tell you that it wasn't the Nigerian army that killed
Nigerian army went to the Northeast and commit massacre. That is on record. It's a fact. And those Muslims there were Sunnis. So what we can agree is the Nigerian army, they are very brutal. They go everywhere to massacre. They went to OT, they massacre.
They've
done their massacre both in the north, in the south. They also massacre Igbos. They massacre anybody they get in their way. So let's not make it that they are targeting particular tribe or religion. That's what they do. Whoever cross their path, fuck with them, they go and massacre. That's what they do, which is bad.
No,
let's not make it about.
I just told you. Now,
targeting
let Baba come in. All I'm saying to you is that it wasn't the Nigerian army that killed Yusuf. It was Nigerian police. He was in their custody.
But we do know Nigerian army went there and committed out a massacre. Amnesty International will tell you what kind of massacre Nigerian army have done.
I know, but look, when you say Northerners, by the way, do you know that there are Christians in the north who are being subjected to the same treatment of like people like in Zaria who are Shia, or people in the southeast?
By who? By who?
By Northern Muslims, Sunni Muslims. That's what it is. The Sunnis. Right.
Okay, so the millions of Igbos in the north, are they Muslims? Or are they not Christians?
They're Christians.
So they come to complain to you that they come to complain to you that where they are doing in the north where they are living, they've been subjected to something by the northern Muslims. Have they come to complain to you?
They have not come to complain to me, but I do know that.
Okay, so what are you telling me?
Hold on, let me answer you. There's a progression. It hasn't been as bad as it used to be. They used to do that, right? They used to do that. Don't forget, when you're dealing with Igbos, the Northerners, Northern Sunnis, they do know one thing, that Igbos can defeat them in a war. They know that. They're scared.
Okay. Let's say they're scared of you. What about the millions of Yorubas?
For example,
what about the millions of Yorubas in the north and the millions of the South people in the north? Have they any of them complained that the Northern Muslims are, doing these things to them? Because I've been to the north before. No one troubled me.
I'm saying there is a progression. Things are a little better now. However, so that they make them pick orders. Like when Buhari came in, it depends on what their interest is at the time. When they came in, what they were fighting for is like you have Saudi Arabia and Iran at the time fighting, because Iran is Shia and Saudi Arabia is Sunni. So in order to impress Saudi Arabia, right, they went after the Shia very hard in our country, right? And the massacre, it's a massacre that you could read in your paper. It's 1,000 people buried in mass graves, right? So
where?
I think you're making up stuff.
Okay, go ahead and correct me. Let me listen. I'll come back. Go ahead.
Here's what I think. Majority of the time, you should put it like this. This is what I think, not what it is. So we know that this is your own point of view. instead of you saying this is how we are not in their head. And I've never read it anywhere where they're massive. They just go somewhere just because you're from different region and they start killing, buying you. So I don't believe in what you just said. But I have a point that I want to make with the southern and the northern. Just like I think Baba made that point initially, that is you that made the point that we follow constitution, and if we look the way the country is set up now, if any law has to be made or any amendment has to be made, the northerners, they have the upper hand because they are modern, they have more seats than the southerner. So basically, if any law or anything has to be put in place, you have to make sure that they agree with whatever you want to bring on board. If they don't, because they have so many people than us, the only way that we can match them is like the Kwara now. Some of them they're Yoruba, so, and Kogi. So you might, if you have them on board, then you're good. And to the point that what's the other thing that was being spoken about, that when northerners are there, the southerners go to start yabbing them. When southerners is there, the north, I think is one way, from what I see. If Yoruba man is there now, even the Yoruba people, they're yelling. One of the people that I believe that one of the
Are you there? Or is it me?
No, it's him,
yeah,
I
sorry,
think.
is my
Okay,
is
it's
Okay.
my
back.
phone. I'm back. Yeah, sorry about that. So another thing that I mentioned is that the one of the region that is more like outspoken, no matter who is there, is the south or the southwest. And if every region can be doing the same thing, no matter who is there, we speak up when we feel like something is uncomfortable or the person is not doing the job the way he needs to do it. That would be great. But to be honest, the North, if they have their people, they really, maybe they suppress those people not to talk, because I'm not in their head, so I don't know what's going on. They don't usually speak, even though they can see that something is wrong. But the South,
Hold on, let me ask you. Are you saying the PDP northerners during Buhari time will not criticize APC Buhari?
but not as much. I can give you a great example. When
Now it's not much.
well, it's
We didn't
not
hear
as
anything from
hot.
Atiku.
Yeah, you don't, you really, and a great example was
So
the
they
thing
didn't
that
play party
happened.
politics.
Well, let me give you a great example. What happened in 2020 when the Southerner youth, they came out. The the Northerner youth, they refused to come out.
Well,
Did
because
you see
SARS
the
is not in the north
conflict?
now. SARS, listen, the SARS was the problem of the south. The SARS, the anti-robbery squad, it was more
Yeah.
of a southern urban problem. But
So it
there
doesn't
was robbery
happen.
was something. Hold
So
on,
it doesn't happen in the
robbery
north.
was wait now, robbery was rampant in the south. They create SARS everywhere, but the SARS activity was more in the south. Was in the south basically. It was something. It was not a problem going on in north. So that's why. And then the organizers of the organizers of the protest, they were more of a southern guys. So they didn't really. It's not something they coordinated with the north, with the north, go and coordinate with the northern youth. So it was a bunch of more of a southwest, southeast youth. You know, they were.
So
You know,
let
so
me
it's
ask
not.
you a
So there's not
question.
a lot of the northern youth were not even aware of it.
Yeah, let me ask
So
you a
it's more of a
question.
coordination thing. Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Is Boko Haram a Southerner issue?
No.
Didn't we come out for that? Are we not speaking up for
What do you
that?
mean?
For Boko Haram
Speaking
that's
of,
going
what
on
are
in
you
the
talking about?
country?
So you're
Isn't
comparing Boko Haram with SARS.
no, you're not. Let me try to break it down a little more. I'm
So
saying
are you
that
saying the Northerners are not? Wait. Are you saying the Northerners are not complaining about IPOB terrorism going on in Southeast?
are they? I don't see them.
Anybody who condemn terrorism now.
But what I'm saying
Anybody
is
who
this.
condemn
What I'm saying is this. If one region has a problem and every other region should support them to come out and speak up.
But I'm saying that in the case of issue that's going on with the Northerners, the Southerners, they didn't leave them for their own problem. They're speaking up as well. That's what I'm saying.
Give me an example. Give me an
Like
example.
what's currently
Banditry.
going up now? The insecurity. Isn't
But
Southern
that
people talk?
insecurity is a national issue. Everybody will condemn insecurity. Insecurity affects
But
everyone.
banditry
I mean,
particularly is not a southern issue. It's purely northern thing.
yeah.
And
So
the
what are you
southerners
saying?
are
Are we
also no, the
okay?
southerners have
Okay. Now,
they've added it part of their agitation. Every time they open mouth,
okay.
they talk about banditry in the north. We situate it there.
Bandit.
Banditry in the north.
Okay. There was a
That's
time
what
where Northerners were hold on. There was a time where part of the North they were protesting against banditry, that the government is not doing enough to deal with that banditry. Why didn't you guys protest in the South for them?
They always
So
there's no
there's a
time in
difference
the
between
south.
hold
the
on,
South
There's a
always
difference
do.
between speaking. There's a difference between speaking and actually protesting. Because you're talking about SARS, like we came on the streets to do end SARS, mass protest, and you're expecting that in the North, where it wasn't even
Okay,
coordinated among
Mike, you are
them,
not getting the
the,
point.
the, the guys.
When
No,
those
no, that's what
children
he.
were applied in the for agitating for NSAS, what were the populace in the north, particularly the youth? What were they against it? Did they speak out against the killings?
It depends which Northerner you meet, and also you have to also understand that Northerners are not very present on the internet.
Because they
So
don't
we
care.
really can't
Why are they
say
present today? Why are they
no
present today?
on the
We're
internet.
talking of 2019, just a space of 4 years. They've
But
come
you
on the internet. Who is their sponsor?
internet.
Who
I really
pointed
don't
them
see
to the
Northerners on the
internet?
internet even now.
They are now
Who's on the internet?
twerking
Where
on
are they?
TikTok. Are they not twerking on TikTok now?
Northerners
Yes.
twerking.
Mike, they're
Who's
present on
twerking
the
on TikTok?
Mike, wait, they're present on the internet. This is the way the internet
What
works.
kind of presence are you talking about? What kind of presence?
Let me break something down.
So give me a northern version of a one-man show or Rudolph show or something like that. Or
they have those things.
political.
If you see, just go to YouTube and put
The
anything
person that
related to
Christian
Hausas or
Tinubu
Fulanis.
T-Pain
They're
is
there.
Bello. He lives in China. He's a northerner.
Not just him. They're there. They're very popular on Instagram, on Twitter. They're popular. See, you have the way
Wait, hold on now, hold on. We're talking about actual like podcast. We're not talking about one individual that just make a TikTok video and post it,
No,
short
they
videos
do
or those things.
have
We're not
those
talking
things.
about that.
No, they are more
talking
active
about actual
on BBC. They do their agitation in podcasts on BBC Hausa, and that is very active. All their politicians, in fact, go to BBC Hausa to talk to their people. No matter how high they are, they go to BBC
Okay,
Hausa.
so how do you know they are not speaking on your behalf in Hausa?
No. There have been several of their podcasts on BBC that has been interpreted, of Atiku, of Ndume, where they were talking disparagingly against the South or the power structure of the country.
Just Google
You
Hausa.
always find.
Just Google Hausa and Fulani podcast. I just saw about 30 right now. 30. This is how internet works. Whatever you search,
Okay, what are they saying there? What are they saying? Tell me.
I don't know because I'm not. I don't know.
They speak their language.
Exactly. I don't know stuff about them. I'm not interested in it. That's why I don't see it populate on my side of internet. But the moment you're interested in what they're doing, then
so you're not
that's
interested
what
in their side. You don't
that's
know.
what your feed will be. But
you're
what
making
we are
conclusion
saying is
on what they are thinking. Well, you don't.
Wait, but we listen to news though. The news is always there and telling us what's happening in the Northerners, the Southerners, the West, the East. When you watch Arise or you watch channels or you watch BBC, they always tell us the news that happen all around the country.
Okay.
So you're telling me that during NSAS, they have no idea that the Southerners were on the streets? How come whenever there's issue with the security up north, the Southerner knows about it? I mean, we're always like coming out for them.
So what makes you think? What makes you think when there's insecurity in the South, the Northerners don't know about it?
In the South, they know. See, I believe they know about it. They just not coming out. I mean, you can hear some of the people that's outspoken ones.
You are contradicting yourself. You just need your own man to say they are
No,
coming, and
the
now you say they
fact
don't
is,
come out.
Mike,
I don't
the
even know what
fact
you
you
are.
have to accept that if it doesn't concern them, they don't care.
Exactly. That's what he's not trying to like
But how
accept
would we
that.
know that? How would we know that? How would we know that?
We just gave you
We are
two
not there in
examples
their
and you
midst.
refuse to accept it. I gave you an example, but you don't
Which
want to
example?
accept it.
Give me which example did you give? You didn't give me an example.
I gave you. Okay, the first one, what is it? The 2020 issue. The second one, the banning trade that also happened down south when the people will come down there with their own cow in people's feeding on people's farming stuff. Are you telling me they don't know about that? They know about that. Some of their leaders are so
No, they
outspoken
defended it
about
in the
it.
National Assembly, where when the Senate president asked them, "Are cows now citizens of Nigeria?"
One
Just
said
3
yes
months
now.
ago, he asked them,
But you're
and
talking
they were
about
all,
the individual in the Senate, but we're talking about the general population in the North. That's what we are talking about.
their leaders speak for them, and they listen to their leaders.
No.
Not like the South.
Not everybody in the North.
Everybody
Not everyone in the North.
Listen,
I don't think so.
Okay, take for
That's why it's
instance,
very important. That's why
can
it's
you
very
listen
important
to
we live in
me?
each other's region. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Listen to me. When Professor Usman Yusuf was all over the place, couple of months together ago, leading to that first End Bad Governance protest, were people not parroting what he was saying about the Northerners being improvised? He brought photographs of Kwashoko leading children or children afflicted with Kwashoko and telling them Tinubu is the cause why they are now like this, their children are like this, why they don't go to school. It's part of what most of them who came, few of them who came here, and what they were saying on the internet space, cyberspace, that their people are like
Okay, I
this
get
now.
your point. But okay, I get your point. I think one of the things we do is this: we tend to generalize the North. And one thing we need to understand is that the North is not a monolith. Whatever IDP, whatever situation going on in Maiduguri, it doesn't necessarily mean someone in Kebbi can relate to that. And also in the North, we also have to understand they have many different ethnic groups that don't even relate to each other at all.
You don't
can be
have
in
to
one side of the
relate to
North.
it.
Hold on, calm down. For example, something that's going on in River State, people in Oshun don't necessarily relate to it. You understand? Something going on in your state, somebody in Enugu don't necessarily relate to it. But Northern I can say, oh, look at the Southerners. Look at them, right? Thinking everybody in the South, whatever madness someone is, even Northerners do that a lot, where sometimes maybe they have issue with Igbos. They take it out on Calabas. They take it out on Ijos. When Ijos living in the North, they call them Yamuri, they think they are all, Igbos. Sometimes they won't think Southerners, we are just all the same people. So that ignorant thing that we do in the South, they also sometimes do in the North. Because I've been to the North. Sometimes people have to be educating them, like, look, even me, they have to educate me. Because when I went to the North, I thought, hey, I used to think everybody was Hausa. I didn't even know they had different tribes. Until they had to educate me in the North, like, look, stop calling me Hausa. I don't even understand, The guy will tell you I'm not Hausa, and he will tell me the tribe where he comes from, where their culture is completely different. So it's the same thing. We have that country, we are so ignorant of each other. And sometimes a guy from maybe Bonu might come on National Assembly talking rubbish, and we assume that he's speaking for Kebbi or he's speaking for Plateau. Plateau people don't share the same ideology, or the same experience, or the same suffering they're suffering
Mike,
in
what you
Maiduguri.
are saying,
So
you
we tend to,
understand.
in that country, we generalize each other a lot.
No, when
And
it
it's a
comes to the
problem.
North, Mike, when it comes to the North, what you are doing is you are underrating the power of a common language in the North. 1, 2, the religion that is most prevalent there. 3, the indoctrination of the Sadauno, the late Sadauno, Sir Amadu
Really?
Bello. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish my point. Those leaders today, from Kaura Namoda to Plateau to Benue to Kogi to an extent Kwara, Niger, for Ungru back to those places, most of the elites of today will swear the way the Southwest swear by Awolowo, they swear by Sadauna. These are the
elites?
Yes. They swear by Sadauna, the way the South, they romance that era. Because
Well,
he
me, I
was the
don't
one who
romance Awolowo. Wow.
he was the one who
Exactly. I don't even know how many Southerners swear romance Awolowo
let
like
me
that.
finish my point. He
Go
was
ahead,
the one who protected their interests from the hegemony of the South, put them in school, did not allow the South to come and run over them, so that he kind of aggregates and limits Southern incursion into the North education facilities. They were even importing Egyptian teachers, professors from Philippines to teach them rather than teach the South. The South that went there to work as teachers were signed on contract basis. He put them into the military through the tutelage of the British, because the Southerners were dominating the officers' corps.
So Governor Otom,
detriment
for
of the
example,
North. So he laid the
Governor Otom of
foundation.
Benue, I
Say
get
again?
that. So Governor Otom of Benue and Governor Jan of Plateau, they all swear this allegiance to
They romanced that
Sadana.
period. Go and interview them. I've not listened to the interview, but I've yet to see. I'm yet to see a Northerner that has not glorified the Sata Ahmadu Bello, because no household it did not touch positively in terms of education.
The thing is, in Nigeria, we all tend to romanticize these founding fathers. This Azikwe, Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello. We that's something we talked about. We tend to romanticize, and it's high time we tend to kind of stop this worshipping of those guys, because I don't think because we even most of our beef in Nigeria is always over those three people. Azikwe, Awolowo, Igbos, all that rubbish. It's high time we move on from this thing. Yeah, Nigerian, we tend to talk about those three people too much. I get that. Then usually the elites that do that, the so-called, because it's something they see as Nigerian history, But if you interact with the average northern person, businessman or regular person, they don't relate to those people. Trust me. Most of them don't even know shit about those people, man. I'm
if
telling
you
you.
sit down, that person you talk to, or those group of people, they're just pretending. But if that discussion
Baba,
got to the brass tack,
I will urge you to go and spend time in the north there. When you see that Nupe man, when he start to talk about himself, he begin to tell you about Nupe culture, Nupe history, Nupe. That's what he talks about. The same way you come to Ijebu land, I said that with Ijebu man. He start telling about Ijebu history, Ijebu people, Ijebu. He's not talking about Olowo. The same way you go to South. Ijo man was talking about Ijo history, Ijo people's culture, Ijo. But if Ijo man go to the north, they'll say, look at him. He worship Inanda Azikwe. They'll still they think he relates to that old Eastern region politics. Average people don't relate to that rubbish. How many Yoruba person is thinking about Olowo all the time? We don't think about that rubbish. It's Nigerian state that always talk about those people every 4th October. Oh, Nigeria independent. Obafemi Awolowo, Nana Azikwe,
Yeah.
Ahmadu Bello.
Actually,
But
I
they
think
just
that's the
shove that thing on our
problem.
throat. But regular people don't think about those people anymore. They don't.
Yeah.
you
No one cares
cannot
about
separate
other.
yourself from your history. You can't do that mistake. When
Baba.
you
Baba, most Nigerians, most Nigerians don't see Nigerian history as their history. Most Nigerians see their tribe history as their history. If you go to, if you go and sit down with, what do you call them, Udoma people, they'll be telling you history of their tribal war with TV. Or if you go and sit down with Yoruba people, we'll be telling you history of Ududua and the Egba war with Kiniko. That's the history we know. It's Nigerians are shoving all this 1960 history on our throat. And the only people I know that are really emphasize a lot on that 1960 history is Igbo people. And that's because of the Civil War. But the rest of Nigerian tribe, they don't care about our 1960 independence history. Most Nigerian, your parents teach you about your tribal history. That's it.
And I think
That's
that's
what
a,
we
No,
focus on.
I think you are wrong on that score. You get my point because even on this platform, we still hear people talking of awu, 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 awu. To the extent that I told the panel one day that look, this awu we're talking about in 19 so and so, when he propagated the idea of free education and they have to pay 12 shilling tax to make that program a reality, they kicked. There was riot all over the place. But to those who benefited today, they paint it in glorious color and say, oh, he did this. They forgot that they protested against it. So these are the things we are saying that, look, the
yeah,
history
Baba,
is
but
there.
Baba, there's nothing wrong with that. Is that always go? I mean, we're all people. We all we are not always going to have our head in one basket. Everybody's going to agree and disagree. But at the end of the day, if that policy works, everybody will be happy about it. So that will always happen. But I just think that the way Nigeria is, the fact that we're not accepting um our background. We always focus on this one Nigerian thing where we are forgetting that if we, so for example, if the Yoruba accept that, oh, I'm Yoruba first, I'll do anything to make sure this Yoruba is good. I'm Igbo first. I will make sure this Igbo. I make sure everything is good. It's to the benefit of Nigeria because everybody. But we all want
Yeah,
to go
that's what
away
we call
from
unity,
our,
unity in diversity.
yeah, but yeah, well, we're not saying behave.
Let
No
me
one
tell
is
you
saying we
something.
should go separate ways. We're just saying just
Let me tell
accept
you
who
something.
you are.
Let me tell you something. One thing about Nigeria, the problem begins from national education. Most Nigerians don't know anything about other part of Nigeria. I'm telling you. Most Nigerians, if somebody, most Nigerians, if you go to some part of Yoruba land, for example, they will only tell you the thing that Nigeria only has 3 tribes: Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. You understand? Most Nigerians don't know shit. They don't know what's even. They don't even know each other's culture. They don't know nothing about the other side of
No,
the country.
most
And
do. Mike, that's a
hold on. I
No,
said
that's
misconception.
true.
most.
That's true.
I'm
And
telling
that's
you,
your one Nigeria.
Baba.
That's what one Nigeria is giving you.
I'm
Because
telling
one
you,
Nigeria wants you to
yeah.
forget about who you are.
And even most of the people in the southwest don't even know anything about Igbo culture. You just know your
Exactly.
Igbo friend,
That's what
and
your
people in
one
Igbo land. You
Nigerian is
go there,
giving you.
they don't know nothing about Yoruba culture until they come to Yoruba land. Our education system does not educate us about the kingdoms and the society. They just educate us about English. Most Nigerians know more about England than they know about the other side of their country. So we
Mike,
are not really.
wait,
You
can
don't know
I?
much. Okay, for example,
You
see
are
what's going
saying
on in
this
Northeast, for
because
example, in
maybe wait,
Maiduguri.
because
Hold
you
on,
are
hold on.
saying it.
What's going on in Maiduguri, for example? Most of us don't even understand it. You don't know. So we don't know about. We are not educated about the country, about ourselves. Talk less of starting to care about
Yeah, but that's the
what's
point
going on
of
the
one
other side.
Nigeria. One Nigeria doesn't want you to see you as where you're from or who you are. He wants you to just be in Nigeria, and that thing will never work. That's the
I
problem.
think
And the Nigeria
no,
is not
no.
even
You
defined. The
hold on.
so-called Nigeria is not even
Exactly.
defined.
You guys listen carefully. You are not paying attention to your country. If you are saying it as everybody is
Baba
careless,
generation.
let me
Okay.
finish. Let me finish my point. Why is it that the Shekiris are fighting the Urobos? The Isokos are fighting the Jaws. The Bibios are quarreling. The Akwa Ibom are quarreling with they're in this disagreement with the people of Calabar. So it's all over the place. It is all over the place. People are aware of their culture, of their
So
territory.
what do you mean?
The Beninese will not allow you to talk anything bad about the Benin Kingdom or Edo State as we know it today. So don't say the Southern, nobody cares about culture or anything or our history in the South. Everybody is
No,
aware
nobody
until
said
you are
that.
challenged. Until you are challenged, you don't wake up
No,
that
I know
tiger in
what I
you.
said.
It's
People don't care
embodied in
about
your DNA.
other side of the country. No, what I'm saying is,
Well,
I'm not saying people don't care about their own culture. I'm saying people don't know about the other side of the country, except maybe the immediate neighbor. But they don't know much about the. How many Yoruba people can tell you what they call the Oba of Calabar? The king of, sorry, not Oba, the king of Calabar. Baba, do you know what they call the king of Calabar, by the way? A lot of Baba, you might know, but let me ask you, Oriola, what do they call the
I
king of
don't.
Calabar?
I don't. You see,
is the
I don't know
Obong,
anything
Obong
Exactly.
of
about
Calabar,
Baba,
anything in Nigeria
Obong,
except for
and
Yorubas.
Obong,
see,
the
I won't
present
lie to
Obong
you.
of Calabar,
We are never
the
taught
present.
at
if you go
school.
around Nigeria, if you mention the Obong, who we know, there was Obong, they don't know, so we don't know about our terrain. Most we are not educated about our country we are in.
See,
We're not educated
even
about it.
Yoruba people doesn't even know themselves 100%. Talk less of knowing other
Exactly.
culture.
If you ask Yoruba person, what do they call the king in Oshogbo?
They don't
He
know.
won't
Me,
know.
I don't
What
know.
do they call the?
I don't.
Okay. What do they call? What is the title of the king in Egba?
I know that one.
See,
Alakela.
you don't know. What is Jebu?
I know that one.
Okay. What about Jebu? What about Jebu?
I don't know. See, I don't know. I won't even lie
See,
to you.
Yoruba man, I don't even know. See,
So
exactly.
there's no need for me to be lying. That's what one Nigeria is giving us. He doesn't want us to know who we are. They want us to just
You
be.
don't know exactly. Just be. No, they want you to be English.
Yes.
Be English. We are
Even
like Nigeria is an extension of British Empire. We are
it
becoming
is.
British.
You're right.
That's all it is, man.
All
And
African nations. That's what they are right now. All African.
exactly
The
the
extension of
francophone.
their
They
colonies,
know. Thank
colonizers.
you.
Can
And
you
the colonial
imagine?
master level, we continue the agenda.
And
You understand? And we
that's the
subconsciously we don't
problem
even
we
know that's
have
what we are
today.
doing.
That's the problem that country has. It's because everybody
People
does
that
not
don't
know
know
who
each
they
other,
are.
how will they not temple on each other's culture and fight?
Exactly. That's what
When
the
you don't
problem
educate,
is.
when you don't educate a child grown up in Enugu about the Islamic culture of the North, he knows nothing about Islamic culture. Now he find himself in the North one day mysteriously. Maybe something took him there. He went to go and buy something, sell something, and he see the
Wait,
Quran.
you know what's funny? Even Islamic.
Hold on. Let me make this point. A guy grown up in Enugu where there's no such Islamic culture that doesn't exist there. You know nothing about Islam. No one educated him about his school system. Didn't tell him anything about the culture, the Islamic culture. Now he sees himself as a one in Nigeria line to move around. Now he traveled to the north. Now where he come from, they normally tear paper to maybe to clean your yash or do whatever. Now he see a Quran. He doesn't know that's a Quran. He tear the paper. He use it to pack something. And the northerners see him, they say, oh, wow, look at this guy. He just disrespected our Islamic culture. They attack him. So that's what you have. You wonder why people from one region don't know nothing about the other place. And they will end up there. They don't know that in that place, you don't do this. Don't do that. So that's the rubbish we have in Nigeria that we refuse to address. We're forcing
Well,
everyone
because
to be
somehow,
Englishman.
because all this happened because they removed the teaching of history from the curriculum, particularly in the primary school. That is what has done this.
Yeah, your boy did it now.
To us.
Obasanjo.
It's not only history, it's not even the environmental study. The number one, you don't even study, the education is never about your environment. It's not even about your terrain, your
history
country.
and civic study, which is when you go to secondary school, then you start studying government. All those things are no more. So the kind of education people are having these days, I don't even understand it.
It's complete rubbish. Complete rubbish. In school now,
and that is affecting our development somehow, and that is causing a lot of discordant notes in the polity generally, and it's at the heart of what is dividing us today. Because, for instance, if we have to moderate ourselves, this Biafra thing we are even talking about, it's not a big deal.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's
nothing wrong with it. If some people now say, look, we are not satisfied with this union, a kind of this marriage, who says you can't divorce? Who says you cannot form your own country?
Baba,
for those
do you
one,
know? Do you even know what's funny? If we ask those agitating for Biafra, let's just ask a kid, what is Biafra? They have no idea. Me myself have no idea. They don't.
they themselves
It's
don't know.
like,
They don't even know. Even the
yes,
agitators don't know. When you start to ask them about their Biafra, they can't even define it.
they don't even understand. Like, that's the thing. Like, they want us to be who we are not, and we speak all this stupid English. You go to their country, they don't even value you. You are not one of them. Like, like, something will happen in Nigeria. You know what we'll put on our head is United Nations. Who cares about United Nations? Nigeria constitution is what we should focus on, but we are focusing on, like, there's so many things, so many wrongs, that these kids think that the whole world is one village. Who's
No,
lying to
no.
you? Once you step out,
This
you
is
will
the thing,
realize that
Oriola.
you're
This is the
on
thing.
your own.
Look, we all came to the table, the tripod, that is the Igbo, the Yorubas, and the Hausas, came to the table to sign on to the project Nigeria.
Baba, that's not
But
what
we
they
did
sign up
not
for.
surrender
We know
our
some
sovereignty.
mystery. That's not what they sign.
As a
What we
Yoruba,
have now is not what they sign up for.
we sign up. No, listen, oh dear. We sign up to be under that umbrella for joint protection known as Nigeria. But as a Yoruba man, I still want to remain my Yoruba man. The Sadauna or Soko to make it understand that, look, we are different, but we can stay and make this work if we want to. And the Igbo man said, okay, fine with me, but I still remain my Igbo. I wear my Ishagu and things like that. So we refuse to surrender our sovereignty and our common culture. So everything stands as it is. So we agreed on using the language unity in diversity. Yeah, we agree to be here, but we agree also to be individualistic. And it can work. But if it got to a point that it's not working, I don't see any reason why we should remain.
Baba,
Because if we
this is
remain,
not what they
we will
agreed
end up
on, though.
cutting our...
They didn't agree on one unitary like this now. They agree on West being on their own, East being on their own, and Northerners being on their own. That's what they agreed on until Obasanjo came in and spoiled everything.
Yeah, let me get in a couple of words. After all that,
He's the one that copied United States Constitution now. I mean, we weren't using that. We were doing the UK type. He was the one. He's the devil.
The one. When you say we're on our own, it was supposed to announce end up being on our own. No, it wasn't the one. I don't know. You don't which history you want to study. And Baba, you said
he's the one.
Let me address a couple of issues.
I don't want to argue with you, but anyway.
Yeah, Mike, let me address a couple of issues. I listened very carefully to all of you. You're all over the map. So one issue I'm going to address with you is with Mike, and one issue I'm going to address with Oriola. Oriola, where are you from? What part of Nigeria? Are you a Yoruba or South?
I'm Yoruba now.
Yoruba. Okay, great. So what I want to say, Mike, I noticed that you do want us to be one Nigeria, and you try to create, yeah.
No, I never said that.
So, one of the best is just let me land and then you can speak. I'll speak for about 3 minutes or so. What I mean by that is that you're creating moral equivalence. You're from the South, but you speak for the North most of the times because you don't want any section being trampled upon. They're not here to defend themselves. So you say, oh, we do this in the South. They do so in the North too. So what's the difference? That kind of talk, which is okay, but it's you who's creating that straw man, right? There are things we do in the South that the North also do that are wrong and bad and provocative, or they commit crimes, or they do all kinds of politics. And yeah, we have that in common. After all, we're all human beings. So there are things we have in common. But one thing you always avoid, and I'm saying it when you address it, you could respond to that. What you avoid are things Northerners do that we don't do in the South. For example, when Northern leaders go and make Nigeria join Organization of Islamic States, Southerners don't do anything like that. When Northerners come to the South, maybe the Fulanis in particular, drive their cattle and come and buy people in their farms and covet lands in the South, take over villages even in the Benue Plateau, rename those villages, put them in IDP camps, commit all kinds of terrorism. Southerners don't do that. When our presidents come into office, they obey the Constitution, what they call the Federal Character Doctrine. A Southerner could come in there and make a Northerner INEC chairman, EFCC chairman, immigration boss, customs boss, because they're looking at the country, you know, they want to obey the Federal Character Doctrine, which states that you want to make every part of Nigeria feel like they belong. That way we can be one unit and one polity. They don't do that stuff like that. Southerners go to school. They mandate their people, their kids, to go to school. Don't go begging. Do the right thing. Northerners don't do that. Instead, they're talking nonsense about some kind of system, Amajiri or this or that. So it's not a moral equivalence. Now, what you do pick out sometimes is what we do bad. Maybe, look, our politicians take bribes and their politicians take bribes. Yeah, okay, so it's you who's picking out the commonalities, but what about the differences? You have to do that. So that's what I want to advise you now. From today, watch when you do that, because I can look back every time you're defending Northerners. Your thing is a moral equivalence. We do it and they do it. So why are you talking about it? But talk about what they do that is unfair, right? And I could stay here and tell you how they lie all the time about their numbers. They don't have the numbers they claim they have. You don't have. So you yourself said it here that North is not a monolith. So that nonsense they're talking about North, we Northerners this. Do you think that half of you only have at the most 40% of Kaduna is North? Muslims are the most. Now, I happen to know that. I happen to know they don't have the numbers. You don't even have 3 million Fulanis in Nigeria. You don't have 5 million Fulanis in the whole world. They're talking nonsense. So that's one. I want you to know that a lot of Southeasterners don't contest those things. I know that we have Igbos with PhDs than all of Fulani population. Honestly. So now, Oriola, what I want to talk to you about Biafra. You're saying, oh, they don't even know. You think Biafra is your mate? This time Biafra was a state, right? It was a state that is creating its own currency. It has defined geographical boundaries. That's what makes a state. Biafra is not Igbo. There are many states right now in Nigeria. Like I say, they're playing monopoly. We just ignore it because, look, we want to build one Nigeria for now. But if it doesn't work, Biafra, 2 battalions of Biafra cut through the entire South to Edo State, took over Benin in one day. And David Ejo, their leader, was running with a bicycle. Who could see him on the binoculars running? Who could have smoked his ass? But we didn't do that, right? We took it over and declared them a republic on August 9th, 1967. Go and look it up. They're in the Guinness Book of World Record as the
Bansa,
Let me land. I'm talking to Ariel now. Hold on.
I know you continue. I just want to ask you this question. Are you saying there's a fair fight between? Are you saying there's a fair fight? Fight, not like we surprised, like fair fight, gun to gun, equal weapons between the Igbos and the Benin Kingdom. Do you think you can take on the Benin Kingdom?
Okay, listen to the answer, because that is an absurdity, right? It already happened. If there's a...
Do you know the history of Benin Kingdom?
I don't want to know about it.
Okay, go ahead.
So every time the Benin, they would say, oh, we used to make figurines before the Lord Jesus Christ came. Okay, fine, but it's neither here nor there. What I'm saying to you is that if there's a fair fight, Biafra, especially in the 67, right? Those Biafran soldiers will conquer the Benin, the Yorubas in less than a week.
The Yorubas?
Yeah, the Yorubas too.
Yorubas?
Let me tell you.
But
you
couldn't go past already.
Let me tell you now. Listen to me.
You couldn't go past already.
I'm gonna tell you.
You couldn't go past already.
I'm gonna tell you. I've heard you tell that story, but let me.
Okay,
this is
go
what
ahead.
happened.
Let me make you
When
brag.
our
Go ahead.
fight
Yeah.
was with Britain. Britain was not gonna put up with that. Britain and Egypt and
Before
Russia.
Britain came
Let
in,
me
you couldn't
have
conquer Yoruba
let
village.
me talk and then you talk, right? I said a couple of minutes. You asked me a question. I'm telling you, this is reality. It happened already. It's not like yesterday.
It never
First of all,
happened. You struggled to
hold
take a
on
village in
now.
Yoruba
How
land.
many in 67? How many Yorubas are in the military? Not that many, right? How many of those?
No, we don't need military. No, we don't even need
Please now
military to finish.
wait. The
Go ahead.
war was between us and Britain, right? Up to today, it's still going on. Like
You
when
say
you see,
lie.
oh, you see, you
I
won't
don't
let
want
me
to.
talk.
I don't waste my
I
time.
cannot say one word. Let me just talk for a minute. Give me
Okay,
a
I'll
minute.
let you and Oriola argue this. Go ahead.
If I say something that's not true, just poke holes in it and we say it. So what I'm trying to tell you is that it's already happened. Why was there a war there in the first place? It's because of the resources in the South. So they surrounded Port Harcourt and all those areas. Ojukwu made a mistake though, because his plan was to head to the north to go take over Lagos and go to the north and do all that. That's not necessary. So what I'm saying is that militarily, up to today, if you have Britain stay out, America stay out, everybody, let's go to war. If I command, if I'm in charge, say I'm Ojukwu, I command Enosi Motors to make me as many tanks and stop making those nonsenses, make tanks, right? Who's gonna do it for you? You don't have anybody in Yoruba who produce tanks. We produce bombs, Ogunigwe. We fought for 3 years.
Well, how do you know that?
I know now. Am I not in Nigeria?
Yeah, bomb.
No, listen now.
Even
listen.
my high school son can produce that rubbish,
man. Mike,
that, you call that bomb?
What I'm saying is that I'm addressing Oriola historically.
I was
I'm
disappointed,
about,
man. You got.
Oh no, please,
I was
please,
disappointed.
Please.
That was the most you guys could create. That
No, but listen, it's not about what I say. It's basically reality, right? If you don't have enough soldiers, you don't have
even Hamas Muslim that you complain, they produce correct rockets. You're producing Bunigwe, they can't even reach a half a mile.
Okay,
well, see Hamas Muslim,
Mike,
the people you call Muslim that they can't think. They are producing better rockets.
Hold on. You know that Israel helped us in the war, but they only came in 1968.
Yeah, but you tend to brag too much, though. You know. Oh, he left. Answer, you left. See, I think your ancestors think you're talking rubbish. It's enough. You know.
Yeah. Let me say something real quick. Yeah, I don't think you understand what I was trying to say. I wasn't saying what I was saying is this. Okay, for example, I'm Nigerian. I don't even know all the states in Nigeria. If you ask me, there's a lot of things about Nigeria that I don't know. That's what I meant. That a lot of people, where they're from, like Biafra, for example, you don't even know every single thing about it. It has nothing to do to the fact that, oh, how big or whatever it is. I'm just saying that if you ask me out where you're from and I ask you a question about it, are you able to stand up and say, oh, this is that, this is our color, this is history about this and that? That's what I meant. So I don't
that
think you
history
understood.
is even Saint Pansat was narrating. That's a fantasy. It's not exactly what happened. It's all pure.
Your pastor won't let anybody talk. I just want to come and spill his
propaganda. It's pure fantasy.
Run away.
So, but the thing is, our country, you understand, as it stands today, I still think we need to sit down and talk. When there is quarrel in our homes, we end up sitting down as a family and talk. Until we have that talk, heart to heart, brotherly talk, there will be no peace in our country. Let us face the facts, because it is not working as presently constituted. And I don't know why our politicians are running away from that talk. Because when you fight, like we had the Civil War, at the end of the Civil War, you have to sit down and talk. All over the world, South Africa that even go to war was just kind of guerrilla warfare. They did reconciliation. We didn't do reconciliation just by military fiat. they talk about the 3 R's:
Mike,
reconstruction,
I mean,
rehabilitation.
Baba, that's never going to happen. That's not going to be a reconciliation. The best you get out of it is what we got out of the war. We went to war.
But even if we are getting out of it, if you are divorcing even your wife, you sit down and talk about it. It's not you talk
But
through the
Baba,
window and
this
say,
talk is between Baba. One quick question: this talk between who and who?
all the ethnic nationalities have to come down and talk
About the
exactly
civil war?
where no, not about the civil war, where the direction
okay.
we want to take our country. We
Yeah,
have to sit down.
Baba, let me ask you a question. During the war in 1970, we came to agreement, right? That's where the war ended. They said, okay, no victor, no vanquished. Let's build one country. Our people were reintegrated and we went back, right? So these northern Muslims are liars. They did not uphold their deal. What else do you want to talk to them about? Instead, they are victimizing even the other ones who didn't go to war, who was on their side. For example, what they're doing in Benue Plateau right now. That's enough to make me go to war, right? What the Northerners are doing, turning off the
Well,
IRS.
you are generalizing, though, man.
No, I'm
Who
not
is
now,
that
because
northerner
that's
that's
what I'm
doing
saying. You always say that. I'm not generalizing. These are facts. If
it?
Governor
You have to
It's
tell
not.
us
It's
who is
tells
not
that
a
you,
northerner that's
fact.
doing
It's
it.
not a
if
fact.
you
Look,
ask,
even in a divorce
let me land
situation,
now, let me
there
land.
must be a reason.
You
You don't
never
just go
live
to court
there.
and say,
You're not
I
part
just
of
want to
them.
divorce
Why
and
would
show
you speak for them?
disability. It's
No, but
either irreconcilable
let
difference
me
One voice,
land.
one voice, one
or
voice,
If you
one
give me
incompatibility.
voice.
2 minutes, I will
And things
land.
like that.
I
There
will
must be a
remember,
reason.
Hold on.
I listened to you guys for almost an hour. I didn't say anything. You are the one who invoked this Biafra thing. You invoked
Answer,
it.
you be talking.
No.
But
I have
Answer,
been
you
talking.
got
No,
you can't talk too long, though.
No, okay,
You can talk a
but
bit,
your
but let
give
me
me
narrative
pause
of
for you.
the
Let him
war
talk. Let him talk. I
give me
beg.
2
needs a
minutes and then I
response.
will listen again. Just give me
Let
2
him
minutes.
talk.
Tony's here. Tony doesn't like,
No,
for
hold on,
example,
Okay. Bansa, you will talk, but hold on. Baba was already saying something before you came right in. So let Baba land and then you come in after him.
no problem. Baba, go ahead. Mike, you better take Panadol
Baba,
for
you
that
there?
cough.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Go ahead. You just finish your, you are making submissions. So just finish.
Yes, what I'm saying about that talk, we have to have. Because the country is not working. We are not moving ahead. We are just running in circles. For us to move ahead, all the ethnic nationalities have to sit down and talk. And before we talk, we must resolve that whatever we come up with, a paper we come up with, will be adopted automatically. That's how to do a talk. So everybody can bear their mind and make sure they contribute. If that talk ended up to say, okay, this thing is not going to work because of this, because of that, then so be it. If we say we are going to remain, then the basis of remaining one will also be spelled out. Then we remain as one. We've never had that talk. OBJ tried, it didn't work. We don't know where those papers ended. Jonathan tried. We don't know where those papers ended. If those papers have been out, maybe it will have been a good study for everybody so that we can maybe debate those papers rather than even coming together to talk.
Could I
We've
ask
not
you a
done
question
that.
on that, Baba, before you conclude, so you could add it into your
Yeah,
final
please go
submission?
ahead.
Okay. So, if something is scientific, right, what you're saying to happen in the south between the factions of Nigeria, right, that it should work everywhere if it's science. So, right now, you have Israelis and Palestinians fighting, going at it, right? What you're prescribing, would they work in Israel? Because it's the same thing. It's a religious thing. It's a cultural thing. It's a traditional thing. So do you think that Israelis can talk to Palestinians, especially Hamas, and they'll make up, kiss and make up and move on with their lives?
Look, at the end of the day, they will all still sit down and talk. After war, there will be Jojo. It is Jojo that ends war. whether Israel likes it or not, the idea of two states settlement has been floating around for years, if not decades. So there must be talk. Those ideas are there. One area is why they are talking about it. Israel is provoking by extending their settlements. Hamas also is beefing that knows Israel can only exist over their dead bodies. That's at the heart of everything. But they have to sit down and talk. To say,
Okay, allow me
if
to come in again because it's a major thing you're saying. I if it's possible, yes. What's wrong with that? That's if you, let's say Sweden and Britain are having a fight and they talk and maybe
Can we stick to Nigeria break, man?
no, I'm using as an analogy.
Yeah, Pastor, other people are here to talk too. So
I know I'm asking him
whoever-
a question. Is him talking?
Okay, yeah,
when
go ahead.
when
and
somebody.
after that, when Baba answers, let Tony come in.
But what about me? It's my turn now.
Simba,
What about me? It's my turn. You said after Baba.
Yeah, but I want Baba to finish so you can say what you want to say. But you are the one asking questions, stretching. Other people are here too. But
okay.
You are the one asking questions. Baba could
fine.
have just said what you want to say, and then you could have.
Okay,
have your,
no problem. No problem. I've moderated here, so I know sometimes we panelists make it difficult for the moderator. But here's what I'm saying to you, Baba. I'm saying that, yeah, that's, you said when Mike removed me from the panel, you said that what I said is like a dream pipe dream.
I didn't remove you. When you left, I didn't remove you. You dropped off.
It wasn't. I don't think it was mine.
Okay, so
it was just an happenstance.
Let me tell you the way I look at Northern Muslims, right? I look at them exactly like Hamas, Palestinians, right? It's ideological. It's ingrained into the religion, right? So what the Northerners have been doing, don't take offense at this, it's just a matter of fact. They're liars and they're deceivers, right? They don't, for example, on this platform, they're welcome here. This is not Dr. Damage's platform. Northerners could actually come here. No, one man is not going to be mean to them or do anything. They don't come here because they really don't believe in one Nigeria. Mike says to you, they're not on the internet. And Adiola says, oh, they're on the internet. They are on the internet. So they're not here because they're on a mission. We're not one Nigeria. On this platform, you see every part of Nigeria, Yoruba, Igbo, people from Panya, they come here because we're one Nigerians, right? We don't agree, but we come here. They don't come here because, like I said, they're cheaters. They want to turn off the beavers. They think that we're saying to them they don't go to school, so they say, you know what? We're going to show you that we're smarter than you are. You keep thinking we're dumb, but we're going to dominate you. We're going to take your resources. We're going to tax you in your farms, and we're going to take your villages. We're going to, what I mean by you, I mean people in Benue, people in Yoruba lands, people in Igbo lands, right? But the Igbos keep saying, hey, look, we're not going to put up with this nonsense. And then the Yorubas don't want to be on our side, the Nigerian side. You have these liars, fraudsters, racketeering, taking over our country, turning off our beavers after we spent 400 billion, taking over our courts, taking over our legislature, picking out some fraudsters from the south, so somebody like Ababu, who should be in custody. He's the Senate president. People like, I don't know who you're going to mention and leave out the other, right? So they ruin the country. My question to you, and I was going to ask this to Mike earlier, do you think if we do a Christian ticket, I asked about putting us in the Organization of African States, these are provocative stuff. You can, if you do a Christian thing before they did it, let's say we were the first to do it, say, we're going Christian. Do you think these people are going to put up with that? They're not going to put up with anything like that. So you cannot say we should talk to them. Even if you talk to them and make up with them, people are Benue Plateau has been their neighbors forever. Look at what they're doing to those people over there. You probably don't know that there's at least a score a day killed, more than in Hamas and Israeli conflict. They have ID camps all over. I brought a picture the other day. It's like a sea, right? So, and this is where the protagonist of the war, Gowon, come from there, who was swindled by them to fight their brothers, fellow Christians in the South. So Gowon is too stupid to know. You're not going to hear him apologize and say, you know what, you fooled me, you tricked me, therefore now I'm going to deal with you.
Pastor, you continue from where you stop, but let's allow these guys to also say something. I think Tony is here. Okay. Tony usually aligned with
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
He also doesn't like Northern.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
So, thank you very much, Baba. I want to say thank you very much, Moki. You, I really thank you.
Yeah,
I
Tony,
mean,
Bawo, Kushe.
you know, I love you about the you know, Lonely, the way you take work today. I can never forget you. You know, I can see that you and the pastor. You tried your best. You know. Then meanwhile, this Prince Daddy make know the man because he was born in America, so he never went to school in Nigeria. He never childhood. He didn't spend his childhood in Nigeria. You don't know how sweet Nigeria is. You know, that's why he's always just you know. Then that woman, when they call Zita, I don't want to call some. Anyway, I don't call some. Finish. I want to finish.
Tony, no, don't cause her, please.
Okay. I don't already swear for and say that cold Wednesday it will catch our way this year. Okay.
Tony.
So yeah, make I go now. May I go to the point?
No insult her. No insult
Okay, Motibo. Okay. So now, you know, Baba have just crowned it all. Crowned it up. He said that he just made some very important analogy. Using these Israelis and the Palestinians as an example. For example, now he said that that Israel country where there only be over their dead body. The same thing with the Northerners vis-a-vis Southern Nigerians. They said that they're going to dip that Quran into the the Atlantic Ocean. You know what I'm saying?
When did they tell you that?
No. Utmata Fodio and Amadu Bello, they worked.
Fodio said that.
Yes. So and then but so that means just like Baba said that the Palestinians or the Arabs say that only over their dead body. That is why that these people will never change their mind. Whether you go to conferences, nothing will ever work. No. It's still there. All this Dangote, all this Adamo Aliyu, Eke Oshomole. These are the offsprings.
You have to caution the way Pansat and Tony is trying to be talking all these things. And Baba, I don't think you should be supporting what they are talking about. Even if they are saying they are going to let me talk. Because you don't. If somebody is talking, everybody has their own opinion. Even in the comment section, you are busy. Let me
hold on. Let me speak, please.
You are busy cursing Madam Zita. Same thing yesterday. If you say
I retrieved that already. I retrieved that. You just keep your this woman voice, short.
Hey, Tony. You are not like this, man. I don't know why you become this person that insult people.
But you know that Mike have already. Then I said I retrieved it. I'm sorry, Mabinu, Mike. Sorry, I want to use German.
How can you be talking to me and say I should keep short?
Because of your woman voice. Let me speak now. You can interject later.
But I thought you are a little bit elderly. If an elderly person and you say you live in your balance.
Get Tony back. Simba,
I know the guy. I never knew Tony to become like this, man.
I better bring that back now.
I didn't know that.
Simba, Mabino. Simba, carry
on. Baba, on this platform, Baba, maybe you are not on the platform yesterday. If we hear all those derogatory things Pansat was saying about Madam Zita, I didn't even know that is the way Madam Zita is going to handle this. I did not even expect her to come on the platform today. In fact, it was Mike, Thomas, that actually sent Pansat away.
I know come to begin to abuse her.
Even the way Tony spoke about her today, even not because I never knew Tony to be like that. I would have removed him from talking like that.
But tell her, make you bring her.
If we are talking about how we can move our country forward, this is not the way for us to be talking, and then we'll be saying derogatory things about your tribe, and then even anything that we say. Will everything come with a context? Even if they say they are going to dip Quran into the sea, it's not. That was ever before Nigeria was created as a country. So we cannot be mixing up things. And Baba, they are using you as an example. I say you are supporting this.
Say it in the Stone Ages.
What did I support, Simba?
I'm gonna let him do it.
You mentioned it now. You just said that okay.
It's
They
a
said that
quote.
they are going to give
He was
the
quoting
Quran in
and
the
trying.
ocean.
He didn't complete his quote, and I helped him to complete it. It's academic.
But
I,
it's not in the context of Nigeria as a nation. That was that's even
you
if
don't
that
understand.
statement
It's
was
like
made.
you want
Can
to
we move
narrate a
past
proverb.
this, please?
No,
Can we
Simba,
move
you want
past
to say a
this?
proverb, and you got halfway, and I completed it for you. That's in the
Let's move
context I
past this,
completed that
please.
statement,
Please.
not because I support it or not. That is my head, but I only help him to complete a statement of history. That's all. So who is carrying on?
Tony, go ahead and land now. You know
Okay, I'm very sorry, my brother Mike. You know that it's just because of the.
We've moved past this, please.
Yeah, I know. You know, it's just because of due to the, I mean, the severity of the problem that we are facing right now. That is why I kind of like you know go crazy sometimes. You know, so we have to understand that our country is not working, and then we need to be looking at the root causes of our problem. So if you say that, or I can hear somebody say that, yeah, that whatever attempt to take over the southern Nigeria, you know, where they were stopped at Kwara and Auchi in Edo State was a joke. It's not a joke. These people, they are still hell bent on carrying out that particular mission. And then hence this evening's discussion about now claiming the whole of southern Nigeria resources to be theirs because of due to their population or that the geographical length or whatever square meter or whatever the kilometer. Uh, so if we have named this something, if we are trying to cut it at the earlier stage, probably then they will not talk now because before they said that okay that the oil in Bayelsa and this nine that it belongs to them, but today due to the fact that we didn't react to them, so they now said that okay no the whole oil in the south belongs to them, and then they are not giving you reasons where you see why they feel so, and then some of our southern brothers sort of also just unify against that threat. But I can see some people try to be politically correct here, which make me to be, I mean, like, I don't want to call the Southerners now Mumu or I don't those useless people, but, because I don't want to curse anybody. So, but at least we are just behaving like those kind of stuff now, like Mumu, Mugu, because it's, I mean, I just can't comprehend, it's very difficult to comprehend. Like, I mean, people like great men like Baba and Pastor, they have been, I mean, struggling ever since, just imagine the hours now, you know, I even slept off and then I came back, started listening again. I mean, what the hell is going on? Why can't we just see the sand? They said that the sand when they come, if you open, you are making enter. But our people just open because they want to be politically correct. Okay, what do you want to do with a fellow citizen or a fellow region that doesn't want to speak the language that you understand? That whenever they are communicating to the world or to us, they have to use their language. That are not now want me again to. I'm just freestyling anyway. So then, Pansat, please stop separating the middle Beltans or that the non-Hausa or that the non-Fulanese people of the north to be different. They are all the same people. Don't let's forget that they use the quota system together. When they were using quota system together to cheat us, we didn't know their differences. But right now, because they are just crying out, what you concern us? Do you know who people that are trying to abuse our, my hero, our it was this Danjuma. You know what I'm saying? Who shot Agui Roshi? It was not Danjuma, So what the hell are you telling me that people of the south, Benue, these are the most devilish people out of the northern part, extraction. So the language is just a common language for them to communicate. Just like Yoruba was also formulated for us people of Edo Delta. Then all these Oyo, these states right now, south, AKA Southwest states. So Yoruba was formulated for us also. So just like, but it doesn't mean that that they are not that we are not the same. The same thing with these people. And then meanwhile, I want also to let you know that the Muslims are not the problem there. The Christians in the north are the same thing. You know what I'm saying? They are the same, just like us in the south. The Muslims in the south and the Christians in the south are not different too. They do intermarry. Hardly you see a Yoruba family that already have a Muslim or Christian, or an Edo family that already have a Christian or Muslim. You know what I'm saying? So what the hell? So do not. It has not. It has got to do with the religion. It has got to say conquer the people. You know what I'm saying? Because they said that they are going to take over the South. 100 and something years ago, and they are still there. So I also had a guy Mike try to argue about what about the Edo Kingdom and all those Oyo kingdoms that were in existence before the creation of this contraction called Nigeria. Yeah, what the hell? Doesn't mean so we have to leave those properties for them. Are they crazy? So that's what I'm talking about. Like, today's discussion is very crazy. Like,
No,
but I'm
Tony,
able.
it was Spencer that said he's going to conquer Benin Kingdom, conquer you guys and
No, enjoy
take
the
your
joke,
oil.
man. Enjoy the
So
joke. Enjoy the joke.
which joke?
Enjoy the joke.
Spencer, were you joking? Spencer, not joke?
A joke with Tony, but with
now it's a joke, eh? Okay.
A joke with Tony.
You ask you didn't fear Tony, Abi? You don't be talking about his face.
I know not true now. Not true. Na my Oga na abeg.
Na joke.
I respect him.
Remember, I said a joke. Don't come back later and say.
Mike, don't say I never talk. After Tony land, make a
Pastor, I know say they fear believe people now. That's why I asked you.
My brother, Mike.
I asked you. I say on a fair fight, can the Igbos face Bini people? Now you don't answer my question. You don't be face them.
No, wahala, no wahala.
You don't see Bini man face to face now. You don't be face now. You say a joke.
Now our good neighbors. Now our good neighbors. Now our good neighbors now. Even including you, Mike. Yeah, Igbo, see, Igbo na your brother.
You have to say all the time, he's the same thing with the Yorubas. For him, he's the same thing with the Yorubas, which is true. But when I was talking historically about what didn't happen on August 9th, 1967, but I'm extending it to the Yorubas. It's the same thing. We can take over the Yorubas within a week, right? Without Britain, if they stay out.
But not that one. Say, hold on. Unamdi Kanu told you guys. Hold on. No, Mr. Pastor, hold on, sir. Unamdi Kanu already don't tell you before they capture that guy. Intel now say that so long Bini and Yoruba are the same mother, same father, and then Bini also owns Ogwashiku, Asaba up to Onitsha, that we are now brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're brothers.
Yeah, so let me finish. Let us put those one behind.
Go ahead.
But now we are facing, a mutual, enemy. I don't want to make mention any region right now. So they are not coming. They were coming small. Now they want to come on us. Now you can just imagine these animals. Say that now not only the Bayelsa oil that belong to them, that the Bini oil, the Delta oil, the Ondo oil belong to them. You know what I'm saying? Even the Lagos oil. I mean, what the hell is going on? And they were still pretending not to know what is going on. You know what I'm saying? So the best is that please, henceforth, all the Southerners, they preach Southerners unite now. They're gonna unite because this people they will come catch you now. You see what just happened in those states, for example. You see that because the APC and the PDP and the Labour Party, they were fighting each other. Now, then Adamu Ali, this short devil, Kekere, from Hausa land where he concentrated for Auchi, one of the Mantanfodo's offsprings. You don't see the way he take consists the power now in Edo State. People are not blaming Tinubu. It's not Tinubu now. It is those people. And this money is going to go to Kano State. Now, not a shame. Kano State, Kaduna, everywhere they look better than Oyo State. Go to Oyo State. Everyone has zigzaga. Go to Edo State. Go to Ondo State. I don't know, Poto. Now, not a shame, that they can't defend Northerners here. Make a drop right there. Thank you, Oga Mike.
You try, you try, Tony.
All right. Thank you. Simba, I beg, take us somewhere else.
Make him put before Simba. Now I was here before Simba.
Yeah, you've been talking Simba. I've answered now. Okay, go ahead.
I just Simba, can I speak for 2 minutes or you want to go now?
2 minutes. Let's go, so maybe you can take us somewhere else.
No, I think if you can talk for 1 minute, then we talk for another thing. You can go for 1 minute. 2 minutes too long.
Thank you. I'll try to make it 1 minute. Mike, you were the subject of my talk before. I've been talking to you and I talked to Rodiol. I say, they address the differences between us and the Northerners. You don't. You only talk about what we have in common. If, say, a Yoruba man or Igbo man come short of this well, in the case of Yorubas, they did it before to Abiola. Short of the election, they won't announce the result of the election, and then they bite him inside there. There's no other tribe that does things like that. Nobody else does anything like
But
that.
he was Anton Zerbi that annoyed the election. I mean, he's from your place.
Yeah, whenever we're talking about Northerners, count those people. It's not geographic. Everybody that they have bribed and converted over to that to give them money or bribe, you count all those people. Wicked there. All these are Northerners. So what's I mean, it's not geographic.
So Wicked is a Northerner.
Yes, he is. So what I'm saying to you though is that what you have to do now, because I think from the way you were disagreeing with Baba, I'm very surprised. Like Baba was trying to tell you some certain things about Northerners, and you even disagreeing with Baba too. Baba himself, who sounds like a Northerner to me, I used to think he's a Northerner, right? So all I'm saying before I give it back to, I think Simba is gone now. So can I ask that I revise and extend my remarks? Let me ask for additional.
No, it's Remy that wants to speak.
Oh, Remy, okay. All right, I'll end it for that. But you need to address that, Mike. You got my point.
I don't see any difference that you emphasize, man. You're saying, anyway,
Mike,
let me go ahead. Yeah.
I think you have been talking about the past. I think we should all forget the past, okay? Because one thing I know is this: there is division in that country, and that division is among all especially among the three major tribes. So
the who? Among who?
Three major tribes. I'm talking about.
In what sense?
Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, because of politics. It's all about I want to get who get the who get the share, the biggest cut of the cake. But
explain how Hausa is among the divide.
No, I put Hausa and Fulani together. Okay, that's what I'm trying.
No, but explain how name the Hausa person has been a problem. Name how Hausa has been a problem.
No, I'm not talking about in problem. I'm talking about the division. I'm not talking about fighting each other.
Okay, explain the division between Hausa and anybody. Because the Hausas are not in politics. They haven't even ruled Nigeria. The Northerners have ruled Nigeria in the past and have been in the politics that created problems. None of them have been Hausa.
Unfortunately for the Hausas, unfortunately for them, because when you talk about political power, they were not as educated as the Fulani people. So the Fulani people are like 2 or 3 notches ahead of them before they can say, okay, fine, we also want to see today. And they have a way of suppressing them through religion, unfortunately, and through their own culture. So because in that part of the country, leadership, no. Sorry. I'm not castigating their religion here, please. In that part of the country, leadership is very important. Everybody filing behind the leader, because religion also is a tool to use to bring them together to live peacefully and in harmony. So when they use that kind of thing to bring everybody together to live peacefully and in harmony, there is tendency for them to choose a leader among themselves, and they respect their own leader, and whatever they believe, whatever he do, or whatever is the road that he channel for them is the better road for them. And you can't blame them. That is how they were wired in that part of their country. So you cannot compare with the Yoruba people that...
Okay, so in the context of Nigeria, for example, can you explain how that's been the case?
Yeah, it cannot be the case because we are different in terms of culture-wise and the way we think. We cannot... The Yoruba people are totally different from Igbo. Is the biggest similarity you can see that is that the people from the Midwest, I'm talking about Edo, they are more or less similar in culture and tradition with the Yoruba people. And some parts of Kwara and Kogi are also similar with the Yoruba people. But when you now look at the Middle Belt, we are talking about Niger.
Similar, or they are Yorubas. What does similar even means?
No. What I mean, I cannot totally say I know they are Yorubas. But at the same time, there's some part of their culture that is not.
Now, because so they want to say so that they can attack you. They want to say it. Hold on. They want to say so that they can attack you. We are Yoruba. Yoruba is not a tribe. Yoruba. We are part of that Yoruba space.
Okay. So in a nutshell, I don't, because I don't want us to go back to this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth about it. Luckily for this country, the countries have already been divided into 6 regions. The best way this country can go forward, in my own opinion, I have 2 ways. The first one is what we call total state control of their resources. But if you want to go to your regional, or you want to now say, okay, balkanize more Nigeria to different regions, then it now depends on each ethnic tribe. If you are from Yoruba speaking tribe of Kogi or Yoruba speaker of Kwara, do you want to follow the North Central? Then you go. And if you are from Delta Igbo, do you want to stay in your Delta, or do you want to follow the Southeast? Then you follow the
Remy,
Northeast. Yeah.
Remy, let me say this.
Yeah.
Earlier on, they were talking about national conference that everybody should sit down and define how we want to live together.
Yeah.
At least, if I could remember, I know that we have had like 3 national conferences.
Yes. Yes.
At,
Exactly.
at and in those 3 national conferences, there was no one that any ethnic nationality, any tribe in Nigeria talk about separation.
Yes. I'm not talking about separation now.
No,
Don't get
just wait. Then the only thing that none of them even discuss regional government.
Yes.
The only thing they were talking about is resource control.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I don't want to, the problem we have in Nigeria is we don't want to take responsibility.
So let me quickly finish
Everybody
up.
is just looking for who to point an accusing finger to.
Yeah, you are right. So let me quickly finish up.
Earlier, because the way we are looking at it as
Let
if
me finish up so that I can come after
because
you.
I allow you to talk. I am the one that's supposed to talk before you talk.
Okay, sorry. Mm-hmm.
You understand? So the issue that I'm just the way I'm looking at it is this. If you look at it, if you look at this democracy from 1999 to date, the people from the southern part of Nigeria has ruled more than the northerners. Apart from the military, our civilian or our republics is more or less like more for the southerners than the northerners.
Simba, that is not the architect of the southern part. It's because of Yaradua death. If Yaradua did not die,
Don't give if at least.
No, that is the truth. That is no. You can't take that one away. Let's say the truth here. Yaradua died. That is the reason why Jonathan became the acting president later, and he was able to contest one more time and he won. So if he had not died, do you think Jonathan will ever be president of Nigeria? It would never be. Let's be factual. That is what happened. So if
Well,
you're
you
talking
don't know,
about
though. He could have ran and won. He could have run later and won. So no one knows. Can't say he can never.
Jonathan could have. Jonathan will not run on his own strength. It's not going to be because
Yeah. So yeah, but he ran on his own. But he later ran on his own strength, and he won.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so what is the point there?
And the reason why he won at that particular time is because he's the sitting president. That is one. And at the same time, people also think that, okay, fine, this is the.
So it's not because they voted for him. So it's not because they voted for him.
No, they voted for him. He won. I'm not saying it is
okay.
not for him. So let me just quickly conclude. Let me quickly conclude so that another person can come in. The way I see it is this: if there is a total state resource control, all this agitation will die down. Everybody will not be saying, they are developing the north more than the south, or they are developing the southwest more than the south. It will die down because when you control your resources, then your local people will now hold or head your leaders accountable in your state. But the way
so the allocation they are giving you now, are you not in control of it? So why are you still complaining?
No, you are not in control of it because the allocation goes to listen. If we want to be factual here, our major source of revenue for so many years has been oil, and this oil is being tapped majorly from the south of the country. But when they now spread the money,
not the whole south, southern state in the south.
South. I did not say south there. And when you now see that there are some states in Nigeria that they did not contribute zero to this federal allocation. They didn't do nothing. There are so many of them. But they also get a huge chunk of money according to their local government they have in their vicinity. So
You mean
when
like
you talk,
Enugu?
no, I'm not talking about Enugu. I'm not talking about anything. I'm trying to tell you that there are some states in Nigeria that did not
Yeah, that's
contribute.
what I'm saying. But like state like Enugu and
No, 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 no. Enugu has
Let me,
resources. Enugu has
let me,
coal.
no,
let
North,
we're
me,
talking about oil. We're talking about oil. Oil. No one is exporting coal
so
anymore.
what
Talking
I'm
about
trying,
oil.
they have
what
oil in
I'm
Abia State,
what,
and
So
Imo
I
State,
mentioned Enugu. I didn't
what
Anambra
I'm
say.
also. Yeah.
so what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that if every state control their resources and they pay royalty to the federal government, the job of the federal government will now be defense and economy alone. And then each state is now left to develop your state by yourself. All this agitation, we don't like you, it will die down. It
Well,
will
I
immediately
don't
die down.
agree. I don't think that
You
will
might
solve the
not agree
problem.
because the reason why I do not totally support regional government is because regional government, in another way, when you look at it, is the way that you
So
want to.
Remy, are you saying Pansa will no longer aid the Northerners and Tony here will no longer aid Northerners if Edo
At
State start
least,
to control?
at least they are
Hold
not
on,
going
hold
to.
on.
Let
If
me
Edo
answer
State
your
start to control its resources, Tony here will not have problem with the Northerners
at
anymore.
least, at least Tony will not say that it is one Baba from Kano or Kaduna that is controlling his oil in his data anymore. It's in their hand
No,
now.
it's not going to. Tony is from Edo now.
Whatever. They also have oil, so it is in their hand.
Yeah, they don't. It's just a tiny bit. It's not.
No,
It's
be
something
tiny places,
big,
my
man.
friend. Look, Mike, Edo State is house to the gas reserve, oil reserve, compared to the 5 million people.
They will not
You
tell
just
you
a
it is
joke.
one.
Are you not from Edo State? Are you not from Edo State or one of your parents, Mike? I
Tony will
beg.
not tell you that
No,
it is
no, I'm
one
not from
mic
Edo.
from.
And I saw
Tony
you
will not say it's
you
one
deny
mic
now
from.
like a rational mind, now they deny on a state.
So if
No,
Tony will
I'm not
not
come
tell
from
you,
Edo. I don't.
Tony will not tell us it's Mike from Lagos State that is controlling their gas in Edo, and they will not be telling you, this man is a Yoruba man from Ibadan that want to rule their state. All those things will die down immediately, and it is not left for the people of that state. If you are docile, you see your result. If you are hardworking, you will see your result. But when you talk about regional government,
Remy,
yeah,
Well, I
is it more of the noise tension going down or more of development? Because see, to me, I'm not comfortable with resource control when it is linked to natural resources because my own idea of resource control is not about natural resources. It's about federalization of all those regional assets like universities, like when we are doing maybe licensing. You want to do vehicular licenses now, you have to depend on federal road safety. It's about the state police. It's about allowing the state to run their structure, so you don't have to depend on the federal government to run things for you. So if you want to have a system of education, run your system of education. If you want to have a regional policy on agriculture, do that. So to me, resource control is beyond I have oil. No, it's not about that alone, because if it is about giving mineral resources to those regions, probably it will not solve that problem. Let me tell you something.
we
Because
are on the same path here. Recently,
so
the Senate in Nigeria, they are going to bring out a bill, or they are going to pass a bill soon. They are going to give total full autonomy to local government. It's not only financial anymore now. They are bent on changing everything totally. Local government will have full autonomy. We are not going to be any other state government anymore. Full autonomy.
wait,
Get
but
your
that's
resources.
different. That has nothing to do with what you were saying
No.
with the
I'm me.
resource.
What I'm trying to say before is that total resource control.
Can I
And
say something real quick about that?
what is it? Give more light into it, which I like. It's the same thing I'm talking
Well,
about. Yeah,
can I
I
say
don't,
something? I
you
just
can
think
go ahead.
that we
Go ahead.
we 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 are not trying to tackle the problem. We are more like trying to tackle the problem on the surface. You see, because this is bigger than just the resource. For example, some states have multiple tribes or ethnicity, whatever it is. So, for example, I know that the Jaw majority of where the oil is coming from is from the Jaws, and you also have the Chekivi in the same region. You have other thing. So now you're telling me that you want to put everything on the state ends, meaning anybody can rule above the other tribes. That will cause another problem.
Like
They will say a problem now. They know
yes.
river.
So I don't see. Go back to regional. So let's do our own thing and push Nigeria all together instead of us separating. Instead of us tackling the problem, you're just trying to go roam around and you lying to yourself. God, we are not the same
I'm not
people. We
lying.
have
I want to
different
ask you a question.
moral. We don't
Oriola,
believe in the same system. We
Oriola, I
don't
want to
believe
ask you a
we
question.
don't have the same culture. We are
Oriola,
different people. Why are we lying to
Oriola, I want
ourselves?
to ask you a question.
Oriola, I want to support you. Let me say this.
Remy think it's resource that's the problem. Don't know that people have differences. It's their different things that their
Our
problem.
focus, as Ola was talking, if we focus on natural resources, the way we focus on it and say, okay, resource control, and natural resources. Even let me give, for example, go to Delta State, give them that country as if they will have a country called Delta. Then that's when you start seeing all this ethnic something rearing its ugly head again. Okay, they will say, no, okay, our own area is where the oil is from. You understand? I think we should shift our focus. There are so many countries that doesn't have natural resources, and they are making progress.
Exactly. Right. Simba,
Okay.
make I help you.
I will ask
Make I
everybody
tell
this
you.
question. My
Yeah, make I
question is
tell
very
you,
simple.
Remy,
My
make I
question is
tell on.
sorry, Ansar. My
This
question is
oil.
very simple. My question is this: you guys said you don't want total resource control. Some people are not comfortable with regional government because they think it will lead to total separate balkanization of the country to different countries. Simba and Oriola,
And what's
especially
wrong with that
Simba.
if we have to
What?
separate and go separate ways because it doesn't work?
Okay.
Why don't lie to ourselves?
No, I'm
Face
not.
this problem.
Okay, hold on. My question to Simba
One
is
voice, one voice.
Simba, my question to you is this. Now, I mentioned resource control. This guy mentioned regional government and he does not care whether the country is balkanized. You, Simba, what do you want? Do you want Nigeria to stay as a country or you don't mind the country also balkanized to separate countries? That's my question to you.
I think we will do better as a country rather than all this division that we are talking about. We have never seen any country that divided and then they are better for it. So people are even trying to come together to form a strong force. Then we
Are you
were just
sure?
talking about division.
Have you heard about
Uh,
India? Have you heard about Ukraine? Have you heard about Georgia? Have you heard about these
So all
countries?
those countries
North Korea,
they are
South
better
Korea.
off.
Have you heard about them? South Korea. Have you heard of so many? Why are we deceiving ourselves? Someone came from nowhere, put us together. We accept it, and now we can't even create our own way of life. Like this is
But
where we want to do it.
Oriola, do you think our problem is actually the multi-ethnic this thing that we have? You think that is why we are not making progress?
Oriola is correct. Oriola is correct. Look at
Yes,
India and
because
Pakistan.
we haven't
Eh?
come to the table.
hold on.
We have not
Yeah.
come to the table and be like, okay, we are different.
How many we have
What
come to the table at so many occasions? What
who
came
are
out
those
of
people
it?
that came to the table? Who are those people? They're just the people that want to eat money. They're not the real people. Have you called the Oni
How
on
do
the
you
table? Have you called the Edo guy on the table? Have you called
identify
the
the real
king
people?
of Biafra on the table? Have you called those kings that
Who's the king of
even
Biafra?
I don't know, but whoever it
They
is,
don't even
have
know.
you called all of those big
Pansa,
kings
Simba,
Pansa.
on the table?
Oriola, let me just add something. Simba, see, whether we like it or not, see, our multiculturalism has some kind of religion on that too. You see one thing, the religion we underrate in our existence can go a long way to destabilize us if not properly managed. So, see, ethnicity is one thing, religion is one thing. Religion is what, if we can control religion very well, then I would say, if we regionalize and everybody does his thing in his own way, maybe there won't be much
But
problem.
Ola, if you are
But
talking like this, remember Southwest. It's just like 50-50 in the Southwest when you talk about religion. So
we are not
how is it
religion
affecting
in
us?
Southwest, we are not fanatics like that. Okay, have you
No,
ever
forget
seen
about fanatism.
Okay.
Religion, well, we some people are practicing it in one way.
As the Owambe Muslims.
see, I agree with what you are saying,
I beg, make
Simba.
I talk now.
But religion,
If
except
I get a
when
word, yes,
Ogbeni Rauf
But
Okay,
Aregbesola
okay.
we have
Yes,
example of
Simba is right.
pure Muslim
This one is
Guys,
country that
Muslim.
are even
hold
doing
on,
better.
guys.
I don't think
Guys,
his religion is not an issue. We have so many purely Muslim country, and they are doing better, far better than us. I don't think we are not really identify our problem. We are just
No,
looking,
Simba, there's nothing
scampering up
wrong with
and
being a
down and be
Muslim.
looking
Don't
for
get it wrong.
excuses.
hold on.
No,
Make I
Simba.
take 2 minutes.
Simba, now you're coming to the
Simba, there's
table
nothing
now. You're
wrong
coming
with
to
being
where
a
I'm
Muslim.
coming from.
Don't get
You're
it
just
wrong.
running around.
Mike, make I get 2 minutes.
Dubai is better than
Okay.
Nigeria.
Guys,
Qatar is
wait, one
better
voice.
than Nigeria.
Oriola, wait. Let's allow one voice at a time. I think Pastor want to comment. He's trying to comment.
Yeah,
Let go ahead.
Every one of us here, we say one part of it. You know, nobody's all wrong and nobody's all right so far. But make a tell on that. To me, I'm like somebody we don't go a theater, go watch Enter the Dragon, then I come out, I come to tell people waiting to see when they go inside. Right? The second group coming in, me, I don't go watch movie, come out for theater for any city in Nigeria. It's not gonna work because we're gonna have to go back and go. We're going back to war. That's what's gonna happen. Now, this time, if it's couched under a religious war, then it's fine. It has to be Christians against Muslims at best. But if other Christians don't want to do it again, we'll do by ourselves.
So what will be the end game? What will be the end game, Pastor?
The end game is this. See, you already see it going on right now with Dangote, right? He's like somebody.
So you burn down his refinery, right?
No, hold on. He don't need to burn anything down.
It's war now. War is about destruction now. What else?
No, I'm trying to tell you what's happening now. Okay, they're disoriented. They know petroleum is over. Now it's still gonna be used for some other things. There's still gonna be a little bit of it, but when you're talking about petroleum, right? Everybody has to be driving fossil fuel cars in order for it to make sense. It's not easy to extract it, and things like that. So he's trying to do what they've done to us over the years, which is to set us back. The world is moving to electric cars. So now he says he's building a $20 billion refinery, and he's all over the map, producing it. He's gonna refine it. He's gonna import it, and he's a distraction. He's disoriented. That's big.
But Pasat, how is that one? No. Let me ask you this question. If he's doing a business and you know that the business is not going to work, how is that one your business? If they are going to produce electric cars, is the one that is going to lose, not you? So how is that one your business?
You don't understand what they're doing, right? Right now, the Europeans, Britain had electricity in the 1800s, 1900. They already have electricity all over their cities, right? But we can't because they set us back. They don't want our refineries to work. They don't want us to have electricity power. So that's exactly what he's doing now.
We're dumb to accept it, right? And we're so dumb
when the
we
world
accept
goes
that.
to electric cars, so in about 20 years from now, Nigerians are going to be saying, man, we still can't even have electric cars. Do you understand what I'm saying? But this is how it starts.
So in Dangote refinery, they will not allow us to have electric cars to drive.
Simba, maybe let me give them
you
this
don't let me
information.
land because once I
There's
land,
a
you
factory,
I only
there's a
said 2
factory
minutes.
in
I can't,
Lagos
Mike,
already.
I cannot speak for 2 minutes.
Manufacturing electric vehicles.
Remy, let Pastor land this point real quick. Let Pastor this point.
So what I'm saying is that let's say somebody came like we did in 1965, 66, and we say, hey, look, these people don't want us to industrialize and move forward. They're not gonna. At that time, Nigeria had electricity in the cities, and stuff like that. But you see how methodically all our stuff are sabotaged. We cannot move along with the world. Here in California, they're not gonna make fossil fuel cars anymore, and that's a big deal. New York, other states. Once United States goes electric, right? Anybody else who stays back is just fooling themselves. So the talk of the town right now is refinery. They didn't want to talk about that 20 years ago. Refineries. So what he's doing is to make sure that we stay in fossil fuel. They don't want us to go electric because they're gonna be done. See, when you listen to Nnamdi Kanu, most times people quote Nnamdi Kanu about other foolish things. One of the things Nnamdi Kanu says that we don't need that oil. Take it. Come and take it and go to hell. Electric oil is not a big deal. Somebody here mentioned South Korea, but it's not tied together. We don't need the oil.
Can other people talk now?
Okay, Pastor, I think we get your point, man. Okay, let me go ahead, man.
Okay, what I want to say is very simple. The world is changing, it's right. A lot of countries are going electric vehicle, but still, they still retain the diesel. And when you talk about refinery is not churning out only PMS. They are churning out aviation fuel. If my memory serves me right, the plane that transfer from one city to another city or country, they are still using aviation fuel. They are not using electricity for that. So at the end of the day, the refinery
They've
that is built
started
in
making
Lagos,
electric planes too. If you
no, the
don't know.
refinery built in Lagos is not only for the product. I think it creates employment and it creates development. This is good for a country, and we also it also saves the country a lot of foreign reserve. So we have to look on different parameters, not just only thinking about what is going to be good for my tribe or what is not going to be
To
good
be
for my
honest,
tribe.
I don't even see that as a problem. There's nothing wrong with
So
that.
it's a good
It's
thing.
always
Odiola,
going
please,
to
can I just help you out a bit? Can I help you out a bit? Because I can see that they are moving the debate from where you was at.
We
So
are already
what
moving
Odiola?
it
So
forward.
hold on, please. I'm very sorry, Ejo, Mabinu. So what Odiola was saying is that can't we see that once the country is talking about who is going to be the next president, whether it's to come from the south, whether it's to come from the north, whether it has to be Muslim, and then you can calculate 8 years, 8 years, 8 years, 8 years. You know how old we are going to be. You know, everybody will die finish now. So that's why we say that we should just agree with Odiola. We need to separate that country. No more need to talk. The amalgamation ended in 2014. For God's sake, to the Lord, I don't want to worry now about people, including myself. Let us agree at that
Okay,
point that
okay,
the thing,
Tony, divide it
yeah.
for us right now. So what? How many countries? How many
But
countries?
so look. Let us get started with a two-state solution first. In South Nigeria
What is
and
the two state? What is the two states?
South Nigeria and the North Nigeria. Because
No,
right
Okay,
now,
two countries. Okay.
no.
hold on,
Hold on
no,
now.
because I know
Wait.
that. I
So
know that you
South
guys don't.
Nigeria and North Nigeria, and
Yes.
Pastor agree with you on that one.
No.
No,
And that's the problem with you guys.
no. I said just to get started. Then once we get that, so when we're able to step it down to that level, then we'll not see that the
Okay.
Igbos can also go their way.
Okay. Tell your senator to go and propose the bill now. It's not by coming online. Tell
They
your
will never do
senator.
it. They will never do it,
So
brother man.
if they won't do, then leave it alone. Yeah, Lord.
Hold on,
I mean,
hold on. The Southerners are always after what they can get for their pocket, and then my brother Ola, a state control of natural resources is the best thing, with including the roads. You see, that was what this guy was all about. This Igodalo, this market, we know it been Babajide Igodalo, this governor that just lost the election in Edo State. He said that his first mission will be to take over all the federal roads. And once you take over the federal roads, so everything found in that vicinity, including the universities, the forests, the NIFO, everything will belong to Edo State government. Then Ondo State will follow suit. Then Ondo State and Edo State were having Bini Owena. They were able to produce light, little bit light to support the federal grid. And then many things were going on. Farming and everything was going on. Odo and Edo. Even the court in Benin was taken care of. They were working in collaboration. Then including data. So Kogi can also join. Now we have two refineries in Edo. Hold on, people. We have now we have two refineries in Edo, but we have no oil to feed the production line. Their production line, because the oil that is being dug from Benin City there, we have many oil wells in Benin City. So many. The local government, they call it Oromo, is asked to oil deposit. Let's say local government is number one local government in Nigeria. But we don't have, go and see that place, no development, no nothing. So once you take over the resources, then to be left for you now to fight it, to slug it out. You see within yourselves. Not be saying somebody from Arewa will be these are people that made Obasanjo president. These are people that made Jonathan president. These are people that made everybody president. So, but this power must be taken down. It has to be, this northern power must be taken down. The owners of the country.
Okay, we get it. All right, cool. All right, Remy, go ahead.
Was saying,
Yeah, Remy.
As I was saying before, actually, if you don't want total state resource control and regional government, the caveat about regional government is that it will lead to the balkanization of the country, because at present there is that big division. Now, if we want to retain our country as a whole, then we must do what we call gradual resource control. it at least we have to tell ourselves the truth. Because at this particular junction, some section or some tribe or some ethnicity, they are not happy in Nigeria. And within a state, people are also fighting themselves. So how do we stop this problem? We cannot continue to shy away from the truth. And I don't believe in the idea that everybody always say that, oh, it's the North that controls everything. I don't believe that.
Can
It's
I?
the elite at the top, whether you are Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa. Once they come together, they forget you as a Nigerian. So the
Go
whole
and take a
I
look
have
at the
two
northern
questions for
cities.
you. I have
Go
two
and take a look
questions.
at the northern cities and compare to the southern cities. Then Abuja is a capital city. All the money is being spent there. You know, what the hell are you talking about? The
no,
northerners,
I
they owe you.
don't want to respond to Uriola. You can go ahead and ask
Oh,
your
okay. So I let me make two different points. So the first one has to do with just because we separate ourselves into ethnicity region, because if your western region is more Yoruba, so ethnicity for that is Yoruba, the east will be the Igbo and the north will be Hausa, even though all of them they're now the same. But here's the point. We have a great example right now. Look at UK, for example. He has multiple countries in it: Scotland, Northern Ireland, UK. I say UK, England and Wales and stuff. They're still together, even though they would like some country like Scotland, for example, would like to stand on their own, and they're still together. They work well. That's number one. Number two, even when you have all these European countries scattered all around, they still decide to form European Union because they know if they work together, it's good for them. So all this, I don't understand. Why are we scared? If I may ask you,
No,
why are you scared?
I am not feared or scared of
You
anything.
sound scared to me.
No,
Okay,
no.
Remy, hold on. Let me ask Oriola this. Oriola, so how do you divide? How do you divide Nigeria? Divide it to how many? What? How many
Well,
pieces?
see, for example, we know ethnicity. Ethnicity is all about everything. So under ethnicity is what you have tribes. If Yoruba says, okay, let's stay on our own, every other
How many?
tribes.
How many? How many pieces do you
Wait,
divide
wait.
it to? That's what
I
I
will
ask.
say,
Simple question. Now.
wait. I can say three, but there might be some
Three?
other, yeah, but there might be some other tribes that feel like, especially the northern area.
Give us the name of the three.
Let me give you Hausa, Igbo and Yoruba.
What about
And
the
I
people
know
So,
from?
now.
so,
Wait,
so you
let
have
me.
three countries. Yoruba land, Yoruba nation, Igbo nation, and Hausa nation. Three countries, right?
Yeah, yes. And I
So
know
Really?
that in
Okay,
Hausa
that
they
makes
might
sense.
probably go into like two or three nations. And the reason,
Oriola, let me ask
because
you.
wait,
Oriola,
let me land first. The reason why I just put Hausa as one nation is the fact that I'm not expert. I don't have expertise in that northern side because I know like Kunori, they're different from Hausa, and I don't want to like break them when I don't have enough
So you don't
knowledge
know
in
what you want to
understand.
break into. You want to break up, but you don't know what you're breaking into.
Oriola,
I don't
I'm
have
going to
enough.
break it down for
And
you.
then what about the Igbo? How do you that one is where
Yeah,
is the
that's what I'm saying.
all right,
That
let me wait now. Let the man land first. Let him land what he's saying. Let's
that's what
understand.
I'm saying. That's why I said that. Okay, for example, now you can see that some Igbo people will say, okay, they're Uruki or whatever, they're not Igbo, and it's okay. The fact here's what we need. If Yoruba wants to stand on their own, every tribes that believe they're part of Yoruba should come. There's no force because Ishekiri can say, okay, no, we are not Yoruba, we don't want to be Yoruba. Edo can say, oh, and we don't want to be. We don't have to force
You
them.
sound like you're not sure what you want. Then you don't even know.
I
You're
already
already you're
said
saying
what I
break, but
want. Wait, wait. I already.
it's not clear. You're not clear. That's the problem we have with all these
It's
secessionists.
cleared.
They're not clear what they are what they want, but they want it. But let me go ahead, Jerry.
Wait. It's clear, but you have to be on the table. I can't speak for everybody. If I can
Yeah, you
tell you
don't know
now,
then. So why are you speaking for everybody then? You want to split the country, but you don't know what the
how did I speak for everybody when I said we should just be in Yoruba, our Igbo, and Hausa? And
No,
you
it's not
now,
going to
if
work.
anybody now
that's
feel
speaking
like
for
they don't
everybody
want
now,
to,
but then you change it again and say, well, but this one, but that one. What?
no, you're
So
not.
you're not clear.
Yeah,
Please,
but because you're
listen.
not listening. What I'm saying is,
Ah,
if some tribes now says they don't want to fall under, because that's what we ran into before. You have to learn from history. That's the reason why they have like the Benue cut into like different numbers. because they don't want to associate
So
with the West.
right now you don't know what the tribes want right now. You want to split first and wait for them to.
Let me help him, Mike. Let me help
You're not helping me.
But hold on. Let Remy go and Pastor, you come after Remy. Remy's return of coming.
Listen carefully. The middle belt in Nigeria that comprises of 6 states: Plateau, Benue, Kwara, Kogi, and I guess it's Niger that make it the 6th one. Apart from Niger, all the other 5 states I've mentioned, they have their own language and they have their own ethnic group, totally different from Hausa people or Fulani. So you can't mob them to the north; they will not accept in the long run because they are totally different people. And when you go to South, these people are totally different from the Igbo, totally. In terms of language, although sometimes you can see some similarity in the name, the beer, or something like that, but in terms of culture and everything, a lot of them are totally different from Igbo. So you cannot tell them that.
Can I say something to you?
So let me finish. You cannot tell them they should come under Igbo land. They will not accept. These are the fight that has been going on online everywhere in Nigeria. Everybody knows that's what they have been fighting for now. You cannot put them together. So
yeah, let me just respond to you real quick. So you have to understand one thing. Just because you're okay, for example, when Ijebu speak and Egba speak, you.
Is he still there or is me?
Unfortunately, your voice goes away.
Oh, his voice is gone.
Yeah, let me talk on this. You know, Oriola is right on the money, right? He doesn't want to answer certain questions candidly because it's going to cause more problem, right, than it's worth. But I could tell you that particular question you're asking and all these. Now, Tony is one of my brothers. Is one of my friends here, but I'm going to be disagreeing with him. But we should also note that he has said that he and the Yorubas are the same, right? And that's the truth. These little minorities here and there, we Biafrans, we did something right, and then Ojukwu made one mistake. One of it is that when we're dealing with our enemies from the north, and all these minorities are talking nonsense, I say, okay, whatever the Igbos get, they will get too, like we're their mates, right? You have over 80 million people. Igbos, strong, valiant, courageous people, hard worker. So whatever we get, then maybe Edo should get too, or a Jos should get too, right? It doesn't work that way. Some of it we have to do by force. When we cut through that place, taking over all the Jos and all the Edos and all those people in a day.
What if they defeat you?
But that's not how things work. You're just going to go back to the same problem.
That's what I'm saying. I know you're avoiding talking like that, which is okay. Let me land.
My brother Pansat, please, can I just interject you?
Tony, I know you and
let Pansat land. Let Pansat land.
Okay. It's going to be smart. I know you're a smart patriot. You are looking out for the black man. So what I'm saying is that distraction, that's what caused the war. That's why I'm very tough on minorities, right? They caused the war. They went to Aburi, they made an agreement. When they came back, the minorities in the South, they say, hey, Igbos are going to dominate us and all this and all that. We want to go with Nigeria or something like that, or one our own. Okay, fine. So Ojukwu then cut through that place with no opposition. They don't have anybody to fight us. It's not Igbos. I'm talking about Biafrans. This Cross River, so many other areas. So that nonsense, Ojukwu should have stopped it by taking that oil. Because what's causing all our problems in the whole country, what is it? You have a bunch of nomads who don't go to school. They were driven out in everywhere else they've been. That's the Fulanis, right? Came from Futa Jalon and took over the Hausas, cut off their nuts, effeminated them. You hear now, maybe an hour ago, somebody was saying how the Hausas are not the same as the Fulanis. They don't do this, they don't do this, they don't do that because the Fulanis took them over. So they come and they take the oil. Same thing they did to the Hausas, they did it to the Southerners. And they've done it to half of the Yorubas. 50% of, if you listen to them, 50% of Yorubas are Muslims now. 50% are normal people.
Yeah, but that
so it's Fulani Yorubas Muslims. That way I'm telling them.
So what did you say?
Yeah, I was being a Muslim now being suppressed
No,
because I
hold
don't
on now.
understand your point.
No, what I'm saying, if you have a Yoruba Muslim and a Hausa Muslim trying to pray, the Yoruba Muslim can never lead that prayer. There's a
Please,
hierarchy. Let me land. Let me land. Please.
You can't speak on that.
No, I can speak
I
on
live
it.
outside Nigeria. Let me say something
No,
to you.
let me land.
I live
It's me
outside
talking.
Nigeria,
Oriola,
and I'm a Muslim.
you are an ally.
Even the
Hold
African
on,
Muslims
Oriola.
are not being respected by the
Oriola,
Arab Muslims.
Oriola,
So what
please,
are you
please.
saying that
Listen to what I'm saying. Look,
I
can you,
initially
Mike,
told you
Mike,
that what
order,
you're
please.
saying is
Please,
you don't know
order.
much about what you're saying,
I know what
and
I'm
you're
saying.
saying it
Listen.
with authority.
Yeah, let me
You can't
land.
be doing
Please.
that.
Mike, control Oriola. He's an ally. He's been telling the truth here.
Pastor, you don't know what you're talking about, though. You're just saying things that you don't even know.
If you have an Hausa person and you have a Yoruba person in a mosque trying to pray, the Yoruba cannot lead that prayer. Let me finish.
In the southwest or in the north?
Everywhere.
That's
Now,
not
No,
true.
not in the southwest.
Listen,
No. Before you can't just land. Hold on. In the southwest, hold on. In the southwest, a mosque come by Yoruba. A Yoruba lead the prayer, and Hausa does not have say in the southwest.
Okay, well maybe
If you come to Lagos, you come to your state, the Hausa does not lead Yorubas in prayer or in anything. The Yorubas lead themselves, and the Hausa, if you want to pray in their mosque, you have to line up, sit in the back, and join them. The owner of the mosque dictates who leads the prayer. So if the mosque is come by a Yoruba person, the Yorubas dictate who leads it. There's no anybody controlling a religion in Nigeria. Okay, they can only control their own state, their own region.
Let's take it under advisement. Google it. We're gonna talk about it again. I'm gonna show you proof because
that's true. No, you're not showing proof. See, I'm a Muslim now, and I know how it works. You don't know.
Oriola is a Muslim now.
But leave that aside.
This guy doesn't know what.
Do you know more than Oriola?
Wait. You know, say I have a brother like Oriola, right? They're only passionate when it's something that concerns them directly, right?
No, but you're lying. What you're saying is incorrect.
Mike, I need order. Let me talk, and when I finish, you
have to let him interject now. Okay, Pansa, hold on. Pansa, hold on. Pansa, you still have the floor, but give him a chance to interject you now. Give him a chance to interject. Maybe he's making a correction. Okay, go ahead, Oriola.
What he's saying is incorrect. Even outside Nigeria, the Arabs, they don't even accept anybody that is not even Arab like them. They don't see them as a good Muslim like them. So that's nothing. That has nothing to do with religion when you're talking.
But
I'm just letting you know that.
Oriola, hold on.
Okay, hold on. Oriola, it sounds like you're making his point, though.
No. He said, no, I'm not making
his point. Hold on. What Pansa is saying? Hold on. What Pansa is saying? Their level of Muslims. Some people feel they are more Muslim than the other, and he's saying that the Northerners in Nigeria feel like they're more Muslims than the Yorubas.
Same thing with Catholic. The white people don't count the African Catholic or whatever Christianity it is.
Yeah. So what's the argument here?
See, the prejudice is everywhere.
So what do you disagree? With him? Where do you disagree with him?
What I disagree with him is the fact that he's saying that Yoruba Muslim and the Northern Muslim. I'm just letting you know, it doesn't work that way. Number one, and
which way? I'm not clear what you're saying. Hold on. Wait. It doesn't work. Which way?
When in Yoruba land, the Hausa will lead the Yorubas. That's incorrect. That's number one. And
okay. That's what I agree.
I'm letting him know that irrespective all this foreign religion, those people that I came from, they don't care about you guys. They don't regard you guys.
Well, Pansa doesn't. That's not what Pansa is arguing about, though. He never said they care about you.
Yeah,
now can I come in now to interject?
No. Hold on. Let Pansa make his point.
The point I'm making to you is like it's analogous to saying, okay, on this platform, when there's a Hausa and there's a Fulani here, the Yoruba, the Yoruba is going to moderate. Well, they're not gonna come here. They're not here. You're not gonna see a Hausa Muslim come to Yoruba mosque. Maybe here and there, one or two here and there. Then they won't even come to the mosque.
That's not true. You
don't. Let me learn now. Just when it's your turn, you poke holes in it. What I'm saying.
He has a point, though. Pastor has a point there, though.
But that's not true. He doesn't have a point.
The Hausa typically will not go to Yoruba mosque.
I live in Nigeria when I was younger, and now I'm Muslim because my grandfather has a mosque. We have a lot of northerners that come to our mosque and they stay in the back. They pray with us. They don't lead the prayers. What are you talking
maybe
about?
they're in the back and they're going, look at this guy.
They don't lead the prayers.
But then, hold on. Let's not create honestly blind argument. But generally, most of them would rather go to their own mosque than go to Yoruba mosque.
One mosque in Southwest, they don't even have their own mosque. Majority of them, they're living in they rent houses. It's not like they own their houses. Talkers of having a mosque. How many mosques owned by Hausas in the Yoruba side? I've never seen one.
Okay, so that's you're advancing my point. The point is that they won't even come there.
That's not true.
I'm not talking about the
done with
beggars
this.
now.
Wait, stop talking. What I want to let
Oriola,
let me
calm
say
down. Don't get too emotional. You guys speak one at a time.
Emotional.
Wait. What I'm saying is, well, hold on, relax. But you're talking over each other. Like, let him make that point. We disagree, then you respond and make your counter hit instead of two of you talking at the same time. If you disagree with his point, then respond with your own argument. So that way, there's no emotional and if you don't agree, then make your own counter arguments. But one at a time is what I'm saying.
Okay,
because Tony also wants to come in. But okay, once I make your point, let Oriola respond, and then you go back and forth one at a time. Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
within a minute. What I'm saying is that here I was saying, here's a Yoruba guy who's telling the truth. I couldn't believe it. I said, okay, well, he's one of us. Somebody supporting the right things. But now I'm disappointed that he's a Muslim, right? But what I'm saying to you is this. In that country, I was talking about the minorities. They are the biggest problem we have in the country. Here, somebody generously divided the country into three. Igbo, it should be two, but let's just say three, right? Because of history. And then somebody like Tony here, my brother Tony, or people from his side, they say, we also get what the Igbos get. Are we your mates? We're 80 million. My village has got more people than that whole state. Edo State. We're not your mates. When we are divided, if you want to fight tribe, go and fight the Fulanese, who we can defeat. They're even smaller than we are. So it's not the Igbos who started the country who could take it over. So finally, when you say you're dividing the country into three, does that mean enmity? Ghana, they are our friends. They're next door. They're doing very well right now. They got their own country. Cameroon, they have their own country. Just because Ghana is a country there, does it mean that Nigeria is going to go to war with them? Or cannot cooperate, have embassies and walk across the lines until we integrate the whole continent. So I want minorities to remember one thing. Once we have an agreement with the bigger tribe, Wazobia, that's what it's called, Yorubas and the Hausas, not the Fulanis, the Hausas and the Yorubas. Then the rest of you that are making noise and talking about dividing into 5 or 6 or more, you're just talking nonsense. You're small. You're going to have to let peace reign in that country. Stop making the Yorubas fight the Hausas and the Igbos.
Is it a must? Is it a must that the South Africans
yes,
will come
it, yes, it is.
If they don't want it, then you can go your own way.
Can I say?
Let me learn that. Look, Remy, I just finished telling you that it happened already in the past.
Can I respond now? Can I respond to Pantat?
Let me learn. What I'm saying, Remy, that thing that
you okay. Let's give Tony a chance to respond. Pansa, you already made the point. Let Tony's on his house. Let him respond.
Cap it off. What I'm saying is that it happened already in the past, right? That thing that they're doing, whereby when we go and resolve issues that's good for the country, Hausa, Igbos, Yorubas, and then these minorities will be chuckling and talking, right? Once we make that decision, the rest of them will have to do exactly what we tell them to do. That's it. You're not going to be saying Igbos are landlocked because we're playing Monopoly. And we just, okay, Port Harcourt, go ahead. We're trying to form Nigeria. You take Port Harcourt, we're going to go take our stuff back. You're playing Monopoly. When you're done, you fold it and then go back to reality. That's what I'm saying. We're not landlocked.
Let Tony respond. Tony, Pansa says it's not your mate. So what do you respond?
Okay, sir. So 70% of River State are our people, Ijaw people. Ijaw people, they share, common culture, common tradition and religion with us, with Yorubas and the Edos. The same thing, no different family setting, That's what you look at. The way we greet Dobale, so we do bow down to our aunties and our senior people. Exactly, we just flat our stomach or ground when we are greeting. But people say that no, they are from Israel, that they don't, they are Republican, they don't even respect their fathers. You know what I'm saying? They don't even bow to their fathers. So then these are something. Then one thing I want to put.
Hold on,
No,
hold on.
hold on. Let me
I
land.
just
Let me
want to
land.
ask.
So, let
Let
me
him
land.
land there. Oriola, hold on.
Let me land.
I
So
just
when
want
you
to.
are,
Pansa, let him land.
I just want to
yeah. So
ask
when you
one
are,
question.
No,
so when you
Pansa,
are
wait
putting,
now.
no,
Pansa,
yeah,
give him
when you
chance
are,
now. You respond. Let him
when you are,
finish. Go ahead.
so when you are putting people together, not like exactly what the British did to us, that is harming us today, then we have to take a second look at that. That we have to look at people that are polygamous in nature, people that doesn't take the foreign religion first, like the Yorubas, the Edos, and the Jaws. We take our African culture and the religion and the tradition first. So that hence you can never hear a Yoruba person bearing surnames like Mahamadu, Abubakar. You can never hear a dope person, whether it's a Muslim, whether it's a Christian, bearing all those kind of crazy names like Abubakar. Except those people that came, that are in Kwara State and Auchi in Edo State, that bear those northern names. Which makes them to be the Utmadafudo's offspring from the Futajalo desert, snake infested desert. So now for the people of South and Southwest, you can just see it's just organic that they are the same people. If you go to their villages, you see those where they practice their voodoos, Olokun, all those kind of stuff, all those Shango sports, where the villagers settle that they have some village halls where they settle, issues, a lot of things that make people to be so like German and the Austria, they have the same culture, but they see shared, so they see so they try to live separately. Like Orola said, England. Let me just add, just to add some points to what he said about the UK. You see, Scotland, they have their own central bank. They print their own money. So they print their own money in England. They print their own money in Wales and North Ireland. I don't know what is wrong with us. Why can't we just share the country and then let people of same culture be together? Like the Indians and the Pakistanis did, and then all those Bangladesh, and they are progressive today. You know what I'm saying? So forget about the richness of Pakistan, but they are up to the task. They also my teachers. You know what I'm saying? My tutors at the high school. So we all know that both of them, if they had not separated, then it would have been like Nigeria today. See, so like as I said earlier on, the earlier we separate our country peacefully or by force, the better for us. Because if we don't do it now, then our children will still have this, see this bone of contention. You know what I'm saying? So all this problem will still be there. So let us just
Well, if
stop
we don't do
postponing
it,
the
my children
doomsday
would,
and
because
and let
that's
us
what
share the
I'm teaching
country
them.
like England. I've been around there. I went to training at Bristol helicopters. Once upon a time,
No,
and then
sorry,
if you take
Tony.
the
Tony,
yeah,
you are
no,
from
hold on, hold
Edo
on. If you
State.
take the money, hold on. If you take the money
I
from
just want to
England,
quickly ask you this question. You can take it along. You are
uh
from Edo State. You agree that we should separate the country. I
yes,
mean, divide the country. So
yes.
you are Edo. Do you want to go with the southeast or do you want to go with the southwest? Tell us where you
Man,
belong so that we.
but you don't need to. We don't need to be debating this now. Where do we belong to before? Where we're in the western region. So when you say Western Nigeria, not just me saying it. If you go to any international press, they will say that people of southern
No,
Nigeria, they will
Kenny,
describe their
it's different.
hold on.
It's different
They
from
will
what the
describe it. So
fella
they will
said.
describe their women. They describe their women. They call them people of Western Nigeria. That's how they call them. So they will just show them how they dress in Buba and people dressing in Sokoro. If you see my father's pictures, you see our Wars picture, you see you see their outfit, their attire. It's the same thing. Look at the music also. When they if once I do music start to play guitar, you turn a Yoruba. If Yoruba, unless when they begin to they use their language today, people of Ijebu know they hear people from a bar. People on our now you now be the original Yoruba, what people they call Yariba. Yoruba is not a tribe. So it belongs to all of us. We have the Akoko Edo people. We have the Owan people, the Sobe in Edo State. We have the Wari people, people, Ugeli people. All of them. You see, none of them. Everybody are Yorubas. You
All,
understand me?
thank you. Ijo,
So
Igala, Nupe,
Ijo,
they're all
no,
Yorubas, man.
forget Igala. Yeah, but Ijo especially. Look at all this.
They are.
Asari Dokumbo. Instead of Tokumbo, they will say Dokumbo. You understand me? So if you go to Benin, the same thing. You see, Orisha, like this Omachola. Then you see they'll say,
Yeah,
but
Omoshola.
Ayo is.
Yeah, Isekir is there.
They'll come
Yorubas
add
now.
that. They'll come say Amat. They add T Orisha.
So
Many things.
sorry to interject again. Are you
And
trying
those
to say
tribes, they're not even
Ogedegbe.
complaining. They want to be part of the Western.
Tony and Oriola, are you trying to say Rivers, Delta, Edo, Akwa Ibom, if they are going to divide, they should go to the Yoruba side? Or what
Once they accept it, we
Hold
don't force
on. Yeah,
anyone.
no, hold on.
We have the same
other guy there.
culture.
No,
If they
hold
accept
on.
it, they
No,
should come.
let me talk now. Let me answer him now.
You
Culturally,
can talk.
traditionally, then everything. I think this people they naturally teach towards us. Ikwere is complicated because I must say I don't want to accept Ikwere as Benis because they always say that they are Benis. They are not Benis. You see, the name of their village is Ikwere, but if you go to Ika, they mix their language with Edo and then Igbo. So and if you go to even that Ika local government there, this Bende Deta Igbo, you see some Yoruba communities there. Yoruba communities are there. If you don't know, you have to know now. So that is why we are saying that those people, they know exactly where we all know where we belong. Forget about what you do or Yoruba to do. None of the same. When a very dark man they attack, now not be Yoruba people say they support and pass. If the very dark man was to be an Igbo man, you see, it could have been opposite reaction. People will be saying, why? But you see, when they touch on Falana, Iga, sorry, it doesn't make a difference. All the people in Yoruba, they say, no, the boy is
Yoruba man now.
so we are the same thing. That's how
You guys have to give Pastor a chance to
hold on. Let
respond.
me land now. When they don't say that, let me land. When they don't say that, we owe Lagos. Do you see Yoruba people coming to fight us? They say, no, you are our junior brother. We say no now, be junior brother. That's how we show you that they are actually one people. It's just people. I just made some example of Dokumbo. You know what I'm saying? And Tokumbo, and then Ademola, Adesuwa. You see, Omotola, Omono, Omoni, Omo. I told something. So we are the same people. Okay.
All right. Okay,
Thank
that's
you
a good place to leave it. And very good. Now let me say something. Now I agree in part and I disagree in part. Right? Tony's got the idea though. These minorities have to figure it out. There's 3 Wazobia for that country, right? Whether they like it or not, they have to pick one of those 3. Right?
There's nothing called
now,
minority.
let me land, Oriola. Let me land. You don't have to agree with me. When it's your turn, you poke holes in what I said. But here's where Tony got it wrong. Tony, where you get it wrong is this. You see, in Edo, for example, you have the Banke area, right? Those are Igbos, indigenous, not just indigenous, they're aborigines in Edo, Benin. Now, Ejo is more Igbo.
Those are the cats. Those are the cats that I pointed out. Those are the cats. They mix their language with Benin and Edo and Esan. If you go to
wait.
No, hold on, please. Let me just. I will let you down. Just for 10 seconds. Just for 10 seconds. I promise. Look, if you go to part of Edo, Esan, Esan is even different dialects also. A lot of dialects in Esan land. So you have these Banka people with Ekpon in Esan and all this Ewohimi, where this Igodalo came from. This Yoruba mother and Edo father, this governor that contested last time, they speak the mix of Igbo and Edo language. So, but that makes them to be Yorubas automatically. Yoruba is not a tribe. Lest you forget, whenever you are making an argument here, people of Ijebu and Egba, they are not the same. If you go to Ijebu,
ethnicity, we all know that.
And if you go to Ijebu, if you go to Ijebu, people from Ijebu, Ijebu and Agawoye, they have their own dialects also. Little bit.
Tony, I agree in that realm, in the big scheme. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That's how we have to resolve this thing. We're Nigerians in that sense, right? But because you have all you there, they came and they carved out what they call South and all. Oh, that's just nonsense for right now, right? It's not. But in Edo State, it's a totally different thing. It's like a miniature of Nigeria. You have some Edo that you can consider Northerners. You hear me? Like if you go places like
no, they are not Northerners. They are immigrants. They are immigrants. If you go to Ibadan, you see them at Mokola, Sabo, you have Hausa there. But the time is coming. The time is coming where we are going to pursue them back.
Let me talk. God damn it. Let me get a word in. So I'm saying Edo is not. It's not like a jaw. That's different. That's a totally all that thing they call South South. All those they belong to us, not Igbos, but to Biafra, right? So when you look at Edo, you have Akako Edo, Isako East, them, or when, right? Then when you come to the like Ovier and people, Ovier North and South, they're different, right? Then you have the Esan, like you were talking about, in the center. So all those people, you're not gonna be able to speak for them. You're not gonna take people and give it to the Yorubas. You're not gonna take our people in Edo and give it to the Yorubas. We're not gonna let you do it, right? So that's what
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
giving them. I'm not giving them to Yorubas. They
Wait, can I
already know
say
where they
something real
belong.
quick?
I'm just trying
They
to
were
land.
born like that.
Can I say
Well,
something real quick? Let me just add to this before you continue. That's what I'm saying. There's no need for all this what we're doing here. I don't think it's necessary. Just ask the tribe, who do you want to go with? And they
okay,
agree on who they want to
okay,
go. Don't force it.
okay, right,
We don't have
okay.
to force
Because you
anyone.
said that, and it actually summarizes beautifully what I had to say. You said it more eloquently. I'll go ahead and yield back, right? Because you and Tony, you got the idea. We're not gonna on the internet. You have a lot of tribes running around, making trouble. Like whenever they say the Biafrans are gonna get this, they say, "Oh, Biafra has a small landmass. We're gonna get the same thing." Are we your mates? People who set up that country, who could defeat everybody in that country, people who have more population than the rest of the country combined. Everything we want something. A small guy from Edo or from Ejo or from I don't know where the hell they come from, and they say, "Oh, we're gonna get it too," because they look on the map that it's not to size anyway. For one thing, Nigerians have been cheating Biafra when they draw a map. It's not to size, right? So you can't be saying, "Oh, because Biafrans got this, you're also gonna get it." Well, we're gonna defeat you and conquer you in a day if you have that kind of mentality. Because once we have it's like Trump and his foreign policy. What Trump does is to go to Russia and say, okay, Russia, I'm gonna respect your geographic sphere. We're not gonna let what the hell do you call it, Mike? What do you call these allies that joined together fighting the Soviet Union? Escape my memory real fast. NATO. We're not going to let NATO come to your doorstep. You respect Russia. If we do that with the two other major tribes, the Yorubas and the Hausas, these minorities, we need to teach them a lesson because they cause so much trouble in that country. You on the internet, you're gonna see a lot of people from Edo State abusing Igbos, and they have Yoruba accent and Yoruba names. Are you gonna think it's the Yorubas, and it's not? Is this minorities causing trouble all over the place? And they love to have Igbos fighting the Yorubas. So it's time to stop and employ Donald Trump's foreign policy, which is to respect Russia, right? Like if Ukraine wants to make trouble, as far as Trump is concerned, he's going to say, hey, look, don't cause trouble between us and Russians. Russians are bigger than you. They're probably going to have you do certain things. So that's what we have to do to make sure that we are a unit. We're a country of Wazobia. Go back to what Nigeria used to be. And then people will not be agitating for Biafra and this and this and that. People are agitating because they're not going to sit like that forever.
Pansa,
I have you
it's not
telling
by
us that we're
size.
landlocked, where we could take you, even if we were landlocked originally, we'll just come and take the water. Right?
Pansa,
What are you gonna do about it? If let's say in fact we're landlocked, they will come and take the water.
Pansa, it's not by size, so England ruled the
My
world.
village alone can
England ruled the world, and it's a tiny country, so it's not by size.
It's not by size. What I'm saying, we take a lot of abuse from minorities when they talk. They say, "Oh, for example, Yoruba, somebody from Ondo might say, Ondo is just as big as the Southeast." Just imagine that kind of talk, right? Or they will say, "We're just as big as the Southeast." How can you be as big as the Southeast?
Pastor,
We're 80
it's not
million
always
people.
by size. Oh. Look at small Israelis, and Israel is handling the entire Middle East by
That's the
themselves.
metaphor. That's
So the Benin Kingdom, don't think because Igbo have more population, you can bully them.
okay. But
Benin
listen,
people are very strong, man.
Mike,
If
you
you can't
remind
read
me of
their
something.
history, you know they are not people you can mess with, man.
Listen to me. You remind me
Don't
of
think you can bully them.
Now, listen now. I just told you on August 9th, right? 1967, a couple of battalions from Aba went and took over the entire Benin. took over a job. I mean, they just ran through, conquered them.
Well, it
And
didn't
then,
last now.
now, hold on. Here's a key point I want
The
to make.
central bank, you occupied.
Let me laugh because Tony said something that was funny because that's another thing. Let's say Nandekare comes and say we're Republican.
But that was not a fair fight, Pansa. Now you didn't allow them to be ready.
War is not fair. If you can't fight, if you don't have the soldier, keep your mouth shut. But listen to this. Tony says something that was very important. I hear that all the time. He says, you guys, you say you're Jews and you say you're Republican. Now, guess what? He doesn't know that when our battalion, 2 of our battalions came over there, took it over, David Ajo got on the bicycle and was running. We saw him in the binocular.
But Pansa, you didn't give them a chance to prepare now. You can't say it was not a fair invasion.
No, hold on. Forget that for right
that's not a fair fight. You can't use that. You can't say you conquer. You sneak in. You didn't allow them to be ready for battle.
I know, but
then you are trying to claim glory.
That's not important. The main thing I want to tell my brother, who I agree with 100%, obviously, Tony and I are the same politically. So, but what I'm saying to him is that we're not just claiming that we're Republicans. When we got there, the first thing we did was to dissolve that monarchy and made Benin the Republic of Benin. Go and check the Guinness Book of World Record. They're the shortest lived republic, true, because they couldn't keep it.
That's nice.
So if
worshiping
somebody
your
come
slave
in there
masters.
and do what America did for Japan, which is to
you are worshiping your slave masters.
Oriola,
that's good.
Could I just land here? I'm almost done.
I'm just saying, Tony, that you're worshiping
when we
your
say we're
slave masters.
Republican, we're not playing, because when we came to your place, we took it over, we made it a republic. Now, how else does somebody prove that they're Republican? That's what we did. We came over there, we removed the monarchy, and we made it a republic. It's called the Republic of Benin. But then it didn't last because you didn't want to keep it. You want a monarchy, you want a king, right? King is an anachronistic institution. It doesn't mean anything. And as far as we're concerned,
and then hold on. And then you want to be with the same people like that. Now you are now making me to be an expert by saying that Yorubas and those are the same. Now hold on, sir. You know, you see, when I told you before, I said culturally, and then traditionally and religion, that we are the same people with Yoruba. Now you believe, okay, right on, sir, right on. You already shot yourself in the foot.
You know the reason why I'm talking to you candidly is because I know we are one, right? This is like Omunezu. We have to tell ourselves the truth. When you say right now I'm insulting you, you don't know how insulting it feels for somebody to doubt that we're Republicans. You could call me an idiot, slap me. It wouldn't touch me as much as it touches me. That we have demonstrated over these years with all the pain that we get from the North is because we're fighting for all of you. Right?
Wait, who's getting pain from the North?
Let me land. So when you slap us in the face and say, "Oh, you say you're a Republican," as if you don't see it, right? So then I have to tell you now, because I'm telling you the truth. I know you do very well, Tony, that you know the truth. You're fighting for the black man, and that little thing is not going to make you change and say, okay, from today I'm gonna be a Muslim, not a Muslim. No matter what I say, you're never going to be not a Muslim, right? So I'll leave it at that. But what I'm saying, if you don't want to hear me say that, then don't say what you just said. Don't say we claim to be Republican. If you say we claim to be Republican, I have to prove it to you.
You guys started it all. You guys started that trouble of that country. It is you guys that started it.
You can see how he's running his mouth now. So that's how you know.
Nothing would have changed
Troublemakers.
Is that me you're talking to, Oriola? You talking to me like that?
You guys are troublemakers. No, because it's not you guys. Bassad is a troublemaker. He spoke with confidence. He wants everybody to be beneath him.
No. I want all of us.
Just full of himself. You started the whole thing.
I said
not calling them out.
It's insulting to say we claim to be Republican or we claim to be Jewish. Today I was watching on Dr. Damages when somebody told AY, right? He's on the screen. Somebody says, the Israelis supported Biafra. He couldn't believe because he didn't know. He doesn't know our
roots. They supported it for their own gain, personal gain.
Exactly.
You guys
that was only actually from 1968.
They don't care about you guys. They don't care about black
people. I wouldn't doubt it, but what I'm saying though is that we when it comes to alignment, we align with them. Right?
How?
Like we align with them, but I'm also a very fair guy. I couldn't get on the panel because I'm in my mountain home up here. I can't get on there.
You live on the mountain?
I have one home in the mountain. I'm there now.
So
here's what I'm saying, Oriola. There was a comment that something that we're discussing at Dr. Damages today, which is the conflict between Muslims, Palestinians, and Israel. That is so hard to solve. It's not hard to solve. You have to look at it episodically. You understand what I'm saying? Not naturally, I go with the Israelis, the Jews over there.
I would like us to stick to Nigeria because this
Okay.
this part, like there's a
Okay.
lot of things I don't agree with,
Okay.
and I don't want to make
Okay.
it.
I yield back. Wait for my turn. I'll discuss that next time. Go ahead.
Oriola, I just want to quickly chip in something. Actually, that country would never have had this Nigeria would have been at peace if not because of that first coup of 1966. Every region are developing at their own pace. Although there is a political rivalry, but at least we are developing. Our country was okay at that time. But because of that 1966 coup and then the counter coup, that is what brings that mistrust among the major Nigerian ethnic tribes.
Can I say something? So here's how I see it. I don't think because you have to remember the first generation that ever had to hold political office was those generations. So they have no clue. We never ran ourselves on our own before. So it was more like now that we gained the power. And you also have to understand that the military, a lot of those military guys, they're not trained by our own people because we never had those type of capability before. They're trained by the foreigners. So they see things differently. They heard things, people speaking their here. So that's why I'm not trying to hold them because those people, those guys, they was trained by the Westerners. They have Westerners
what I'm
ideology.
trying to say is that what warrant that coup? That coup should not have happened at all.
Okay, can I answer you then, Remy?
Let me finish. And when it happened, it was one-sided. Everybody knows the truth. It was one-sided. And if it's not one-sided, if it's like a spread all around the country, things will, and that is what brought out the next one. And since that time, that mistrust has been there. So
but just like I said, we never run. We have never run ourselves before. That was the first time.
You don't need to answer me.
No. Hold on, Remy. Don't tell me I don't have to answer you. I want to answer you.
Don't answer me. I don't want you to answer me. Say your own thing. Don't answer me.
Okay, let me say my own thing. Here's what here is where Remy got it wrong.
Don't
the Nigerian. Will you shut your mouth, please? Shut your mouth.
If that's what you want, I won't allow you to talk.
Don't
mention my name. Say your own. Don't mention my name and don't use any foul language here.
All right, no problem. Okay, so the Nigerian coup is with the Nigerian military. It's with the Nigerian military. At that time, the Nigerian military was dominated by the people from the south, the eastern region, not necessarily Igbos, right? It could be Ijaw, it could be Ikwere, it could be Calabar. That's just called the eastern region, but mainly Igbos. That's the way you have to look at it. But a lot of those were people who grew up in the north. They were born in the north. Somebody like Kaduna and Zohogu, for example, right? So whatever the hell they were doing, it was a Nigerian coup. Now, they buyed the Sardauna of the loudmouth Sardauna of Sokoto at the time, who was over there just running his mouth, causing trouble, saying things that are dividing us up to today. A lot of the ideology he had. But it's such a stretch. So many things have happened since that time. All these people, they put the country into turmoil, into a civil war. And then we declared in 1970, there's no victor, there's no vanquished, right? So we try to unite the country because what is the war about? The war is about the oil that's been discovered in the eastern region. So that's what the Britain used, which is what they do everywhere. They do it in Congo up to today. They did it in South Africa. They use a small, tiny minority to take resources from that country. So there's been a lot of coups that are committed by Northerners since then. But now, here's the way the Lord tried to show people who don't have any brain something. Who was the protagonist of the war? Who was the general? It's Yakubu Gowon from Benue area. Right now, if you go to Benue, because you're saying that's what's causing our problem, it's not our problem because the key figure who was fighting the war for Nigeria, his people are being buyed scores a day. They're in IDP camps. Their governor goes to the farm and has to run home and barely make it home alive. Now you go to the
Pastor, can
Yorubas.
I ask
I'm
you a
almost done.
question?
Hold on. You go to the Yorubas and you say, hey, between the Igbos and the Fulanis and Muslims in the north, who's your problem? Igbo is going to tell you. It's not Southeasterners going over there to do anything. It's the same people who Yorubas fought on the side of Nigeria. But they're being menaced by the same people. Now you go to South, what they call South, and you ask them, what's going on? You can't go to your forest. They're going to tell you it's the same people. So what does it have to do with anybody? I mean, what does the fight between the Benue people and the Yorubas? Maybe
But Pansa,
not paying
the
attention.
Igbos also took kidnapping in Yoruba land. There's a guy named Evans the kidnapper.
Yeah, but that's just anecdote, right? That Evans works for that Nigerian military, right? He has a Hausa, a Musa, or somebody.
Oh my gosh.
Who's giving him intelligence. No, let me tell you, right? This is not a joke. They do it all the time. They do it in Edo State. They do it in the Yoruba lands, right? When they went in there and killed a lot of people in the Bohos compound, somebody like Emefiele, they accused him of terrorism.
But that's different. You're moving the goalpost now.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me say something. I feel like you have to remember those guys back there when they were the first one. They're on either 30s, in their 30s or early 30s to late 20s. So they're very young. Second, their influence as well. So we have to see it from there. And third, we also have to realize that I'm sure, maybe like 50% to 80% sure that they never see the vision of the people that fought for us to gain independence. They've never saw those vision. They have no idea what the vision was all about. They are all trying to have power on their own, or maybe they're influenced by the outsiders, which I think that would be one of the major things as well. So I think that when we're trying to fix, or when we're trying to like solve this problem or look at this problem, we have to see it from different angles. They're young.
Exactly. In essence, you're disagreeing with anybody who says that our problem today comes from that 1966 Nigerian army coup, right?
Yeah, but because
you're disagreeing with that. You're
I'm not
disagreeing
disagreeing.
with me. You're disagreeing with some a lazy punk.
I'm not
right?
I'm
Any
not
lazy
disagreeing
punk
with
that
them.
wants
I'm
to
just
put
saying.
all that problem to 1966, right?
I'm not disagreeing with that person. I
No,
actually think it's
not
that
wholly,
first
not
coup.
wholly responsible, because Amadu Bello, hold on. Amadu Bello started the problem by jailing Awolowo and the Nahuru. You know what I'm saying? So that was where it all got started. So the Northerners are our problem, and then that's why I wanted Pastor to start working with the Southerners now. All Southerners, forget about your superiority, whatever you call it.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm not
Let me
superior. I'm
ask
not
you a
talking
question
about
because
superiority.
wait,
You're
let me ask you a
misunderstanding
question
me,
real quick.
Tony, right? If
Let
I
me
like
ask
you,
Tony.
what I'm saying, Tony, listen to what I'm saying. There's no difference to you and I on the politics of it, right? Not at all.
No, but let
Wait, let me ask
ask
Tony a
me.
question.
I know.
Tony,
Oriola,
Tony.
I'm gonna just give me 30 seconds. Let me say so to Tony because it's very important, right? Tony, he gets kicked out on platforms because he tells the truth, just like I do, right? So the point I'm making is that when you say sometimes, on many occasions, you say, "Look, I am one with the Yorubas. I like it. Have you ever seen me challenge you on that? Or if the Yorubas say, hey, we're gonna build a mateke, I spearheaded. I say, come on, the Yorubas need to protect their forest, right? You don't see us being against the Yorubas, the Edos, anybody. Whatever is gonna make good Southerners, you mark me down for it, right? We never challenge you. I'm never jealous of Edo. But I do know that it's a portion of Edo that is culturally aligned with Yorubas, and that's good. You can't stop that. That's the way it works. It's good, right? So that's what I'm trying to say.
Just that you don't have to open more fronts. Let us face our common
All
enemy
right,
first.
let me ask you a question, Tony. Okay, so now you said Amadu Bello was part of the problem. I disagree with you in so many ways. The guy actually
not part. The major is the only problem.
Okay, let me say why I disagree with you. Okay. So this man told us he's part of the people that were saying to people that want to become Nigeria, that we have different cultures, we have different ideology. Even if we decide to come together as one thing, we should put a caveat that if it doesn't work, let's go our separate ways. How is that man now today you're referring to him as a problem?
Can I answer you now? Can I answer
Go
you now
ahead.
quick?
Go ahead.
So, do you know that Ahmadu Bello was supposed to be the Prime Minister of Nigeria due to his hatred for the Southern Nigerians? So he said that I will never sleep in any part of Southern Nigeria, And then he said that I rather hand over to my vice, Tafa Balewa, to go and take up that prime ministership position. This guy was born to hate us, and then he has indoctrinated the people, and then even told the British journalist that even when he dies, that in future, that this trouble this domination will still be there, and that is what we are experiencing today. That
Yeah,
is
but
why
that's not
I'm.
a secret. That's
No, yeah,
see,
but it's not
he
a secret.
told
And then,
you guys we're not the
no,
same
hold on.
people.
Okay, if it's not a secret, why you try to be politically correct now?
But why are you guys forcing yourself with the Northerners? Tell me, why are the Southerners forcing themselves to be with the Northerners? Why?
No,
They
we are
don't
not
want to
forcing
be
ourselves,
with you
just
guys.
because of
They
few people
don't
like
like
you.
you guys. They don't want to be with us.
No,
Why
we
are we
don't want them.
forcing them?
No, I don't want them. If you tell me now that
You
you are part
do.
of
You
my
do.
of,
You do
of my
want
club,
them.
I will
That's
love you
what
very
you're
much
letting me
because
know now.
no,
You do.
I remember when you joined this. I remember when you joined this our club here, our platform. I know that you and Adewalu came the same day, and then it was about Awolowo we were talking about that day. Okay, you were the one that actually supported me then. Okay, I'm sorry if I misconstrued or
Don't worry
misunderstood
about it.
you.
Let's fix
But
this.
let me go
What
down.
you're
Let me go
saying.
down. Let me go down. Let me go down. So Ahmadu Bello was supposed to be our prime minister, but he decided to hand over. He decided to call Balewa and say, "Please, Tafa Balewa, please you go and do it because I hate to sleep in Lagos or any part of southern Nigeria." You know what I'm saying? So that means even today, an average northerner doesn't know anywhere in the southern Nigeria. Rather, they know about Lebanon, about Morocco, about Saudi Arabia, about Qatar. And these people, they are different people.
Yeah,
They are Muslims, don't
exactly.
bear.
They can relate to those
Yeah.
people. They can
So they
relate to
don't bear.
people in Qatar.
So they don't bear our names. They have nothing in common. They have
So why are we forcing ourselves on
nothing
them?
Africa. But we are forcing ourselves on them because, like people you see, like earlier in the discussion today, my stomach was aching me when I listened to Prince Daddy speak. Like people are coming to take over your place, and they are saying, "Yeah, please come on, because
But
probably
why
he's
do we
having a
have to force
no, hold
ourselves?
on,
Why are we
probably
begging
because
them to be part
I
of
guess
us?
that Prince Daddy is now having an Hausa woman or a Fulani woman. That's why he's so blind right now to the truth, to see the truth that we're under the big threat, a
No,
big
but
threat.
you're not answering my question. Let me ask the
Let me
question.
answer you. And what do you mean? Tell me again.
Why are the
Badawa.
Southerners forcing themselves to be with the Northerners? They don't want to be with us. Why are we forcing ourselves?
So you mean South? You say South is or be specific. Which South? Is it Southerners or you say South
The
or
southern
Southeast?
part of Nigeria, people that live in southern part of Nigeria, why are they forcing themselves to be with the people in the northern side of Nigeria?
This is what I can't also comprehend. It's very difficult for me because it's like they are stupid. It's like they are
Exactly.
stupid. They are
So
out
why
there.
are you blaming Sir Ahmadu Bello when he said he don't want to be with the Southerners? Why are we forcing ourselves?
No. You remember that you pointed. Look, I want to know that even though we are accepting this country, but that is just a mere geographical expression. So that means Chivinaro also insisted that either if we want to be together, it has to be a true federalism. Chivinaro, that guy now, the guy that refused to give,
so him and Zeke should be the people we are finger pointing to now.
No. Zeke is different. Zeke is
they want
partly
one Nigeria now.
No, hold on. Let me give you something. Zeke is partly north, partly south. It's not Igbo people don't like Zeke. I don't have the kind to say that if it's free, that is going to assume the body of Zeke and take it up to Kaduna, the remaining cascas. so that they can go and bury him there, because it's actually one of our problems. So that's why I don't always add him into. I hate to talk about him because it's of less relevance. You know what I'm saying? So it's not important in the discussion. You know what I'm saying? So that's it.
Yeah, the point I'm just making is this: these people know that we're culturally different,
Yes, sir.
ideology different,
Yes, sir.
but still we are forcing ourselves on them that we should still have this one Nigeria because it's great for us. I
Yeah,
mean,
but that is where men like me was born. You remember that ever since I came to the one man show, you remember now? Don't forget to Abi Bagbe that my mission here and my agenda. You remember now? Abi, you
I
forget.
remember that you always want
Till
us
today,
to
so
be
I'll be
separate.
consistent. I'll be consistent, and then this evening I was very happy when I was able to convert people like Baba and the other guys that now are now try to mimic me there. You know what I'm
Are
saying?
you sure?
So
Wait, Baba
yeah.
wants one Nigeria though. He doesn't want us to be
No, he
indigenous.
changed. No, no. But I think they now agree that the Northerners are our problem. When they see the fire coming out to buy everybody. I told me. Now they
Where?
see that these guys now are no longer talking of one state now, the Bayelsa state. Oil. They are now saying that all, even the port city, the port city of Lagos, they said they own it. So the Northerners have been controlling everything.
I disagree. I disagree slightly with that. They're not forcing us. They don't force us to do anything. It's
No,
us that we want
we are
to.
just be coward. We are just be coward or
Exactly. I
inferiority
mean, yeah, we should
complex.
blame ourselves for
Is it because
allowing
some of them
them.
are a little bit light in complexion? Because the black an average black person always have inferiority complex before white people. Do they regard all these they are colored because they are Arab
They're
blood? Is
fine.
it?
Their
Like I
babes
tell
are
you,
fire.
Tony, the
Yeah.
same thing that's happening in Nigeria is happening in Rwanda, right? I tell this story all the time.
Yeah.
It's not new, right? You go to Rwanda, you have
I
the
agree
Hutus.
with you with that one. That one is just waiting to blow up
Yeah.
once that guy
So
leave office.
Tony has been spewing some knowledge here so that everybody would listen, those who want to listen, because sometimes somebody like me from the southeast, a Biafran like me, will try to let others speak, because once we talk, it's like, hey, okay, you're inferior, you're doing superior, you're doing this, you do. It's not the issue. We're all Nigerians, but unfortunately, if our enemy, people, not our Muslims, the ones who are ardent believers that they're fighting Oyibo, for example, they're fighting Western jurisprudence, right? Instead of to go fight Oyibo, they're fighting those of us who adopt the Western jurisprudence, right? Instead of going to fight America or Britain, they're fighting us, but then they get along with those British people. The point, why does a Northerner hate a Southeasterner, is because we are not amenable to being Islamized. We are like Christians. That's it. There's no difference between a Southeasterner and a Yoruba Christian or somebody from Edo or anything like that. So why don't they like us? That's what you have to.
Pastor, I don't think Northerners
Pastor,
don't like Southeast. I think it's more Southeasterners that don't like Northerners.
No, it's not. You have to. We've been
I
talking.
mean, the only people I see that express hatred towards others all the time is you now.
It's not.
I don't see Northerners come online saying how they hate you, this and that
No,
and that.
they won't
The
come
only
online.
thing, when we ask you how
They
does the
will not
Northerners
come
hate
online.
you, the only thing you can pull up is Ahmadu Bello's statement in 1958. You can't pull up anybody, anything else today.
No,
That's
but
the only, but when I look at who really hates who, the only people I see expressing hatred is Igbo
we
people
don't hate.
towards everybody.
We don't hate the Northerners at all, and they know that. We don't. What they're doing is to
Pastor,
come.
you don't hate Northerners?
I don't. Listen to me. I don't.
All the things you said today, man.
I just said that the Hausas were conquered by the Fulanis, right? And Islamized them, and they wouldn't let them be governors and be president or be EFCC chairman or that kind of stuff, right? Listen to what I'm saying to you. If they come and they take the oil from the south, because Britain is actually the culprit that wants that oil, but it's using the Fulanis to take it, like it does in, like I said, in South Africa with the beers and with their diamonds, and they do the same thing in Congo. It's just something they know how to do: divide and conquer. So instead of all of us facing down these people and say, okay, we want independence, for example, we have that in common. We want to build our own. Other African countries have started getting independence because of Second World War, where Britain is losing out to their empire. So other African countries started getting their independence. So we joined in trying to get an independence. Ahmadu Bello said, no, we're not ready. We don't want independence. Now, right there, we have a problem. Is it hatred? Is it from the Igbo man now? No. They're the ones that are saying they're not ready to have independence because people in the South are more educated and they gave their reasons. Some of it makes sense. However, is that why you don't want independence? Don't you at least, even if the Igbo man is going to be your, what do you call it? Colonize you. Isn't it better than having Oyibo country?
But why are you forcing
You see
yourself on
that
them?
independent thing? It's
Yeah.
not all this fallacy we tell ourselves, like, oh, it's because education. The British never told these kingdoms that they were going to put them together as a country. They never really told them that. So all of a sudden, they just presented it. And the
Yes.
people are like, hold on, we're not sure if we want this. That's what it was. And even most of
Not
the
what he said
kingdoms in the
in
south
the tape.
didn't want it. It was only the bourgeoisie, the so-called educated people that were taken to
Mike,
England.
according to what you
They,
said,
yeah, all those Azikiwe, all those
Where's
intellectuals,
this
so-called,
person?
they were the ones that said, but the kingdoms didn't see that something they wanted because it's a new concept to them. They've existed as kingdoms for
And
thousands of years.
pastors,
that's a
the
good point.
Northerners have
I'm
oil
answering where
too.
you say we
Northerners
hate the
has
Hausa,
oil.
right?
They have oil
No,
in Gombe and Bauchi. They have oil. So all this thing does not really matter. They have their own oil. So, and they've been drilling it anyway since
And gold,
last
and
year.
gold, and gold.
Yes. So all this that they're trying to take the Southerner oil, that's not true. They have their own.
okay. Let me ask Mike a question. Mike, give us a very, very good answer on this one. All right. Between the Yorubas and the Fulanis, do you think they get along? They have no issues
Today, no.
at any time, today and yesterday.
I don't. We don't
No,
have issues. I don't think
no, they have issues.
there's.
They have issues. They have issues
Hold on,
because
hold on, hold
Awolowo
on,
was
hold on.
denied presidency. They didn't allow Awolowo to rule our country so that
Even Abiola said.
What does that have to do?
even Abiola too.
Who
Yeah. So
didn't
please,
allow Abiola?
forget
Was
about.
it?
Make not forget about Tinubu when they make
Dude,
this
stop
the life they
arguing.
when they make
Let's
like they have.
calm down, Tony. Calm down,
Yeah.
calm
Okay.
down, calm down. You say they didn't allow Abiola to rule, right?
That's
Right?
what do you think?
Okay, let me answer you now. The two people that stopped Abiola from becoming president was one man named Arthur Zerbe and
They're Igbos.
Ibrahim Babangida. Ibrahim Babangida is a Nupe man. Arthur Zerbe is an Igbo man.
Oh man.
So those are the two people that stopped. There was there's no Fulani involved.
Wait a minute. Do you know how the Igbos look at Otonzeribe? We don't consider him an Igbo man.
Well, you cannot consider whatever
Don't
you consider
deny
him as,
him.
but at the end of the day, he's
Hold
not a
on now,
Fulani man.
hold on. Let's be for real now. I mean, it's late. Let's at least speak candidly.
So
If you have a Sabo like Otonzeribe, right, who will sell an Igbo man tomorrow, we have nothing to do with that man. It's like the guy.
he's still your brother, even if you disown him. You can disown your son all you want, but people still see him as your son.
I have better brothers from the Fulani than Otonzeribe.
Okay, yeah.
But if Iboho is complaining, is he complaining about the Igbos?
That's Igbo. Now Igbo is Igbo. That's his problem. That's his business. Igbo is now it's not Yoruba. It's not all Yoruba people.
Mike, you're not telling the truth, right? The reason why I asked you that question.
We Yorubas, we get along with everybody. We are not here to. We don't hate people. We get along with everyone.
You know, Mike is the moderator. Mike is the moderator.
If you are telling me,
it just tend to be politically correct.
If you are telling me that the criminal element from Fulani, yes, we have problem with criminal element. The same way we have problem with criminal. Hold on. The same way, hold on. The same way we have problem with criminal element from the Igbos. Because a lot of Igbo armed robbers in Yoruba land. There are Igbo kidnappers like Evans. So we're not going to say because.
No comparison.
Hold on now. We're not going to say because Evans kidnapped people. Evans, hold on. We can't say because Evans was kidnapping Yoruba people. Now we have problem with Igbo people. We can't say that. That's not where we think. You understand?
Okay, but let me ask you something. When Abiola won the election that everybody considered fair, he won the election, and Northerners, now he may not be Fulani this time because they use people like
he's not Northerners. He was Babangida and Otto is very big. So
no, I'm not. You're back to where you and I don't get along. You know what I'm saying?
It was Igbo now. So let's be factual. It was Igbo man that stopped it.
Let's talk candidly. I'm saying that when the cabal that's ruling Nigeria, they can pick somebody from anywhere, right? But that person will be representing their interest. It's an interest thing. So if you're saying that when Iboho is fighting Fulanis who are occupying their forests, right, and you say, oh, that's Iboho now, that's what kind of discussion are we having now?
So he's not fighting anybody, man. He's just constituting
So
nuisance, man. That's all.
at that point, he was
Okay,
fighting.
now he has kept quiet. Now he's.
But that's even different, though. That's not the same thing as people that stop him from being a president. We are talking about
Okay,
something.
so I'm trying to give it's a gamut of things. What I'm saying basically is that when it comes to the problem of the country, the same issues the Fulanis have with the Igbos, they have it with the Yoruba. It's just that they wanted to wait, divide us first, pretend like Benue Plateau is part of the North, they're part of their people, Yorubas are part of them, you know, and then they were attacking us, went to war, trying to kill all our people. But after that, so then they moved to the next people now, which are Benue Plateau, right? And they go to Southern. Do you know how many people get killed in Southern Kaduna? Probably more than during the war. They are slaughtering those people. Nobody cares. Do you know how many people are being killed in Benue Plateau? So many of them. I'm talking about scores. That's
those are bandit criminals committing crime. Now let's go and arrest them. You know, let's deal with the criminals. What does that have to do with tribe?
No,
you know?
what I'm saying that it's an organized thing by the Nigerian military. That's when they're in charge of the government. They use that. Unlike our southern presidents don't do that to them. When you have like a Buhari in office, then they use it to squash their enemies, including the Shias, who are Muslims themselves, who are indistinguishable from speak the same language. So they go after them. You're not going to see Jonathan go killing the Shiites or the Sunnis or all that, or Obasanjo doing anything like that, or Awolowo or Zeke. Or Southerners don't do that. But Northerners do that. They get into power and they don't want a Southerner to be EFCC chairman. They don't want a Southerner to be military chief of the army. It's just recently that those things are kind of coming down, especially in this case. That's one good thing that Tinubu has done, which is to appoint people from the South into, for example, EFCC. That's the first time a Southerner or a Christian has headed the EFCC, even though the premier, the very first one, was instituted by a Southern president, Obasanjo. So they don't want, when it comes to immigration, customs, because that's how they bring in illegal stuff. Immigration, that's how they bring in people from Chad and Niger on election days and all that stuff. So they've always been in charge of that.
This is stereotyping, man.
No, but correct me now. Aside from this current EFCC chairman, who else was a non-Muslim that's headed that agency? Name it. If I'm saying something, then to correct me, you have to say, oh, you're wrong. Here's one name. You cannot name one. It's like immigration. It's like customs, you know, for which like somebody like Abubakar, the Adamawa.
Yeah, you have to see them before you can get a Nigeria passport. You must have one useless Alhaji. Yes.
But they put people based on their level, right?
No. But in Nigeria now, how could you have Southern Nigeria with all the PhDs and all that stuff? Now, come on.
No, PhDs doesn't mean anything.
So what I'm saying to you is that we can also have, if we do that with them, would they allow it? They will not allow it.
Right? I mean, they're doing it now.
Who?
A lot of those posts that you just mentioned is being managed by Southerners now.
Okay, then I'll tell you something. Go and see what the Northerners are saying. Like I was a couple of days ago, they said that Tinubu was dead, and they were all jubilating.
Yeah, you said the same thing about Buhari now. The Southerners were saying the same thing about Buhari.
The Yorubas were not saying that, right?
They were.
It's irrelevant. That's all. That's all. So Yoruba Ipobians.
Only Ipobians were saying that, not
people like there are some Yorubas that are booty clap. People like Alaba, Olumide, those kind of people. You know, we have people like that. You know, Victor Banjo kind of human beings. You know,
when they thought that I don't know if it's true. It could still be true that Tinubu is dead, and they're jubilating and they're so happy, right? So you could be here, Mike, saying, "Oh, we're not one and the same." You're just kidding yourself.
We did the same to them, so hey, it's time to swallow your own, you know. When Buhari was dead, the whole South, he gave them a headache. A lot of Yorubas, they were doing Fulani, they were joining Igbos in pushing propaganda.
Yeah, but where is that Buhari today? Where is that Buhari today? Have you seen somebody that can over?
He's living
Which kind of
life.
retire?
He's
Why is he not
enjoying
coming
himself.
out?
Why is
Living
No, no,
people
no,
that
no. Why
say he
not?
was dead? They are the one in
No,
prison.
why is he not? He's a dead man. Okay,
How?
allegedly. Okay, just
He's living
to
his
so
life. He's
just
traveling
to
all
avoid
over.
any
Tony,
to avoid any law problem here. He's a
Tony
dead man.
and he
Yes.
believes it.
Yeah.
Right? Mike, so you keep saying it's a problem, but as far as Tony is concerned, that Buhari is not the same Buhari.
He's a dead man.
He's a hologram, right? He's Jibril, right?
Jibril
Not be Jibril, not be
That's why I
Jibril.
still
Now
believe it's
nonsense. Now
Jibril.
nonsense. Now toilet.
Oh, look, I told the first day I came on One Man's Platform, that's one of the things he asked me, and I said, my opinion is that.
Pass out. Let me learn with this now. Let me tell you guys now. I want to break your heart. Hold on. There's nothing like Dangote refinery. You have Dangote depots. Okay. So Dangote is importing petroleum product, and then they foolishly they tell us saying they produce nothing. It's not producing nothing. That place is not yet complete. That place is not completed. The factory, you can't commission a place without any finished product. You know what I'm saying. You know that. Look how many.
Why should you talk this way, for God's sake?
Okay, why I should talk that way? Let me tell you now. Let me answer
Can
you
we
very
stop
clearly now.
this?
My brother.
This is
Wait.
not
Make
true.
a hold on.
Why are
Look,
you like
let me.
this? This is
No.
not
Hold on. You tell me that you just set up a factory. You produce a Niger match in Yele Ibadan. Then a box of matches is no more affordable. What the hell is that? If black people are not stupid, it's just a depot. Hold on. I know how to. Yeah. Who is that? Remy?
I think you
I've been at the. I've been at Malam Sim. To me, sir.
Sorry.
Please, sorry, let me please, sorry. Mark, sorry, good morning, everyone. Please, if people like this will come here and be giving propaganda, please, you have to just kick them out. Because people may cut that part. When he say what he doesn't have a empirical fact, they will target on one man. That is where he starts. They start running propaganda with it. When people want to say something like that, please just kick them out.
Why are the product not affordable? Why was the product? Why is the petroleum now more expensive?
Not you. You say about Buhari. You that is saying about Buhari.
Before,
that is what I'm saying here.
No, let me finish. Before a refinery come into production,
I'm not talking about refinery. You that is saying what you don't have empirical evidence to on Buhari. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you. That was why I said allegedly. I said for law purpose.
Let me tell you something, Tony.
Ajama, that's what you came here to correct.
Even before
because I can see some video flying everywhere.
Yeah, even before Dangote starts churning out PMS, he has already started selling aviation fuel and diesel. Say
in the import petroleum. Say he has a license. It's an importer.
Can I let me.
Thank you.
I will conclude in 10 seconds. Okay. Before that time, and when he started churning out PMS, there is a video and audio to that effect. There were so many tankers that went to the refinery to
videos from Malta.
No, this is not for Malta. I'm talking about Dangote refinery. Why? Please don't don't continue to say something like this.
Only one time, though.
Yeah,
one time.
Not
say photo up. One time.
Why
only one time somebody go lift oil. Only one time. Now, nobody say they do it every day. Only one time, once. You hear me?
Can we not engage in this propaganda? Do you have any fact to what you're saying? There's no fact to it.
No, what I'm saying is that they lifted oil from Dangote refinery, a bunch of trucks lined up one time, right? And then they showed us how they're clearing them and they go to the gates and everything, and then it stopped. It didn't.
It's never stopped. It continues every day. Why are you guys
yeah, they don't have any fact to this. I mean,
what is the reality on ground? What is how does it affect the price, my brother and sisters? Whether you say that
Tony, if you want to talk about the price, I will beg you in the name of God, go and do your research. Ask how much did NNPC sell one barrel of crude? How much did they sell it to Dangote? Go and see how the NNPC break down the price to arrive at 890 something when they first lift petrol from the refinery.
Okay.
Go and do your research, please. Don't always come here to sell propaganda.
They are not selling him anything.
No, it's not propaganda. It's not propaganda. If you set up a flour mill in a papa, hold on, please, my people. Then a flour mill should be flour's products should be available, affordable. Not be say triple price. They couldn't understand now. You are in abroad. We are not there. Production. You will see the production people. You look. Yeah. If you no, hold on. If you go to Benin, hold on. If you go to Benin in the night, you see the flare of oil as they are producing. You see the flare. What activity that is taking place in Dangote territory now? Is there any production?
Let me answer you. Are you telling Nigerians that
Remy, let me say something real quick.
For nothing? What are you saying? What are you talking here?
They are just importing. They are importing oil. It's importing oil.
Let me say this real quick. So here's the thing. When you have a one-man show, which is more like a monopoly, one person is running everything. So it's tough. That's why you need Nigerian government to have other refineries to work. So there's competition. When one person is the only person that is doing that thing right now, is the only guy refining oil in Nigeria. I mean, we have all the small ones, but they're not functioning as they need to. So you can't blame him if he set the price for how much he's going to set or sell the refined oil. You can't blame him. Oh, you know who
Oriola, we have 2 refineries in Benin City right now. Fortunately, they have no oil. They have no raw material to feed their production line.
So how come you're not talking to your government? Talk to
the government said that that they cannot do otherwise. He said that they have to get allocation. They can't have this product have to be taken up north first before it can be rationed back to the southern.
No, that's not true. It doesn't have to be taken up north. What do you mean?
They have a tank. They have a tank in the north where they are, where they are stealing the oil into, and then now then they will come out and say that we have discovered oil in the north.
Oriola, make I tell you something. Say, like I said, I don't tire. 2 years ago, I was talking about this oil refinery. See, I'm one of those people that he never fooled for one day. He didn't fool me for one day. I came on this platform at that time. It was stunning. One man couldn't believe I was saying that. I'm sure Mike here must have heard me when I talk about these things that are happening today. So the point is that these guys got over I know that it's closer to 9 billion. He's got about $4 billion of our money. So in 2021, he launched and said, I'm open for business. He opened the Dangote refinery in 2021 with Buhari as president. He invited Buhari to come and cut the ribbon. At that time, he was lying. He didn't have any refinery to open.
Before you go on.
Hold on.
He first started with distributing fertilizer. Do you know that plant? The first product they got from that plant was fertilizer.
Yeah. Right.
And after fertilizer, they started churning out diesel. After diesel, aviation fuel. The last one is the PMS.
As far as I'm concerned, he's importing all those things.
Don't lie.
Hold on now.
That's all. That is importation.
I haven't landed yet.
Too much lies. Why are you guys lying unnecessarily?
Okay, but hold on now. Let me land. Once I lie, you can poke holes in what I'm saying. The most foolish thing anybody is going to do is to come and lie when you're having a debate. Because once you lie, then people are going to open up your ass, right? So right now, what I'm saying to you is that he has our money. He pitched Nigerian government, Buhari, with their Wayo, the northern Wayo there, say we're buying 20% of the refinery, and we gave him the money. He took the money. Now he comes back. He says, I need NNPC to give me every single crude oil that comes from Nigeria. Everything has to come to me. Those people told him, hey, look, a lot of this crude has already been mortgaged by Buhari, sold in advance. But they still gave him shiploads, free. It's on the papers. You can just Google it. They gave him shiploads of whatever he wants. He says, you know what, I'm going to import some from United States. He did. He claims that he did. He says, after all, I paid $100 million to Yoruba land to buy the land, right? Because only the states own the lands, not the federal government. He has acres and acres of land in what's called the free trade zone in Lekki. Choice property overlooking the ocean. Where's the receipt now? No, he will not. Let me land now. Let me land. So,
Pastor, I thought this your fallacy is okay now. What is the meaning of all this one again?
You guys
Why
don't
are you
know about
just cook like the way now they cannot cook like spread it that cost chaos in Nigeria today? Why you supposed to stop all these things, please? To live in harmony and peace, please.
You don't want to hear the truth, then fine.
There's no truth here, what you're saying,
You want
man.
to hear the truth because Tony don't ask you right
There is
now.
nothing
Okay,
the truth you are
how
talking
is
about.
it that when you open the
You didn't have a refinery.
You
You
have a
didn't have business
refinery.
in Nigeria helping people. Somebody who have business to employ people to give Nigeria job. You are just against it, only you for years.
Wait a
This
minute.
is okay. You after PVAC, it's Dangote. It's not IRF, it's Dangote.
We have 20% of it. There shouldn't be any
You
opacity.
don't have 20% of
Hold
this.
on.
You have 7%.
Because he cut it down. He cannot do that.
He did not cut it down. It's
So why don't the government challenge it? If it's like
I beg, help me out here. If you have a
we are going to help you out by turning
if you
out
have
the
a
truth.
business agreement with somebody, and
First
that
and
person,
foremost,
will you let me talk for a minute here? Because I'm not going to let you
Why
keep doing
lying?
that.
Stop
From now
lying.
on,
You are
if you
lying.
want to keep talking, I'll be talking, right? So, Oriola, what I'm asking you now is this. If somebody has a business agreement with any party, it could be a government, it could be anybody, it could be me and you, and then you accuse me of not doing something, right? Fulfilling my obligation. The first thing you have to do is to go to court. And then you're going to say to the court, look, the federal government of Nigeria entered this agreement that they're going to do XYZ. They didn't do it. Therefore, I want you to cut the thing down from 20% to 7%. So it's up to the arbiter, the federal government, the courts would then look at both cases. They're going to say, Nigeria, what happened? And Nigeria will tell their own story. At the end, the judge might agree and cut it down to that 7%, or say, okay, it's 15%, or say it's 20%, or give him time to perform, right? You cannot tell the whole federal government of Nigeria who, first of all, you're dependent on, they license you, they supply you the crude. You have no way of getting crude unless they go and steal it for you from the south, right? So you are the one who's going to tell the government.
you're the one steal it.
So you tell me,
I thought something else now. Look what this
Hey, Oviedo, Laho, Gegua.
What is the name of that one?
I said, we could let her talk. Actually, that they say you be, as soon as Jama, not be Binima, be that, okay, sorry. I said, we could let her speak. Let him speak.
I ask you a question. Does this
there is something we call petroleum.
Ya tota.
There's something we call PICO.
I'm here, but you are talking.
Okay.
Do you want me to respond to him?
Before you respond, take this into consideration.
Okay.
There is a Petroleum Industry Act signed into law before Buhari left, and that bill gives authority that crude oil should be supplied to Dangote for its refinery, and any other refinery in Nigeria, they should get crude. That it was written in that bill. It is not Dangote that is forcing Nigerian hand. That was written in the bill. They are following the constitution of the country. And when your NNPC said they have 20% stake in the refinery, they did not pay all the money. It is when after some months we know the truth. They didn't pay that.
That's what I'm asking him. Do you sue when you say government didn't pay?
You don't need to sue.
You sue.
This is just a business transaction.
Let Oriola answer. Oriola, please answer the question. Else I'll continue.
No, he doesn't need to sue.
Why must he sue? When the NNPC, the federation is lying to you, you are believing them.
Pansat. What refinery are you referring to? There's nothing like refinery in Nigeria, okay, that is working. Only the Edo refinery is working, but they have two refineries working. Dangote refinery is not in existence. It's just a simple depot. Okay, depot is a depot. Importation depot.
He said it that he's not licensed.
Okay, let me just finish you now. Let me finish you now. Are you not ashamed of yourselves as Nigerians that the other countries are benefiting from the war that is going on in the Middle East and Russia, that we're not benefiting from the windfall? You guys should go and hide your faces. If you like, you can come tonight. I don't care.
This is not about shame or no shame. This is the country that bastardized for more than.
You want to be ashamed of yourself, so people jumping out of the country, living on the resources.
This is reality. This is reality of your country. It's not. If you want to blame, then you blame all of us, including you, because we are all Nigerians. It has never been worked for more than for 40 years or something since independence, more than 40 years. So you can't just blame one person. This guy came with a refinery that have a lot of derivatives from the crude oil. He's producing aviation fuel, producing.
My brother, let us break the country up.
Why should you lie it's a depot?
Oh,
This is
okay.
not
Let
good.
me say something real quick.
No.
Let me say something real quick. I understand the angle that Pensel was coming from, which definitely makes sense. To me, I won't lie, there's something fishy.
Of
But
course you're
I'll
right.
take the word that Dangote said 7% is just for the federal government, and the federal government actually fess up and they said they haven't paid up. That's the reason why they're getting 7%. Something is fishy. I don't think you should wait for so long when we have been told years before that the government has 20%, and all of a sudden, out of blue moon, someone he
But
just
one
came
thing,
and he said it's
one
7%.
thing you should know, when the
Something
government
is
says
fishy,
20%,
but there's nothing I can do. There's nothing
Oriola,
anybody
one
can
thing
do.
you should know is this. I want to ask you a question. When the government said they have 20% stake in that refinery, the question we should ask is that